The story begins with bullies catching up with Haran in a dark alley. One of the hooligans grabs Haran by the chest. Haran is genuinely perplexed as to why there is no way they will leave him alone. Haran's bewilderment further infuriates the biggest of the gang. Ambala is angered that he has called out to Haran many times and Haran has not responded to him. He starts throwing punches in his face. Haran is barely on his feet, covering his face with his hands as the Ambal prepares to strike again. With an animal grin, the Amban brings his heavy fist over Haran's head and delivers another series of blows to Haran's head, who tries to cover it with his hands. Suddenly, the enraged Amban is stopped by Ben Hong, who has been watching from the sidelines all this time. He tries to calm his gang member down, telling him that he's already gone too far. When the Ambal retreats, he squats down next to Haran to assess his condition after the blows. But Haran doesn't really care about his abrasions and facial wounds. He's worried that he's too late. Meanwhile, Ben-hoon tells Haran that he's disappointed that he waved at him and he ran away. Suddenly, Ben-hoon's face suddenly changes. There is no longer an ounce of sympathy on him. A bestial grin appears. Ben-hoon also delivers a blow to the head, which makes Haran's eyes darken. But the hooligans are bored of mocking their victim, and they move away, leaving Haran lying on the ground. Haran only has the strength to crawl to the brick wall of the house to lean against it. He tries to gather his thoughts as he hears the distant voices and sneers of the bullies. After raising his hand and glancing at his wristwatch, Haran realizes that he is very late. Realizing this, Haran jumps up sharply, forgetting the pain, and runs home, trying to get there in time. Stepping into the apartment and slamming the door behind him, Haran hurriedly takes off his sneakers. Throwing his backpack on the chair, Haran heads for the TV that stands against the far wall in the living room. With a hand trembling in pain, Haran reaches over to the coffee table where the goggles and virtual reality controller lie. With a sense of complete confidence, Haran puts the virtual reality goggles on his face. Then, just as confidently, Haran picks up the virtual reality controller. Fully equipped, completely oblivious to his pain from the bruises inflicted by the bullies, Haran is ready to immerse himself in the virtual world. And in a few seconds, Haran transforms into his virtual game character. Now he is no longer a frail schoolboy who can be beaten up by bullies in a dark alley. He is a young and brave swordsman. At the permanent meeting place, at the foot of a high mountain in ancient ruins, Haran is already waiting for his loyal allies. One of the allies, a big man with a necklace in the form of several huge beads, stared intently at the young swordsman. Waving his 3 arms, the big man began to berate the young swordsman for being away for so long. Suddenly, a red-haired beauty intervened in the conversation. She confessed that she was in the game for the first time and didn't know what to do. Full of confidence, the young swordsman slung his sword on his shoulder and urged the beauty not to worry about anything. His plan was to finish everything in an hour. All 4 of the young swordsman's faithful allies amicably supported this idea. And the whole company of daredevils appeared before the Elphis to receive a new task. Having received the task, the young swordsman and his 4 allies set off on a long journey. Determination is evident in the young swordsman's eyes. Mentally, he is setting himself up for victory. Suddenly, the hero's thoughts are interrupted by a red-haired beauty, for whom this is the very first trip. She points to a dark gorge from which the company looks at the ominously burning eyes. But the big man reassures her, urging her to trust Haran. The travelers walk through the gorge. The path is narrow, and if they stumble, they could fall off the cliff. Suddenly, there is a rockfall, but it does not stop the brave men. Next, the travelers have to pass a narrow parapet, from which they come upon sharp thorns surrounded by poisonous liquid. After passing all the obstacles, the travelers reach their destination. A young swordsman stops the whole company. The young swordsman, Haran, as the leader of his team, is the first to step forward. When the team finds themselves in the cave, the red-haired beauty begins to rejoice that everything went safely. They did not meet a single gang on the way. However, a 3-armed big man with a necklace around his neck hastens to warn the newcomer that this is just the beginning. With a satisfied look on his face, anticipating the battle, he says that the most interesting part starts now. No sooner does he say this than an enemy army of demons suddenly appears. It is led by the bloodthirsty Trigon. The young swordsman is the first to engage the demon, who has already swung his axe at him. The eyes of the young swordsman, who in ordinary life is just a schoolboy named Haran, are burning. With all the power he possesses, Haran strikes the demon with his sword. The young swordsman is victorious in this battle. He is pleased with himself. In virtual reality, he is known and respected by everyone. Following the example of his leader, the rest of the team joins the fight. The deadly battle begins. All of Haran's allies have activated their magical abilities to defeat the demon army. Finally, the battle is over. The young swordsman and his allies are victorious, and the reward is treasure. The red-haired beauty is overjoyed, for this was her first assignment, which she managed thanks to Haran. Haran is honored by the words of gratitude and at the same time embarrassed. He tells his new friend that it is a credit to all the team members. Just then, the young swordsman is interrupted with a serious face by a large man with a necklace. He, his equally large but more silent companion, and the short and full Asian man think that the victory is Haran's due. Haran is very pleased to hear this and smiles, realizing that he is truly appreciated here. The young swordsman sincerely thanks his comrades for their praise and help in the battle. The task has been successfully completed. Haran's team is victorious. All of its members have their own things to do in real life, and therefore, everyone is going to leave. At the end, the big guy with the necklace asks Haran not to be late tomorrow because another task awaits them. After that, the big man, following the example of his comrades, also leaves the game. The young swordsman Haran bids farewell to his comrades with whom he has just won a fight. Everyone leaves the game, and the young swordsman is left alone with his thoughts. He exhales deeply, satisfied that everything ended safely and they had won. Not without a share of sadness, Haran thought it was time for him to return to real life as well. Haran was about to leave the game when suddenly some extraneous sounds caught his attention. The young swordsman looks up and sees a demon appearing in front of him. The young swordsman was surprised to see this monster. He had never seen such a demon in the game before. Besides, the mission was completed. Where did it come from? The young swordsman realizes that the appearance of a mysterious guest does not bode well. The demon makes intimidating noises, and the young swordsman realizes that it is preparing to attack. The demon comes so close that Haran can feel its stinking breath on him. The demon stares with its sinister gaze directly at Haran. Its eyes burn with a red light. The young swordsman decides to defeat the monster alone and brings his sword over it. Suddenly, Haran realizes that he cannot deliver a crushing blow. His hands are not obeying. The young swordsman tries his best to control his body, but it is as if it does not belong to him. Haran realizes that he can no longer control his character. After a few seconds, Haran realizes that his character, the young swordsman, is disappearing. After a few more seconds, the young swordsman simply vanishes into thin air. However, the young swordsman's story does not end there. Haran realizes that he finds himself in an unfamiliar place. Suddenly, Haran realizes that he begins to choke because he's in the water. He rushes to the surface. He succeeds and greedily gulps in air, trying to catch his breath. With his breathing back to normal, Haran opens his eyes. He is surprised by what he sees. He is in a river, and in front of him is a waterfall, behind which is a huge statue of an Asian deity. Looking at this statue, Haran tries to remember if this place was in the game. Next, he looks around, trying to find something familiar that will allow him to remember this location. Suddenly, out of the blue, Haran sees his reflection in the water. What he sees startles him. Haran realizes that he does not have his equipment, without which he is defenseless against the demons. Haran touches his shoulders, not believing that he is wearing his cloak, believing that his reflection in the water is some kind of illusion. But Haran becomes convinced that it is all real. He doesn't have his cloak, his sword, or any of his other belongings. Haran clutches his head in bewilderment at what is happening. He has absolutely no idea what to do next. Haran thinks it's some kind of system failure or hacking. Otherwise, how can he explain what is happening? Suddenly, he remembers his allies. They will be waiting for him after all. He promised to be on time tomorrow. Haran grabs his head again, realizing that he screwed up with the demon and set his comrades up. The young swordsman's self-mobilization is interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps behind him. Haran comes to his senses upon hearing the extraneous sound. He realizes that he needs to be on guard now. Turning around, Haran sees a masked stranger in front of him. The young swordsman doesn't realize who is in front of him. A human or a monster? Haran realizes that without his equipment and sword, he simply cannot defeat the stranger. The stranger's eyes, which burn with an ominous color, show that he did not come with good intentions. Haran realizes that the best solution for him is to flee. He will not prevail in this fight. But he does not have time to realize his plan, as the stranger strikes a blow that sends Haran flying backwards. The young swordsman is furious, but he has no strength to resist the stranger. The enemy is not going to retreat. He brings his heavy hammer over Haran's head again. The enemy then uses his laser whip to strike Haran one after another. Haran clutches his head, trying to pull off his virtual reality goggles in real life. Suddenly, he realizes that he's not succeeding. He is stuck in virtual reality. He tries to exit the game again, not realizing what's going on, why nothing is coming out. At this time, the masked opponent prepares to deliver another blow with his whip. Haran clutches his head even tighter, hoping that this time he will be able to pull off the points. But all his attempts fail. Haran realizes and accepts that he will not succeed. Opening his eyes, the young swordsman sees that his opponent's whip is once again flying at him. It strikes the young swordsman right in the face, causing him to feel extreme pain. However, the opponent is not going to stop. He exposes his huge sword. But this time, Haran managed to dodge the sword. Otherwise, the blow would have been fatal. The young swordsman's mind is a mess. He tries to put the puzzle together, but he fails. Haran rises from his knees and looks suspiciously at his opponent. Haran realizes that while the stranger is idle, he must run to save himself. But no sooner does he take a few steps than his opponent strikes him again with his whip. Haran is in terrible pain, and scarlet blood flows from the hand where the whip struck him. Finally, Haran realizes that before he was in this location, there was another monster in front of him. Other thoughts begin to pop into his head, and then something seems to manifest in his mind. Haran realizes that he is now in a virtual reality in which he cannot experience physical pain. It's just a game, nothing more. He has never experienced pain in it. It's just not possible. Haran continues to stand with his back to his opponent, completely oblivious to him. More thoughts begin to appear in the young swordsman's mind, which throw him into shock. He stares at the statue of the Asian god, as if searching for answers in his eyes. Meanwhile, behind the young swordsman's back, he hears the sound of footsteps of not one person, but several at once. Haran pays no attention to them and continues to stand back, trying to build a logical chain in his head. Finally, the puzzle in Haran's head comes together, and he realizes that what is happening is real. However, Haran cannot believe it because he's absolutely sure that he was playing a game. Haran is in despair. His arm hurts treacherously. He does not notice how the opponent behind him swung his sword at him. Suddenly, the young swordsman comes to his senses and turns back sharply, sensing something wrong. Immediately, the masked opponent strikes him with a crushing blow, which Haran flies away from. Haran remains on his feet, but the stranger swings his sword at him again. The other stranger is watching everything that is happening. Suddenly, Haran hears the one telling his opponent not to let him escape. The young swordsman is very surprised that his opponents are talking to each other. Then one of the strangers starts uttering various insults at Haran. Hearing this, the young swordsman realizes that the monsters in front of him are not monsters at all, as he had originally assumed. Haran starts screaming, trying to stop his opponents. He realizes that the people in front of him are humans. Suddenly, the boy stumbles over a small rock under his feet. The young swordsman cries out sharply as he realizes he is losing his balance and begins to fall. As he falls, Haran lands on his back, hitting the ground hard with a loud thud. Haran lies on the ground completely defenseless, while his opponents lean over him, wanting to ruin him. Two well-sharpened swords crossed on the neck of Haran lying on the ground. But suddenly another masked man and his companion, a girl with turquoise hair, appeared. The man stopped Haran's opponents. The young swordsman is surprised that there is a girl in the company of strangers. Besides, she is the only one besides himself who didn't hide her face behind a mask. The stranger who appeared at the most opportune moment was the leader of this gang. He stopped the rest of the men and ordered Haran to be lifted up. The entire gang of strangers immediately obeyed him and ordered Haran to stand up, which he hurriedly did. The stranger with turquoise hair turned to Haran, asking him who he was. Seeing the stranger's face closer, Haran was surprised. She reminded him a lot of someone. Here, Haran's musings were interrupted by one of the gang members ordering him to answer. Haran is visibly nervous. He doesn't know how to explain to these people what happened to him. Haran doesn't have time to begin his story, because unidentifiable bodies of either birds or some imaginary creatures start falling from the sky. One of them falls right at the feet of the young swordsman. The spray from it flies in different directions. Taking a closer look at what is falling from the sky, Haran realizes that it is not birds, but some incomprehensible creatures. Haran stares in horror at what is happening, not realizing what is going on around him. Suddenly, loud, heavy footsteps are heard from behind. Someone is approaching the company. From behind Haran and his erstwhile adversaries appears a huge ambo with burning, demonic eyes. A stranger with turquoise eyes stares at him point blank, clearly knowing who it is. One of the gang members, trying to get everyone else's attention, yells that they are being ambushed. Ambal pulls out his axe and stands up to face the masked men. He is noticeably larger than them, so numerical superiority may not help. The masked men begin to attack their huge opponents, striking with their swords one by one. However, the enemy clearly has no intention of retreating. He brings a huge axe over their heads. The savage, that's what the masked men call their opponent, delivers a decisive blow to one of them. Haran is watching. He is not used to seeing such a thing. A few drops of blood even lands on the face of Haran's young swordsman. Haran's heart is racing. From what he sees, he is in a state of shock. The guy realizes that a man has just died in front of him, and this is not a game. Meanwhile, the fight continues. The savage has slew almost all his opponents, and their breathless bodies now lie on the ground. The thought flashes through Haran's mind again that everything that is happening is not a game, but reality. The last masked member of the gang appeared before the savage, about to strike. The masked man is furious, for just now the savage has destroyed his comrades before his eyes. He runs at the ambo, about to deliver a crushing blow with his sharp sword. But his blow is repulsed, and the body of the masked man falls at Haran's feet. The masked man does not breathe. He suffers the same fate as the rest of his comrades. Haran's eyes are filled with horror. The young swordsman realizes that he could be next. Only he and the turquoise-haired stranger are left in the savage's path, and she has no intention of backing down. The savage brings his axe over the girl's head, but she does not run but looks directly at her opponent, who is several times larger than her. Haran's eyes, on the other hand, are full of terror. So many people have already been killed in front of him, albeit those who recently attacked the young swordsman himself. Meanwhile, the savage lands several blows on the turquoise-haired stranger. From such powerful blows, the girl flies back and falls to the ground, but she is still alive. With her last strength, the stranger tries to get up, but she is not very good at it. She is badly wounded. Nevertheless, she sticks her sword into the ground, leaning on it, continues to try to get up. Haran comes to his senses. He realizes that the stranger with turquoise hair is a real person. If she is not helped, she will die for real. The savage keeps stepping on the girl and so can't get up off the ground. Haran realizes that something must be done, but he doesn't even have a weapon. Haran realizes that if he gets into a fight, he will die, and he doesn't want that. Suddenly, someone grabs Haran, who already wanted to run away, by the arm. It is one of Princess Yuta's masked men, badly wounded but still alive. He asks that Haran save the turquoise-haired girl from being killed. He says that the young swordsman just has to do it. After uttering the phrase, the masked man's head falls to the ground and passes away. Haran is breathing heavily. He is scared because the guy realizes that here he is a real person, not a character in the game. Meanwhile, the girl with turquoise hair still managed to get up and continued the fight from the last strength. Haran tries to overcome his fear. In his heart, he realizes that he should help. Haran closes his eyes, fighting the doubts swirling around in his head. Suddenly, a task window appears in front of Haran, like a computer game he played a while back. The mission appears in the window, stating that he must protect Princess Yuta. And then Haran realizes who the stranger with turquoise hair reminds him of. It's Yuta, the same elf who gave him the mission at the beginning of the game. Haran is surprised, as he was sure he was in reality now. So why is a virtual character here? Haran hears a new audio notification. New information appears in the mission window. It states that failure of the mission will result in death, which scares Haran. Haran drops to his knees on the ground, dumbfounded by such news. He was not prepared for such a thing. The boy wonders what he should do after all. Meanwhile, the fight continues, and it's not Princess Yuta who wins the fight. The savage strikes her with powerful blows, one after another. After another blow, Princess Yuta falls to the ground again. She has almost no strength left, but her eyes are full of rage. She doesn't want to end up like this. Not like this. Not at the hands of the savage. The savage approaches Princess Yuta lying on the ground. The girl is unable to get up. The savage looms over her. His eyes burn with red flames. His plan is to take the princess's life. Yuta realizes she can't resist him. Just a little more and her end will come. The savage brings his sword over Yuta's head, but Haran appears and deflects the blow with his sword, which he took from one of the dead. Princess Yuta is surprised. She didn't expect anyone to help her, especially a stranger. Meanwhile, Haran tries his best to confront the savage. He says he will detain him and orders Yuta to flee. The savage's angry eyes burn. He smirks as he is pleased with his new victim. The young swordsman can no longer hold back the savage's onslaught. He tries his best. But Haran's strength is running out. The savage reflects the sword of the hero, after which he flies back a few meters. Meanwhile, the savage is not going to retreat. He is ready to deliver a decisive blow. However, the young swordsman still stands on his feet and holds his sword firmly in his hands. After another strong blow from the savage, Haran flies back again. This time he fails to stay on his feet and falls to the ground with his back to the ground, still holding his sword. The young swordsman realizes that he must get up as quickly as possible, as the enemy is closing in. The savage raises his heavy axe and strikes the young swordsman with it. Haran flies back a few meters again. The blows follow one after another. The young swordsman sits on all fours on the ground and tries to catch his breath, unable to get up. Haran watches his opponent carefully, sitting on the ground. He ponders what he should do next. Meanwhile, his formidable opponent approaches again, swinging at him with his powerful arm, more like a sledgehammer. The young swordsman looks straight into his opponent's eyes. He is not going to die today. It's as if Haran has gotten a second wind. He deftly bounces back to avoid the savage's blow. Suddenly, the young swordsman has a vague memory in his mind. Haran recalls what the savage's tactics were. First, he managed to repel a powerful attack. Then the enemy used a horizontal long-range attack. Then the enemy took a short break to catch his breath and recover. After a short break, having regained his strength, the savage struck hard again. In the young swordsman's mind, a logical chain is forming. He realizes what is happening. He compares the facts and realizes that this attack tactic is identical to what the demon Trigon had in the game. Haran remembers how cleverly he was able to score victories when he was a swordsman in virtual reality. Haran realizes that he has a good chance of winning. He can see through his opponent's attacks. The young swordsman raises his sword and delivers a powerful blow to his opponent. In doing so, the young swordsman realizes that he can block all of the savage's blows. The opponent advances. Haran blocks all his blows and thinks of ways to take him away. Haran remembers that he completely forgot about Princess Yuta during the fight. He averts his gaze in her direction. Looking in the direction where Princess Yuta last lay, Haran sees that she continues to be in the same spot. The girl did not run away. Taking advantage of Haran's distraction, the enemy brings his axe above him. The young swordsman is immediately distracted from his thoughts as he sees the enemy attacking him. At the last moment, Haran manages to deflect his opponent's blow by raising his sword above his head. The young swordsman tries to throw back the opponent's axe with his sword, but he lacks strength. The opponent is several times Haran's size and stronger. The young swordsman holds on with all his might. The savage's eyes burn with a fierce red light. He is sure that he will definitely win now. The enemy's pressure is so strong that Haran can't resist. His feet literally drive off the ground. The young swordsman is filled with rage, but he realizes he can't hold out much longer. The enemy smirks, realizing that the young swordsman doesn't stand a chance against him. Suddenly, the savage's face changes dramatically. Blood begins to flow from his mouth. The savage abruptly lowers his head and looks at his body. A sharp blade is pierced through him from the back. The young swordsman's opponent starts coughing up blood. He is short of breath. It turned out that Princess Yuta crept up to the savage from behind and pierced him with her sharp sword. Meanwhile, a tall warrior with a good physique is watching from the side. Princess Yuta is wounded, but the rage of losing her comrade has given her strength. The young swordsman looks at his savior. If it wasn't for her, he would be dead like all the masked men. The young swordsman exhales in relief, realizing that it is finally over. Haran releases his sword from his hands, unable to hold it any longer. He has spent the last of his strength on this fight. The young swordsman's sword falls with a loud clang to the ground next to the savage's body. The defeated opponent does not give any signs of life. He does not seem to be breathing. Suddenly, after a few seconds, his huge sledgehammer-like fist strikes the ground with all its force. The savage opens his eyes abruptly. They burn with a fierce red light. It appears that he's not dead at all. Haran notices that his opponent has regained consciousness. He is stunned as he was certain of his defeat. Before the young swordsman realizes it, the savage rises sharply to his feet and strikes at Haran. From a blow of such force, the young swordsman flies back several meters and falls to the ground. Although the savage continues to bleed from his mouth, he seems to be full of strength again. The savage swings his huge fist at Princess Yuta. The girl didn't expect this turn of events either. In another second, the savage strikes her. She flies away and finds herself lying on the ground like Haran and her dead men. From a blow of such force, Princess Yuta loses consciousness and remains lying on the ground. Haran is also wounded. He is half lying on the ground, his hand holding his head as it splits terribly. The savage approaches the young swordsman's sword to pick up the weapon from the ground. Haran is furious. But to get up from the ground to prevent his opponent from arming himself, he has no strength. And so the huge savage, wounded and angry, looms over Princess Yuta, who continues to be unconscious. The young swordsman realizes that he must, by all means, rise to his feet to protect the princess. Haran fails to get up off the ground. Suddenly, he notices someone rushing past him at a rapid speed. The young swordsman sees someone's feet in front of him. He realizes that whoever is rushing past him is armed. In another second, the stranger is behind the savage's back and draws his sword over his head. The savage realizes too late that someone is attacking him from behind. He has no time to do anything about it. The stranger actively attacks the savage, striking him with his sword one after another. After this attack, the savage has no more chances. He finds himself lying on the ground next to Yuta. The young swordsman is surprised by such an unexpected appearance of the stranger, who saved the princess literally at the last moment. On the battlefield, the stranger slides his sword into its scabbard and takes a few seconds to catch his breath. The stranger turns out to be a young boy. He looks fearfully at Princess Yuta. After a few seconds, he finds himself next to the girl and carefully tries to lift her head. The stranger lifts the princess up. Haran hears the stranger asking Yuta to wake up, saying that she cannot die. Much to the relief of both the stranger and Haran, the princess regains consciousness and opens her eyes. Haran hears the stranger ask Princess Yuta if she's okay. Suddenly, Haran hears a sound he knows well. It's a notification coming in, just like in the game. Haran sees a message saying that he has completed the quest, but he has a new quest ahead of him. He must continue to protect the princess. Haran looks at his hands, trying to figure out if he is a real person or a character. He's sure this fight wasn't a game, but then where did the notice come from? Haran is distracted from his musings because someone calls out to him from behind. It's Princess Yuta. She asks him the same question she asked when they met. Who is he and what is his name? Princess Haran's piercing gaze makes him uncomfortable. Stammering, he says his name. Yuta tells Haran that she owes him a debt, and she's the one who always pays her debts. The girl urges him to follow her for the reward. Haran goes over the princess's words in his head and remembers that the assignment said to follow the princess. It seems that the stranger who just saved them is not happy with this suggestion from Yuta. He tells her that they don't know Haran at all. However, the princess orders that Haran be let closer, citing that if he wanted to do harm, he would have done so already. The stranger adopted a disgruntled pose, making the young swordsman feel uncomfortable. Princess Yuta headed towards her fallen men. She wants to see them off on their final journey properly. The young man who saved Yuta and Haran from being killed supports the princess's decision with a sad face and says that he will find a suitable place. A quiet place under a tree that had been damaged by a lightning strike was chosen. Haran, Yuta, and her man salute the fallen warriors. Princess Yuta begins tapping the tip of her sword on the ground. Haran realizes that this is a ritual of her people. The princess then stabs her sword into the ground and lowers her head. Her eyes are full of pain. Princess Yuta begins her speech to honor the warriors. She thanks the warriors for when her father was put to death. They defended her to the end. Next, a stranger begins his speech to honor the dead. He says that the warriors were the royal guard and deserved their honor. Princess Yuta is very hurt by his words. She repeats the word honor and goes on to say that it is cruel. Yuta doesn't understand why the world is so unfair. Those who betrayed her live in luxury, and those who kept their honor to the end now lie in the ground. The princess's loyal ally who saved her does not know what to add, so he decides to honor the warriors with silence. Haran also wants to say a few words in memory of the warriors, but he doesn't know what to say. The young swordsman didn't know them. Therefore, he too remains silent. After a moment of silence, the princess hurries away and calls her travelers to follow her. Her man follows her, and Haran stands still for a few more seconds. He listens to the sounds around him. Night has fallen. There is silence all around. Only the rustling of leaves and the chirping of crickets can be heard. A wave of sadness comes over Haran, for he has just seen several people die. Somewhere in the night sky, there is the sound of an eagle searching the ground for its prey. Haran and his companions do not suspect that they are not alone in the forest. A few kilometers away, two men are hiding under the trees. One of them is wearing a kasa, the Japanese national headdress. The man is dozing. A third man appears. He's hanging head down on a branch. Calling the Japanese Goryon, he reports that he sees neither the princess nor the savage. A big man enters the conversation, nibbling on the ribs of a spit-roasted game. He growls that the savage has betrayed them. The Goron wakes up. He says the savage didn't betray them. He realizes something is amiss. The man hanging on the branch looks at Goryon in surprise. He doesn't understand how he can trust the savages. Goryon raises his head so that his eyes become visible from under his hat. He says that the princess probably escaped all the traps. The big man growls again. He says he will catch the princess. His drool is flowing with rage. The man on the branch, turning to the big man, suggests that he go after the princess right now. However, the Goron interrupts him. Smiling wryly, he says that there is no need for that. Morning has come. Haran and his companions are still walking to their terminus. And then Princess Yuta's man takes the last step and stops as they have arrived. Princess Yuta and her companions are standing on a hill overlooking the city. Haran stares intently at the scene stretching out before him. His hair flutters in the wind. Meanwhile, the city is bustling with life. Its elderly governor, Manhwa, stands in the middle of the room with a paintbrush in his hands, thinking about something. The governor does not yet know that a servant is hurrying up the stairs to report urgent news to him. Manhwa sits down at his desk and begins to write something with a brush on a blank sheet of paper. There is a loud knock on his room. The governor took his eyes off the letter and ordered him to enter. The servant literally flew into the room, surprising Governor Manhwa with this behavior. The servant hurriedly tells him, literally shouting that Princess Yuta has returned. On the face of Manhwa and his second servant, who had been in the room all this time, one can read great surprise. The governor and servants rush to the main gate to meet Princess Yuta. Meanwhile, Princess Yuta and her companions are waiting at the main gate. Strata does not let them in as he does not know who they are. A governor approaches the main gate. He has approached Yuta. Manhwa is a stout and tall old man. Against his background, the princess looks miniature. Princess Yuta threw the hood of her cloak over her head so as not to attract attention. She looks at the elder carefully. Governor Mawan, too, scrutinizes the girl's face, not believing that it is really Yuta in front of him. But then he finds familiar features in her face, and his eyes fill with tears. He hugs the princess tightly. Mawan is glad she is alive and okay. Tears of joy flow from Governor Mawan's eyes. He can no longer contain his emotions. He hugs Yuta even tighter, calling her mistress, and tells her that it has been a long time since they last met. The princess is happy to see him too. The elder is completely emotional. Still hugging Yuta, he falls to his knees. The people of the town crowded around him. After a while, Yuta and her companions find themselves in the governor's house. He treats them to hot soup. Yuta, her man, Haran, and Mawan sit at a large table. The governor apologizes for the modest table, but Yuta is not bothered by this. She eats the soup happily and says she hasn't seen a proper meal in a long time. Governor Mawan is pleased that he was able to please her. He says it's been 10 years since they last met and admits that he recognizes Yuta. The princess looks at Governor Mawan with a gentle smile and jokes that he has gone bald since they last met. Governor Mawan scratches the back of his head and laughs at the top of his voice, saying he can't help it as he ages. Still smiling the same way, Princess Yuta asks the elder if she is overreacting. Governor Mawan continues to laugh. The elder is in great spirits. He replies that everything is fine. The governor stops laughing and turns to Haran and his companion with a serious look. Mawan realizes that they were the ones who protected Yuta on the journey. Haran's companion introduces himself to the elder. It turns out he is a general of the royal guard. Governor Mavan then turns to Havan. He asks him who he is. Haran begins to stammer in the conversation. Princess Yuta comes to the rescue, saying that Haran saved her on her journey and asks the old man to reward him. The governor's eyes become round. He thinks about how he would reward the guy. The governor gets up from his chair and rests his palm on the young swordsman's chair. Old man Mawan then brings his face close to Haran's and looks into his eyes with gratitude. However, Haran becomes uncomfortable with this closeness. He becomes visibly nervous. The old man Mavan, however, is good-natured towards him. He smiles kindly, believing him to be a simple young man. Haran realizes that in this reality, no one knows who he is. Here he is really a simple young man, not a brave swordsman. Governor Mawan continues to smile, and Haran calms down a bit. Finally, the old man moves away from Haran and says that he must be tired after the hard journey. The old man sits down in his seat. One can see that he too is tired. Turning to Haran, he asks him to get a good rest. Princess Yuta smilingly looks at Haran and Mawan. She is grateful to the elder. The governor instructs his servant to escort the princess and her companions to their rooms. Night has fallen. Silence reigns in the city. All its inhabitants are sound asleep. Meanwhile, the young swordsman is in his room lying on his bed in the clothes he came in. He didn't have the strength to undress. Haran's eyes are open and he stares at the ceiling, a flood of thoughts keeping him awake. He remembers Trigon and the savage and Yuta and the masked man who asked him to save her. Suddenly, a window pops up with a new mission to rescue the princess. Haran is surprised. He still doesn't understand what's going on. He seems to be in reality, but the task comes as in a game. He desperately tries to get out of the quest, but windows appear in front of him that the quest is in progress. Haran realizes, in order for him to return home, he must complete all the quests, and to do so, he must follow the princess. The young swordsman sighs sadly and closes his eyes in an attempt to sleep. However, he does not succeed. He abruptly opens his eyes upon hearing another sound notification. Opening his eyes, he sees a new window with a task. It says that he must save Yuta from a surprise attack by assassins. The young swordsman sits up abruptly on his bed. In such an agitated state, he will definitely not be able to sleep. In his head, he scrolls through the information about the new assignment. It says that the assassin's attack will be unexpected. Haran realizes that it could happen at any moment. The hero leaves his room, looking around carefully. Haran looks around the corridor carefully, trying to find something to help him in his attack. In the corner, he sees a sharpened axe and dagger. This is just what the young swordsman needs. Haran picks up the weapons and looks them over carefully, trying to figure out how to use them. After all, he had only held a sword in his hands before. Sleep has completely receded from the young swordsman. He is focused and thinking about the upcoming attack. In the hallway near the door to Governor Mawan's room, a guard consisting of 2 armed men stands guard. Governor Mawan is awake as well. He sits at his desk with candles lit. The elder Mawan has a tired and saddened look, which is strange. After all, he had recently been so happy about Yuta's return. The room is completely silent. You can even hear the candle melting under the influence of the flame. Suddenly, the burning candle is extinguished as a draft appears in Governor Mawan's room. It has appeared because the window to the room has opened, and a silhouette of Goryun has emerged. Turning to Mawan, he says that it was his house that Yuta came to, which means she trusts him. Goryun is glad, as it makes his task easier. Governor Mawan is not surprised by his behavior. The elder raises his eyes to Goryun and tells him that he only cooperates with a certain Jod. Goryun puts his head down and agrees with Mawan, but he has one last thing to tell the governor. He tells him that he saw a fallen savage, one of his men, adds that he wasn't bad, and he heaps threats on his killer. Old man Mawan tells Goryun that he need not worry about the commander of the royal army, as he has alienated him from the princess. Goryun, moving from one corner of the room to the other, replies with feigned courtesy that the governor shouldn't have bothered so much. Goryun is about to leave when suddenly he hears old Mawan calling him. The governor literally shouts that he has captured the princess as promised. Now Goryun is obliged to free his grandson. The old man's eyes round when he hears not at all what he was hoping for. Goryun replies that he has no intention of freeing his grandson. That's what the master asked him to tell the old man. Humming a cheerful song to himself, Goryun leaves the governor's room. At last, the villain chuckles at the top of his voice. He takes pleasure in making Mawan suffer. Old Mawan is left alone in his room. He is consumed by guilt and despair. In her room, Yuta wakes up to someone calling her and trying to wake her up. When she opens her eyes, she sees her father in front of her, who is literally glowing. Yuta doesn't notice that he has no eyes on his face. The surprised princess immediately wakes up and sits up on her bed. After a few seconds, she throws herself into his arms, unable to contain her genuine joy. The princess hugs her father, a tall, gray-haired man in light-colored robes, tightly. She tells him that she knew he was alive. Her father strokes Yuta's head as if he doesn't know what she's talking about. He thinks she's having a nightmare. Yuta sobs, hugging him even tighter, unable to believe what is happening. The man remains silent. In an instant, it's as if he's petrified, but Yuta can feel his breath on the top of her head. When Yuta begins to find his silence suspicious, he pats her lightly on the back. But suddenly, Yuta's father takes on the appearance of a dead man. She opens her eyes abruptly. Startled, she doesn't realize what's happening. After a few seconds, she realizes that she is lying in her bed with a figure looming over her, swinging a dagger at her. The assassin doesn't have time to finish what he started, however, because Haran appears and strikes at him. And now the assassin is already lying a few meters away from Princess Yuta's bed. Haran's eyes are full of rage. It seems that he is waiting for a new battle in which he is ready to defend Yuta to the end. Princess Yuta sits on her bed and looks at what is happening with both a surprised and frightened look. However, Princess Yuta's failed assassin is not dead. He's back on his feet. It turns out to be one of Goryun's associates, the same one who was hanging on a branch in the forest and spying. The young swordsman is completely focused on his opponent. He holds his dagger at the ready. The failed assassin snickers. He calls Haran a servant, says he has courage but no intelligence. Suddenly, the enemy's gaze changes. He becomes more serious and asks Haran if he can do anything in the dark. Haran is angry. He doesn't understand what his opponent means, so he keeps his ear to the ground. The young swordsman tries to keep his guard up for good reason. A few more seconds and his opponent attacks him. Haran manages to dodge, his opponent noting that he is not as slow as he thought, but then adds that fools can't be slow. But while his opponent is chattering and throwing insults around, Haran delivers a fist strike that hits the assassin on the bridge of his nose. From such a blow, Haran's opponent is unable to stand on his feet. He falls down and loses consciousness. Only when he sees that his opponent is already unconscious does he lower his weapon and catch his breath. Princess Yuta looks at Haran with a serious look. She asks him what is going on. The young swordsman does not answer. Instead, he asks the princess if she's all right. The princess doesn't have time to answer him because the room is illuminated by a flash of bright light. Haran realizes that this is not the end of the story. He will continue to have to protect the girl. Princess Yuta still doesn't understand anything. She just stares at that flash of light. From the flash of light, a dark figure wearing a Japanese national headdress appears. Standing in front of the princess and Haran is Goryun. He has a snide smile on his face. Goryun's weapon is slung on his shoulder. He doesn't seem like he's going to attack at all. The princess sitting on the bed is furious. In a commanding tone, she asks the stranger who he is. Goryun replies that they have finally met after all. Remarks that the princess is strong and escapes. A bestial grin appears on Goryun's lips. Yuta realizes that he is about to attack. Another second and Goryun attacks the unarmed princess, but his punch is blocked by Haran. Goryun doesn't seem to have expected this. He sighs in annoyance, but you can tell by the look on his face that he doesn't see Haran as a worthy opponent. However, the young swordsman has no intention of giving up. He will defend Yuta to the last. Suddenly, Goryun intercepts his weapon with his other hand, making a deft move. The young swordsman did not expect this, and therefore did not prepare for such an action of the opponent. This played a cruel trick on him. Goryon abruptly retracts his weapon and strikes with his foot. The young swordsman flies back a few meters and falls with his back on the floor. Haran is angry with himself for not understanding his opponent's fighting tactics. He first distracted him with his arm and then attacked him with a kick. From behind, Princess Yuta flies at Goryon with a naked sword, but Goryon is amused. Goryon turns around, lightning fast, and blocks her blow. The girl ends up lying on the floor. Goryon looks at the princess with a gloating smile, believing that she is completely powerless against him. Goryon is right. The princess is on the floor, and near her face is a sword blade, which at any moment can deliver a fatal blow. The young swordsman is quite a distance away from them. The thought flashes through his mind that things could end sadly. The young swordsman cannot let the princess die. He tries to jump to his feet, but Goryon is faster. Suddenly he is next to him and kicks Haran in the face. The young swordsman flies backwards before he can get to his feet. Goryon is still smiling evilly. Haran's back hits the floor with a great thud, but even as he falls, he lets go of his dagger. After the fall and the hard blow, Haran manages to squat up quickly, but he is dizzy. Goryon approaches him. However, his opponent does not attack. Instead, he points to his shaking hands. Haran looks at his opponent with anger, and he explains that his hands are shaking because he is excited about the impending murder of the princess. Goryon looks directly into Haran's eyes and smiles, asking him to stay out of his way. Goryon turns away and heads towards the princess, who is lying nearby on the floor. The young swordsman gathers his strength to strike his opponent. After a few seconds, he manages to jump to his feet and attack his enemy. Goryon begins to hurl insults at the young swordsman, but he smiles as he does so. Goryon wants to strike at him with his weapon, but Haran turns and runs away with lightning speed. The smile disappears from Goryon's face as he realizes what the young swordsman is up to. Haran rushes towards Princess Yuta, who has woken up and was able to sit up but not get to her feet. Princess Yuta looks at Haran in surprise, trying to figure out what he is up to. After a split second, Haran flies over to her and wraps his arms around her. The young swordsman takes a confident step forward, even though he was still on his feet a short while ago. A second later, Haran and Princess Yuta are at the window and jump out of it. Princess Yuta wasn't scared because she didn't even have time to realize anything. The young swordsman flies down. A strong stream of wind hits him in the face so that it becomes difficult to breathe. Goryon flies over to the window as well, leaning against the frame looking down as Haran and Yuta plunge into the water. You can tell by Goryon's look of annoyance. He tries to call out to the couple, but Haran and Yuta are nowhere to be seen. Goryon waits a few more minutes, expecting that the princess and her protector are about to surface. A dark night looms over the city. Goryon realizes that it is pointless to wait and leaves. The action takes place in the governor's room. He is surprised by the news he has just received. The servant repeats the news to Governor Mawan again. He says that Princess Yuta managed to escape the assassin attack and escaped. Old man Mawan is annoyed. He clutches his head, lamenting that he gave such a good opportunity, and Goryon blew it. Now the princess has escaped and is likely to go to a land with many of her allies, which meant the life of Mavan's grandson would be in danger. The governor's forehead is covered with sweat. He is frightened and doesn't know what he should do next. Governor Mavan opens his eyes. His eyes are tired because he has had so many sleepless nights. Governor Mawan rises abruptly from his chair and calls his servant to him. The old man is angry and annoyed. He has decided that they will track down the princess and says to warn every soldier about it. The pond that Haran and Yuta fell into is connected to a canal at the other end of the city. The water in the canal is standing water, but suddenly, all of a sudden, circles and bubbles appear on the water surface. Haran surfaces, greedily gulping air after being underwater for so long. He puffs, trying to gather his thoughts. His head is not thinking clearly after the oxygen deprivation. Haran finally regains consciousness and starts looking around for the princess. He is startled to see that the princess is nowhere to be found, but then he notices an object a few meters away from him. As he looks closer, he realizes that it is Princess Yuta, who has surfaced on the surface of the water, but she shows no signs of life. The young swordsman immediately rushes to her, fearing that the worst may happen. Swimming up, Haran wraps his arms around Princess Yuta and tries to see if she is alive. Feeling her heartbeat, Haran exhales with relief. The princess is alive, just unconscious. Still holding Yuta above the water to keep her from drowning, he begins to look around for a place to rest. Haran finds a shed whose door is unlocked and takes the princess in there. He gently places Princess Yuta on a haystack. The girl still does not regain consciousness. The young swordsman sits down on the floor nearby and ponders what he should do next. Haran sighs heavily. It was indeed a difficult night that robbed him of his last strength. Suddenly he realizes that he has completed the task of saving the princess from the assassin's attack. He immediately opens the quest card to check. However, the quest is not completed. Haran doesn't realize why. What Haran doesn't realize is that the quest is not yet complete. Mavan's men are looking for the princess everywhere, so she is still in danger. The action shifts back to the governor's houses. Someone's hand is holding onto the door jamb. It is the commander of the royal guard, who is badly wounded, but continues to repel blows with his sword. Opposing him are several soldiers sent by Governor Maven to destroy the commander. The commander of the royal guard has already realized what the matter is. He realizes that Mawan has joined the enemies led by a certain Jod. One of Mavan's soldiers swings his sword at the commander, but he manages to grab Governor Mawan's soldier by the arm and parry his blow. Next, the commander of the royal guard strikes at him, from which the soldier flies away. A few more seconds and the deed is done. The commander impales his opponent with his sword. Looking at the remaining men with a menacing gaze, he says that he will give them a chance to leave with dignity. However, the soldiers are not ready to retreat either. They have orders which they follow. As the commander finishes with them, the soldiers lie dead on the floor. He hears a voice from the back. From the second floor of the house, someone jumps down with a deft and graceful movement. Goryun appears before the commander of the royal guard. From the conversation, it becomes clear that they already know each other. The commander is clearly not happy to see Goryun in front of him. He says that he should be in prison. Goryun, smiling evasively, as always, says that he was soon promoted. Apparently, the other traitors were able to keep him from suffering the fate of a prisoner. Goryun's already narrow eyes narrow even further. He says that with the princess dead, the warlord will be useless. The warlord is not going to wait any longer. He attacks Goryun, but Goryun deftly dodges. Meanwhile, Goryun does not miss the opportunity to hurt the warlord, saying that he is in vain loyal to the already dead king. This infuriates the commander of the royal guard, and he is furious that the enemy dares to even mention the fallen king. The commander is about to attack again, but Goryun is sure that he cannot defeat him. The action takes place in the barn in which Harana and Princess Yuta found shelter. The girl has regained consciousness. She is still very weak, but she has already been able to open her eyes. When Princess Yuta realizes she is in an unfamiliar place, she sits up abruptly, drawing Haran's attention. Haran looks at her carefully and doesn't understand what she was so scared of. The princess begins to question her companion about where she is. Haran doesn't know how to brief her about everything. He begins by saying that they were running from an assassin. At this, Princess Yuta interrupts him as memories come back to her. She recalls that they fell into the river. After that, Princess Yuta falls silent and sighs heavily. She has long had to fight for her life on a daily basis. However, Haran takes his downcast mood personally. He thinks he has let himself go too far. But instead of reproach, Haran hears praise for him. The princess says that what he did was very brave. The young man is surprised. Princess Yuta looks him straight in the eye with a gentle gaze and thanks him for saving her life again. The young swordsman clearly did not expect such words from the crowned lady. Before Haran can say anything to Yuta, she's already standing by the door and pulling it open by the round handle. Princess Yuta tells Haran that someone from the fortress must be looking for them, so they should go back. The young swordsman agrees with the princess. He too feels that this is the most appropriate decision right now. The young men go outside from their temporary shelter. It is still night outside. Princess Yuta goes first and Haran follows her. Finally, he dares to ask her a question. Haran asks the princess why she is being hunted if she is the heir to the throne. Princess Yuta stops abruptly after Haran asks her the question. The question didn't anger the girl. She decided to answer it. Yuta explained that a weak heiress will always be absorbed by someone stronger. In response, the princess asks her own question. She asks Haran if he ever lost something he loved very much, and adds that she herself has lost everything she loved. The young swordsman looks at the girl and doesn't know what to say to that. Meanwhile, Yuta continues. She says that she has realized something. To protect what she holds dear, she needs power. The young swordsman listens intently to his companion. He is ready to help her gain power. The princess finishes her speech and says it is time for them to return to the fortress. Haran agrees with her and looks up, trying to determine if they are under threat. He thinks he can see a figure on the wall, but he can't see anything in the darkness. Haran wants to leave, but his gut tells him to try to get a better look at the wall. Suddenly, the young swordsman sees a man tied to a wooden pole on the wall. Haran cries out sharply, realizing that he's not mistaken. There is indeed a tied man up there. Haran's shout catches Princess Yuta's attention, and she turns to look at him. The girl moves closer to her companion and looks up as well to see what's going on. Suddenly, Princess Yuta's face changes. She recognizes the man tied to the pole. It's Sun, the one who is the commander of the royal guard. Apparently, he lost the battle to Goryun. Sun's hands, body, and legs are tied to the pole. He's covered in blood. From afar, you can't tell if he's dead or just unconscious. Yuta doesn't understand what her comrade is doing on the wall of the fortress. In her head, she thinks that Mawan did it, but the girl doesn't believe it. Princess Yuta tries her best to justify Mawan in her head, but deep down, she understands everything. While Haran and Yuta are looking at the knotted Suna, someone sneaks up behind them. It is one of Governor Mawan's soldiers. He hurries to call out to the others upon seeing the princess. 3 warriors appear in front of Yuta and Haran. The commander gives the command, take the princess alive and send the swordsman to the other world. That's when Haran gets suspicious. Why were Maven's soldiers ordered to capture them? The princess has no more doubts. Governor Mawan has betrayed her as well. Princess Yuta stands literally in a daze at this discovery. Suddenly, someone grabs her wrist. It's her companion Haven. He says they need to run away immediately and pulls her by the arm towards the open door. Princess Yuta looks at him. Her eyes are filled with anger, resentment, and pain at the betrayal of a loved one she trusted. Meanwhile, Goryun appears on the roof. He stands beside Sun, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Surprisingly, there is no smile on his face this time. He stands with a serious look. Turning to his captive Sun, suddenly he starts discussing the weather. It turns out that the commander of the royal guard is still alive, but badly wounded. He asks Goryun to just send him to the other side and call it a day. Goryun's eyes narrow and a smile appears on his lips. He takes pleasure in tormenting his captive. Suddenly, someone's hurried footsteps are heard on the stairs that lead to the roof. A few seconds later, Governor Mawan appears before Goryun on the roof. Governor Mawan looks at him without a fraction of sympathy. You can see by him that he is forced to cooperate with Goryun, not of his own free will. Goryun turns to old Mawan and asks him caustically if he is done playing the loyalty game. Goryun's words infuriate Governor Mawan. He shouts at him that he knows nothing about loyalty. However, the conflict is interrupted as the governor's soldiers arrive with a report. One of them reports that they found the princess but then lost her again. Governor Mawan is angry, for the life of his favorite grandson is at stake. If he doesn't catch Yuta, his grandson will be killed. One of the soldiers continues his report. He says that they have blocked off the entire neighborhood and should find the princess soon. Governor Mawan, with a menacing look, gives orders to mobilize all remaining forces. The governor is angry. First Goryun pissed him off, now the soldiers. He whispers curses at them. Suddenly the governor hears someone criticizing him for his actions. It is the commander of the royal guard's son. He is trying to shame Mawan for betraying the late king. The governor realizes that he has done the unforgivable and will someday be punished for his sins. He urges Suna to worry about his life. The commander of the royal guard smiles. He is amused by the old man's words. Sun replies that his fate is already clear, and then starts shouting the princess's name at the top of his voice. Governor Mawan is furious. He is afraid that the warlord will disrupt all his plans. Sun continues to shout. He asks the princess to run away and not to think of him as only she can fulfill the king's dying wish. Governor Mawan orders him to be silent, promising to cut out the warlord's tongue. However, the old man does not have time to carry out his threat because he is stopped by Goryun. Goryun tells the governor to just wait. The bait in the form of Suna himself lures the princess into a trap. Governor Mawan can barely contain himself, but he listens to Goryun because he realizes that this is the only chance to save his grandson. Meanwhile, the commander of the royal guard falls silent and Goryun begins whistling a cheerful tune to himself. Governor Sun has no more strength to scream. He bleeds to death and passes out. Meanwhile, Governor Mawan's soldiers are making their way around the fortress grounds. 2 soldiers enter the temple where a statue of a Chinese deity stands. They scrutinize the dark room, illuminating it with burning torches. The soldiers conclude that there is nothing suspicious in the temple, but it is in fact occupied by Yuta and Haran. The soldiers leave, muttering to themselves that they don't understand where the princess and her companion could have gone. The princess and Haran are sitting on a large beam located under the roof. They could not be seen in the darkness. After the soldiers leave, Haran exhales a sigh of relief, glad that they were not seen. The young swordsman turns his attention to a subdued Yuta, who sits in the corner. The princess is saddened. She says that she has no doubt that she heard Suna's voice. Abruptly, Princess Yuta jumps down, realizing that Suna must be rescued immediately. Haran is not pleased at such a rash act by the princess. From above, he shouts to her in a half-whisper that the soldiers are still outside. However, the princess is well aware of their tactics. She explains that they've been through here before, which means they're safe now. Yuta looks out to assess the situation. In parallel, she tells Haran that she doesn't know when she will be able to give him the reward, or if she will even be able to do so. Haran looks at her with surprise and resentment because he doesn't want her reward at all. He just wants to get home. However, Princess Yuta thinks he doesn't want to go any further with her. She advises him to wait in hiding for a while and then quietly escape. Princess Yuta then slips out of her hiding place and runs forward along the narrow streets. A notice appears in front of Haran. It says if he fails the mission, he will die. Meanwhile, Mavan's men continue to search everywhere for Princess Yuta. One of the soldiers looks around carefully but doesn't see the girl on the dark rooftop. When the soldier is directly under Yuta, she jumps on top of him and strikes. Princess Yuta takes a hard breath, then walks over to the man lying on the ground. Princess Yuta examines the soldier carefully to find something she can use. The girl fumbles for the soldier's sword and pulls the blade out of its sheath. Princess Yuta picks up the sword and sighs heavily as she has a hard journey ahead of her. The girl looks up at the roof where Sun is being held hostage, tied to a pole. The princess asks to wait for her comrade a little longer. She goes to fetch him. Only the princess is about to set off, as a huge dark figure appears behind her back. Despite the fact that the girl is standing with her back, she catches a stranger's movement. Princess Yuta turns around sharply, ready to defend herself with the sword she has obtained. But to her great surprise, the dark figure, who turns out to be a soldier, falls at her feet. Standing behind her is Haran. He is the one who attacked and disarmed the soldier. He scolds Yuta for going after Sun without a plan. Yuta looks at Haran with surprise. She thought he was long gone since what is happening doesn't concern him and she can't reward him. The action moves to a rooftop where a warlord is being held hostage. Soldiers are guarding the warlord. They have no doubt that the princess will soon arrive. From around the corner, a third soldier is watching all this closely. It is Haran who took the clothes from the guard killed by the stone just before. He watches the two soldiers who are guarding Suna closely and is pleased that they are relaxed enough not to expect an attack. When the guards turn their backs, Haran attacks them from the back. Both soldiers fall to the ground with a clatter at the young swordsman's feet. Haran watches them for a few more seconds to make sure they don't get up. The commander of the royal guard's son, who had been unconscious the whole time, comes to his senses. Haran takes a seat next to Sun and asks him why he is here. However, it's as if he doesn't hear the question. He is more concerned about whether Yuta is all right. The young swordsman hurries to reassure the warlord, telling him that Yuta is fine. She is safe. Haran unties Suna and helps him up, putting his shoulder to his side. They slowly head towards the exit. The warlord thanks Haran. No sooner have they left the roof than someone shouts after them, addressing Haran. The figure of Goryon appears on the roof. He says that Haran helped the princess first, and now he is helping the decoy. The young swordsman looks at Goryon with hatred and rage, while holding the eating Suna standing. Goryon, with an animal grin, continues. He doesn't understand why Haran would risk himself for some simple guy. Suddenly, the door leading to the roof swings open. Behind it stands a crowd of Mavan's armed men. In a few seconds, they are all on the roof and surround Haran and Suna. Goryon is not left out either. He approaches Haran and Suna with slow steps. Grinning, Goryon warns the young swordsman that he should now prepare for the consequences. The commander of the royal guard, Sun, barely moving his lips, says that this is all because of him. The young swordsman stares absent-mindedly at his opponents. He knew exactly what he was getting into. The action shifts to the governor's house. Mavan sits at his desk, surrounded by servants. With sadness, old Mavan remembers his grandson when he was still a child, how they used to play wonderfully with him. Suddenly, someone knocks loudly in Mawan's room. The governor orders them to come in. It is one of his soldiers who reports that they have captured Princess Yuta. Governor Mawan jumps up from his desk at this news. The soldier reports that they caught Princess Yuta in front of the execution site, where Suna was being held. Governor Mawan takes quick steps toward the door to see the captured princess in person. The action moves to the place of execution. On the ground sits a bound Haran. Goryon stands in front of Haran and interrogates him. He asks, "Where is Princess Yuta?" Not far away sits the warlord's son on the ground, who shouts that Haran has nothing to do with what is happening. Goryon bends over to the young swordsman and looks intently into his face. Haran has lowered his eyes to the ground. He remains silent. The guy is not going to set the princess up. Goryon is well aware that Haran is not going to give up and reveal to him where Yuta is. Goryon's face reveals his traditional egregious smirk. He's up to something. Getting close to Haran so that he can feel his breath on him, Goryon growls that he's waiting for the moment when he'll be writhing in pain. Suddenly, Goryon is interrupted by someone. The sound comes from the direction of the stairs. Governor Mavan appears at the execution site. He says that he has received a report of the princess's capture. The Highlanders turn to Mavan. He is surprised at this news, as no princess is here. Goryon looks at the governor carefully, realizing that something wrong is going on. At the same second, behind Mawan's back, the very soldier who reported that the princess had been caught draws his sword from its sheath. He attacks Governor Mawan, kicking him in the leg so that he falls to the ground. The soldier looks up and everyone sees that it is Princess Yuta. She orders no one to move, putting her sword to Mawan's neck. Governor Mawan's soldiers are stunned. They don't know what to do. Goryun's eyes are burning. He didn't expect this turn of events, but is glad that the princess has finally shown up. Governor Mawan is also surprised to be taken prisoner by Princess Yuta. He didn't recognize her in the soldier. Princess Yuta is determined. She says that if anyone moves, she will cut off Mawan's head. The commander of the royal guard is as surprised by Princess Yuta's visit as anyone else. Only Haran seemed to know that Princess Yuta would appear soon. Princess Yuta to address the governor. With rage in her eyes, she yells that she didn't expect that he could betray her. Governor Mawan starts to want to justify himself somehow, but realizes that he has no excuse. Princess Yuta demands that the soldiers release the warlord and the young swordsman. Goryun smiles evilly at this demand. He likes the princess's move. She took the old man hostage to get out of the trap. However, Goryun is not going to go along with the princess's move. Instead, he says he will kill the hostages. The princess listens as Goryun says that he has nothing left to lose, but Yuta will lose both of her allies. Goryun's angry eyes narrow, and he offers to cut his captives down a bit. However, he does not move to action. Instead, he looks at Governor Mawan. Warlord's son immediately realizes that Goryun is up to something. He yells for the princess to look around carefully. Princess Yuta keeps her eyes on her opponent. She is well aware that she can expect a lot from him. The girl continues to hold her blade near Governor Mawan's neck. The old man himself again remembers the happy past when he used to play with his little grandson and Yuta. He orders his soldiers to release the captives. Goryun did not expect this turn of events. He is furious at such an act of the governor. Old man Mavan repeats his order. He feels terrible remorse. The commander of Mawan's men repeats the governor's order louder for all to hear. The soldiers obey and begin to untie the prisoners, freeing them. Haran helps Sunu up, puts his shoulder under hers, and together they head for the exit. The princess continues to hold Mawan hostage. Turning to Haran, the commander of the royal guard asks that this wasn't his plan after all. He is sure that Yuta acted alone. Haran says he doesn't have time to explain everything that happened. They need to leave quickly. Governor Mavan's chief of guards lets the captives leave quietly, freezing them with a hand from Goryun. However, Goryun is not at all okay with this. He is not about to lose at a time when victory was so close. He angrily growls at the soldiers, calling them stupid idiots who listen to the old man's orders. Suddenly, the young swordsman senses something amiss. He realizes that Goryun won't just let them leave. And Haran is right. Goryun sharply attacks the commander of the governor's troops. He doesn't even have time to realize it. Goryun says there are no victories without sacrifices and draws his sword to deliver the killing blow. Goryun is too far away from his opponents. He can't reach any of them. So he throws his sword point forward. The young swordsman notices this, but has no time to do anything. Princess Yuta sees Goryun's sword flying in her direction. She didn't expect it, so she froze like a stumbling block before she could do anything about it. Suddenly, a hand grabs her and throws her backwards. It was just in time for Haran to arrive. Instead of Yuta, the sword pierces Governor Mavan. Haran lies next to Yuta, hugging her tightly with the governor nearby. None of the three move. After a few seconds, Haran sits up. He is alive. The young swordsman checks on the princess's condition. The girl sits up as well. She's unhurt, but Haran still wonders if she is okay. The young swordsman is very worried about the princess. He asks if she can move after such a fall, to which he receives a positive answer. Meanwhile, Goryun appeared before them with his weapon in his hands. He is very angry that again from nowhere, this boy Haran has appeared. The commander of the soldiers tries to save Mavan. He yells that they must stop the bleeding immediately. He tries to apply proper pressure on the wound to stop the bleeding, but nothing comes out. However, nothing comes out. Governor Mawan has received the punishment he deserved. The gaze of the commander of the dead governor's guard stops on the figure of Goryun. The commander was loyal to the governor, so he is going to avenge his death. However, he blames not only Goryun, but also the recent captives. He orders to send everyone to the other world. All the soldiers rush into battle with naked swords, and there are more than a dozen of them. The commander is ahead of his troops. He shouts for the warriors to leave no one alive. Standing in their way is Goryun. Therefore, he is the first one the soldiers attack. The commander orders them not to surrender. He gives the order to stand until the end. While the battle is going on, Haran, Yuta, and Sunu manage to leave the place of execution. Goryun sees their retreating figures but cannot follow them as he is blocked by another group of soldiers. Goryun growls at the troop commander. He is furious that he has prevented him from finishing what he started. Goryun is attacked again, but it seems he can't be bothered. He deflects all blows. Suddenly, one of the walls of the fortress is pierced by someone's huge fist. Stones fall on the soldiers, and Goryun calmly steps aside. This is the big guy who is with Goryun in the spy in the forest. With just one blow with his huge fist, he scatters over a dozen soldiers. The soldiers of the dead governor look at the big man with horror. He is very huge indeed. Next to the big guy, the same spy who recently made an attempt on Utah in her room will also appear. However, the soldiers, even though they see that the Goryeo has arrived, are not going to retreat. They will defend their territory to the last. The spy assesses the situation and tells Goryeo that even he can't cope with so many men. Goryeo orders the spy to buy him some time so that he can catch up with Yuta and her allies and then return. Goryeo rushes off to catch up. The spy is not happy to be assigned such a troublesome task, but draws his weapon. Meanwhile, Yuta, Sun, and Haran have run far enough away. They stop at the stairs to rest and catch their breath. The commander of the royal guard says that there is a small wharf at the north end of the village. This is their opportunity to hide. Haran agrees that it's a good idea, and Yuta sends Sun there first, saying they'll keep watch over him. Sun's face changes. The princess seems offended by her idea. However, the reason for this change is not offense at all. Sun sees the figure of Goryeo appear from behind the princess and is about to attack. However, the warlord manages to react and repel the blow. Holding Goryeo back, he yells for Yuta to run. Goryeo smiles evilly. He is glad that he can get revenge on the warlord for both killing his man, the savage in the forest, and his other antics. Sun is wounded and cannot stand up to Goryeo. It all happens in front of Yuta, who realizes that Sun could not have survived after being wounded like that. Haran watches all of this with horror. He has never had to deal with the death of someone close enough to him before. Realizing that her friend's son is dead, Princess Yuta lashes out with rage at his killer. However, Goryeo calmly deflects her blow. What's some girl to him if he could even defeat a great warlord? Princess Yuta falls loudly to the ground after flying a few meters. However, the girl does not intend to give up. Fury gives her strength. She pushes off the ground with her fist and rushes into battle again. Princess Yuta roars with rage. Her anger is so strong that it clouds her mind. She attacks her enemy again, as if she doesn't realize she can't handle him. Yuta is half lying on the ground, and Goryeo is standing over her with his weapon drawn. Goryeo is surprised at how reckless the princess, who has been on the run for over 10 years, is. Maul's son was too expensive a tool for Yuta. After that, the princess slams her fist on the ground, unable to contain her rage. Haran is watching everything that is happening from the side. He is thinking of a plan of action. Haran realizes that if he doesn't intervene now, it will be the end for Yuta. But the young swordsman's hands are treacherously trembling. He's not even able to draw his weapon. Meanwhile, Yuta and Haroon's dialogue continues. She screams that Sung was not a tool for her. She can't find the right words to say what Sun was to her, but finally utters that he was someone she trusted completely. Haran is reached by Princess Yuta's words that the warlord was a friend to her. She growls at Goryeo, calling him a servant working under someone else who doesn't understand the word friend. In response, Goryeo only sneers. The princess's rage makes him very happy and amused. Unexpectedly, Goryeo is attacked by Haran. After the princess's words, he realized that he considers her and Suna his friends, and he will avenge his friend's murder. Goryeo grabs the young swordsman. He waited for him to not stand aside and intervene. With one swipe of his hand, Goryeo throws Haran off and prepares to attack him. The young swordsman flies back a few meters, but immediately leaps to his feet. He abruptly picks up his sword from the ground, which had fallen out of his hands in the fall. The young swordsman's eyes burn with rage and anger. He is ready to attack his opponent. A second later, Haran rushes to attack, striking Goryeo with his sword. Goryeo is no longer smiling his characteristic acerbic smile. He is ready for the final battle. His opponent's behavior alarms the young swordsman. He senses a threat coming from Goryeo, and he is not mistaken. Suddenly, the enemy uses the tactic, absolute cut, which is beyond the control of an ordinary person. Everything is illuminated by a flash of light. After a few seconds, the light disappears, and all that is left of it is smoke, in the middle of which stands Goryeo. Haran is nowhere to be found. There is smoke coming from Goryeon's sword as well, as it was heated to a very high temperature during the attack. Goryeon's eyes glow with a mystical light. Such eyes simply don't exist in an ordinary person. Princess Yuta looks at Goryeo with horror. She realizes that the man in front of her is not a human at all, but some kind of monster. When the smoke from the attack clears a bit, Haran falls into a sort of stupor. Not far away from him stands Haran. The young swordsman managed to survive the attack, and he remained almost unharmed. He is wounded only in the arm, and the wound is bleeding. But this is nothing after such a powerful blow. Haran realizes that his opponent has used a special skill in the game. Goryeo takes a stance to attack, and in the meantime tells Haran that his sword is not as strong as his life force. The young swordsman doesn't realize what he's getting at first, and then sees his sword, of which only a shard remains. Before the young swordsman knows it, the Goryeo attacks him again. Once again, Haran manages to stay on his feet, but he can't go on like this for long. Suddenly he remembers the experience of past games. Once he had to face a killer knight. Goryun's actions resemble the status skill of that monster. Haran remembers that the skill bestows power, but the monster can only attack after taking a stance. The swordsman decides to take advantage of this opportunity. The opponent prepares to strike again. He says he applauds that Haran was able to withstand so many attacks. Not many people have been able to do that. The fight begins. Haran realizes that he must resist and wait for the right time to attack. The young swordsman attacks Goryun with his sword, but he manages to dodge. Suddenly, Goryun realizes that his opponent has decided to use his skill as well. Haran uses the skill Absolute Row Stage 2, but Goryun gives out Horizontal Cut in response. The young swordsman tries his best to counter his opponent's skill, but he is not doing well. Haran sees the blade of his sword, or rather the splinter of it, shatter. There is practically nothing left of the blade. It is unlikely to be defended with such a weapon. But in the meantime, Goryun has come close. The young swordsman realizes that he has no trump cards up his sleeve, which means that he is likely to lose the battle. Goryun again performs some action to attack his opponent. From a powerful blow, Haran flies off and falls into the abyss. All of this happens in front of Princess Yuta, who shouts out the name of her last comrade. Princess Yuta's cry is the last thing the young swordsman hears before he falls. The girl watches in horror as Haran flies down into the bottomless abyss. Goryun stands at the edge of the abyss and watches his defeated opponent fall. He then remembers his main target, Princess Yuta, and apologizes to her for waiting so long. Princess Yuta, meanwhile, is already ready to avenge her ally, her protector, her friend. Goryun looks at the girl with a chuckle, saying that no one else is interfering with them. Goryun and Princess Yuta are left alone. They stand across from each other, ready to fight. They don't realize that Haran didn't fall into the abyss, he managed to escape. At the moment of his fall, he managed to stick his blade into the rock and now hangs from it. All that remains is for him to get out of the abyss. Meanwhile, Princess Yuta looks menacingly at her opponent and clutches her sword tighter in her hands. Goryun continues to sarcasm, supposedly not the kind of face a person who is about to die should have. The opponent thinks the girl should be begging for mercy. Princess Yuta orders him to shut up and rushes at him, attacking him with her sword. However, Goryun deftly deflects all the girl's attacks using the stick from his spade. Next, he cuts his opponent's hand, in which she is holding her sword with its sharp end. A few seconds later, Goryun's pike scratches Princess Yuta's ear. Princess Yuta screams, but not from the pain, but from the rage she feels. In response, Goryun only sneers at the fact that Princess Yuta is ready to fight to the end. He plans to destroy her quickly. When the girl rushes to attack, Goryun injures her. At the same time, he starts talking about her father, telling her that he was killed by someone close to her. Princess Yuta takes a breath and remembers her fallen father. Next, she yells at Goryun to stop talking nonsense. She is sure that her father was killed by one-jawed, but Goryun smirks and says that the princess is wrong. Allegedly, she knows her father's murderer perfectly well. However, he does not have time to reveal the truth to the princess, because Haran, who has finally gotten out of the abyss, appears and strikes at him. Princess Yuta is very surprised by this unexpected appearance. She was sure that Haran had fallen. Meanwhile, the young swordsman keeps his eyes on his opponent, knowing that anything can be expected from him. Goryun sits on the ground because the blow was very powerful and tries to recover. After a minute, he raises his head and smiles despite being wounded. Goryun was sure he had sent Haran to the other world as well. The young swordsman continues to watch his opponent, breathing heavily. He can't attack him right now. He doesn't have the strength to do so. Goryun is still weak from Haran's attack, yet he finds the strength to rise to his feet. The opponents are facing each other. Both don't have much strength to attack first. Taking a breath, Goryun picks up his pike and adopts a stance to utilize the skill. Goryun's eyes light up with hellish flames. This kind of gaze doesn't happen to humans, only monsters. After taking the original stance, Goryun uses a special skill, Destroying Strike. The young swordsman looks at his opponent and realizes that the energy exchange has changed. The young swordsman knows what technique he should use to block the blow and does so. Haran is glad that everything is going according to plan, and this attack of his opponent he was able to block. Suddenly, the young swordsman feels a sharp pain. Goryun's attack succeeds. Haran is wounded in the arm. He does not understand anything because he managed to block the blow. The young swordsman is distracted from his thoughts by the sound of approaching footsteps. Without giving his opponent time to recover from the previous blow, Goryun attacks again. Haran is not ready to give up. Despite only having a splintered sword in his hands, he rushes towards his opponent. After a few seconds, the sworn enemies come as close to each other as possible. The tip of Goryun's pike and the sword of the young swordsman Haran cross in midair. A fierce battle is underway. Only the clang of cold weapons can be heard. Haran looks at his opponent, realizing that the forces are unequal. His broken sword cannot withstand Goryun's pike. The young swordsman is badly wounded, bleeding, but he continues to stand on his feet. Suddenly it comes to Haran's realization that his opponent is using a skill called spinning power. Goryun's eyes burn with hellfire. His pike is red-hot to the extreme. Haran realizes that he is about to strike with supreme power. The young swordsman tries to catch his breath, realizing that he cannot repel a blow of such power. Suddenly, Haran remembers what this skill is, and why it seems suspiciously familiar to him. The young swordsman realizes that Goryun's skill is very similar to that of an assassin knight when he becomes a berserker. Haran knows what to do about it. The only problem now is the spinning power. The young swordsman needs to contain this power, then he will have a chance to win. Haran grips his sword tighter in his hands, convincing himself that this is just like the game he has won many times. The young swordsman knows one cardinal rule. No matter how strong a skill is, it always has a weakness. The young swordsman lunges at his opponent with fury, but he uses the spinning force again. Haran lies on the ground, and his opponent orders him to get up, as he hasn't played with his victim yet. All wounded and exhausted, the young swordsman gets back to his feet. Haran has almost no strength left. He can barely stay on his feet, but he puts his sword in front of him again, preparing to attack. The young swordsman realizes that he was wrong in his assumptions. The spinning force is too strong. He won't be able to contain it. Haran carefully examines his huge wound on his arm, realizing that his body can't take any more blows. The young swordsman doesn't know what to do, but if he doesn't do anything about this skill of his opponent, he will simply die. This thought awakens a second breath in Haran. He doesn't want to die, so he is obligated to find a way to deal with his opponent's skill. The young swordsman begins to reason, building tactics in his head. His task is to deal with Goryun's spear. Suddenly an epiphany comes to Haran. He seems to know what he should do. The young swordsman looks closely at his sword, or rather what is left of it. Haran realizes that he has only one single shot at it. Meanwhile, Goryun growls threateningly that he's going to start breaking Haran's legs. Haran has no intention of listening to his threats and lunges at his opponent. Goryun's spear lights up with a bright light. He has used one of his skills again. Goryun knocks the young swordsman's sword out of his hands. The weapon remains lying on the ground. However, the young swordsman does not give up even after that. He once again lunges at his opponent already unarmed. Haran roars with anger and rage that he feels for his opponent. And then Goryun realizes that everything the young swordsman did was a ruse. Goryun once again applies one of his skills against the unarmed Haran. But after the attack, Goryun is outraged as his opponent manages to dodge. Goryun growls furiously, finally realizing what is about to happen. It comes to his attention that the young swordsman dropped his sword on purpose to make a gap. Goryun's anger and rage changes to amusement. He is even amused by his opponent's clever ploy. Goryun calls Haran an interesting little fellow and lunges at him again. As soon as Goryun's foot touches the ground after another attack, he realizes something is wrong. Goryun realizes that the young swordsman is attacking him again at the most unexpected moment. Goryun can't laugh now as Haran lets his tricks fly again. After a second, the young swordsman grabs his sword lying at his feet on the ground. He looks at his opponent with fury and rushes to attack. Haran delivers a mighty blow to his opponent's spear, which was his primary weapon. This tactic works and Goryun remains unarmed. Haran strikes at him. The young swordsman cleaves Goryun's spear in two. From the powerful blow, the enemy flies backwards. What is happening is watched by the surprised Princess Yuta, who's been sitting on the sidelines all this time. Goryun lies on the ground and Haran stands over him, aiming his sword at him. The young swordsman looks at his defeated opponent, not believing that this is the end. However, Goryun lies defeated on the ground, breathless and without a heartbeat. The young swordsman realizes that it is over. His opponent will not get up again and releases his sword from his hands. It falls to the ground with a clang. Haran stands over his opponent's body, trying to realize that he has won after all. After a few seconds, the young swordsman breathes the air out of his lungs heavily. He realizes that he survived after all, even though he was on the brink of death. A smile appears on his face. Princess Yuta continues to watch the young man in surprise from the sidelines. Finally, the girl also realizes that her enemy, the monster, has been defeated. In Princess Yuta's eyes, there is noticeable surprise and some anxiety. She looks at Haran, who is approaching her, and there is only one question in her mind. Who is this man who managed to defeat the monster? The young swordsman is struggling to catch his breath after a difficult fight. Suddenly, Haran's eyes round and he begins to think about what if Goryun is still alive. Before the young man can think about it, the enraged figure of his opponent appears in front of him. Haran looks at him with fear, for he had hoped that he had emerged from this battle victorious. Without thinking long, Goryun attacks the young swordsman using one of his skills. The young swordsman suddenly regains consciousness. He's covered in cold sweat. It turns out that Haran had only dreamed all of this. He is actually in a completely different place. Haran's heart is beating at breakneck speed. He tries to reassure himself that it was just a dream. The young swordsman looks around carefully, not realizing where he is. He is in a bright cave, and outside of it, birds are chirping merrily. Looking around, Haran sees that someone has carefully laid out stones for a fire. The young swordsman tries to figure out what happened. He is certain that he has defeated Goryun. He recalls his experiences and how he blacked out immediately after the victory. Now he's sitting in some cave all bandaged up. Suddenly, the young swordsman hears a characteristic sound, with which comes a notification in the game. The notification says that the first trial in the quest 7 trials has been passed. The notification also says that as a reward, Haran receives one of the 7 fragments of the return stone and a special skill. Haran reads on. The notice says that when the hero collects all 7 fragments, he will be able to return home. The young man holds one of the fragments in his hand and realizes that here is his chance to return to his world. A special skill called Chopping Blow is also unlocked for the young swordsman. This skill will certainly come in handy in his upcoming battles, and there will be at least 6 more of them. At the very end, there is a notification that Haran has to wait for the quest at the next destination. The young swordsman scrutinizes his hands, trying to figure out what exactly his new skill gives him. Haran remembers that he had already gotten this skill in the previous game from which he came to this world. The young swordsman looks around once more and thinks about how the more he is in this world, the weirder it seems to him. This place is different from the previous quest, but it has similar gameplay elements. Accordingly, Haran can anticipate what will happen next. Suddenly, this world surprises Haran even more. The warlord's son, who died in the previous quest, enters the cave. The commander of the royal guard smiles at the young swordsman and asks how he is feeling. Haran looks at his comrade with a surprised look and asks him why he is alive. Warlord's son's face changes. It becomes angry and displeased. He asks Haran if the latter would have wanted him to go to the next world. Haran starts gesticulating intensely, assuring Sun with a smile on his face that he in no way wishes such a fate for him. In response, Sun, the commander of the royal guard, smiles. He is glad that his comrade has finally come to his senses. Sun laughs, not even trying to contain his joy. You bet they have been through so much together with Haran. However, the young swordsman still can't understand how Sun was resurrected. The warlord clears up the situation. It turns out that he was on the cusp of death, but pulled through. Sun also tells Haran that he himself has been unconscious for 5 days. Today is the 6th. After the story, the warlord wonders if Haran would like something to eat, but he refuses. Instead, the young swordsman asks to continue the story. He asks what has become of Goryun. The commander of the royal guard is slow to answer, muttering something inaudible under his breath. But then Sun continues his story. He says that when he woke up, Haran had already defeated Goryun. The warlord admitted that at first he was very surprised and could not believe in this victory. How a nameless warrior could defeat a monster. Sun continues his story. It turns out that immediately after the battle, Haran lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Goryun's aides were fighting Mawan's soldiers. Sun seized the opportunity and pulled Yuta and Haran out. It becomes clear to Haran that it was thanks to Sun that they got out alive. At this point, the warlord concludes his story. But things are not as rosy as they may seem. Sun explains that the situation is not colored by the fact that the king's killer is someone from the inner circle. The young swordsman ponders, who is the traitor after all? The commander of the royal guard brought Haran back to reality with a friendly pat on his shoulder. A thought flashed through Haran's mind. Maybe he had said something wrong. But when he saw Suna's good-natured face, he immediately calmed down. The warlord had called him to come with him, saying that Yuta would be glad to see him awaken. The warlord wonders if Haran can make it on his own. The young man gives an affirmative answer. The action moves to the hillside where Princess Yuta is standing. The girl is in deep thought. After all, only one battle has been won, not the whole battle. Princess Yuta is constantly running through Goryun's phrase in her head that her father's murderer is someone close to her. The girl doesn't understand what Goryun meant to say. Was it not Jod who ruined the king after all? Suddenly, Princess Yuta's attention is attracted by the sound of footsteps behind her. Her loyal allies Sun and Haran are heading towards the girl. The warlord calls her by name. The young swordsman and the commander of the royal guard are brought before the crowned lady. Princess Yuta is genuinely pleased that Haran has finally come to his senses. She asks the young man how he is feeling and exhales with relief when she hears that he is fine. To make sure Haran's words are accurate, the girl asks again, just in case, is he all right? The young swordsman is somewhat embarrassed by Princess Yuta's concern. Sun intervenes in the conversation. He reveals that while Haran was unconscious, Yuta was alert the entire time. Sun smiles and playfully pokes Haran in the shoulder, saying that he should be proud of that. The young man laughs back. Princess Yuta smiles as well and looks intently at Haran, about to ask a question. After a few seconds, the girl turns to the young swordsman. Haran listens to her intently. Princess Yuta asks why the man risked his life to save her. The young swordsman looks at Princess Yuta with worry and doesn't know what to answer her. The girl looks into Haran's eyes and waits for a sincere and honest answer from him. The young man mumbles something inaudible under his breath. He doesn't know what to say. More precisely, he doesn't understand how to present all the information correctly. However, Princess Yuta is not angry with him because of this. She doesn't want to pressure him, realizing that he has just come to his senses. Afterward, the princess turns to Sun and suggests that they cook something before it gets dark. The warlord supports the idea. Suddenly, Haran intervenes in the conversation. After all, he wants to answer the question asked by the princess. The princess turns back and sees a dejected Haran, who says that he knows what it is like to desperately want someone else's help. Haran's tale is listened to carefully by the warlord as well. His cheerful expression has changed to a serious one. He is all ears. Haran recalls when he was attacked by the bullies. He says that he knows well the feeling of wanting someone to come and save you. Princess Yuta gently takes the young swordsman's hand to support him. Haran is very surprised. He's not used to having someone pity and support him. Princess Yuta smiles, still holding Haran's hand. She says that he is indeed a strong man and thanks him for his help. The young swordsman looks at the girl, surprised at first. He is amazed that the royalty is thanking him, a warrior who has no name or rank. After a few seconds, a happy smile appears on his face. Afterward, Princess Yuta and Sun head to the camp, musing about what they will make for dinner tonight. The young swordsman smiles. He realizes that he has finally found loyal comrades. Suddenly, a new quest challenge comes unexpectedly. The second challenge of the quest is that Haran needs to go through the gate with the princess. For this, he will receive another fragment of stone. The young swordsman does not understand what this is all about. What gate? The events take place a few hours later. Haran is sitting alone on a huge stone. He looks at the mission message again and realizes that it is completely different from the previous one. The young swordsman continues to puzzle over which gate it is about. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a voice coming from behind him. It's Yuta. She asks what Haran is doing here, to which he replies that he's sitting down to catch his breath. Princess Yuta holds out a gift to Haran with a smile on her face. It is a sword. Haran gladly accepts it, looking it over carefully and thanking the girl. Suddenly, the young swordsman changes his face and turns to Yuta, wanting to ask something. Princess Yuta comes closer and asks the young swordsman what he wants to ask her. Haran asks if the girl knows where the very gate is. Yuta is surprised but answers the question. She says that the gates are on the border of the kingdom in various places. But what is Haran asking about them for? Haran doesn't know how to explain his interest in the gates. He starts stammering. Yuta, seeing that the young swordsman is nervous, tries to calm him down. She asks him to tell her what's wrong and promises to help him. Haran realizes that he can't tell the girl the truth, as she simply won't believe him. Princess Yuta insists on answering. She says that everything is fine. She listens to him attentively. The young swordsman hesitates for a few more seconds. A vapor has appeared on his face, due to the fact that he is nervous. Haran doesn't think of anything better to say than that he has lost his memory. Yuta is surprised by this response. Haran continues. He says that he might be able to regain his memory if he visits a few places he knows. Princess Yuta is saddened. She believed it, and she is sorry that this has happened to Haran. The young swordsman exhales with relief. He is glad that Yuta believed the memory loss so easily. Suddenly, the commander of the royal guard appears, worried about something. With a serious face, he tells Princess Yuta that they need to leave immediately, as Jod has sent a new hunter. You can see in Yuta's eyes that she is greatly disturbed by the news. She knew it was coming, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Sun also adds that Jod has sent a Montenegrin detachment. The warlord suggests going to the east. He still has friends there. The young swordsman doesn't understand which Montenegrin detachment they are talking about. Sun explains that it is an elite squad of warriors, which Jod selected personally. Not only do they have tremendous strength, but they also have special abilities. Haran realizes that it will be very hard for them to defeat such opponents, so it is better not to cross paths with them. At least for now. Suddenly Yuta, turning to Haran, says that their paths unfortunately diverge here. The young man doesn't understand what's wrong. The princess explains that she's being hunted. If Haran stays with her, his life will also be in jeopardy. She doesn't want him to take any risks. However, the young swordsman is not intimidated by this. He tells Yuta that he wants to go along with them. Warlord's son tells Haran that he doesn't need to force himself since he doesn't owe them anything. Haran, however, insists on doing his own thing. He asks to take him along, at least until his memory is restored. Warlord's son looks at Haran in surprise, for he has heard nothing about lost memories. Princess Yuta is pleased that Haran wants to keep them company, but she asks him again if this is exactly what he wants. The young swordsman confirms his intentions, citing that he just doesn't know where else to go. Princess Yuta's face lights up with a smile. She is happy that two of her loyal friends will be traveling with her at once. The girl says that they simply have no choice. They must take Haran with them. The young swordsman is very happy to hear these words. Haran, Yuta, and Sun walk through the forest to the east of the kingdom to find shelter there. It is beautiful sunny weather and birds are chirping. Suddenly, Haran is startled by something. The young swordsman listens. No, it is not his imagination. He hears the clang of swords. The young swordsman tries to figure out exactly where the sound is coming from. Princess Yuta sees that Haran is worried about something and asks him what's wrong. Princess Yuta listens too and then looks down the hill. At the bottom of the hill, the girl sees a merchant desperately defending his goods from the bandits. Haran, Yuta, and Sun observe what is happening. The princess is surprised at how dangerous the borders of her kingdom are. Sun, the commander of the royal guard, is also watching closely and thinking about what to do. Meanwhile, all the merchant's men are lying on the ground breathless. Only himself and his assistant are left alive. The commander of the royal guard changes his face. Anger appears in his eyes. One of the brigands raises his huge axe above his head. The big man strikes the merchant with his axe and he falls breathless to the ground. However, the big man is not going to stop there. He breathes furiously and stares at the merchant's assistant. The young girl, the trader's assistant, looks at the big man with fear. The bandit has his huge axe slung on his shoulder and looks at the girl. The second bandit, a bald man, bows out. He is outraged that the merchant dared to resist Wanwu, the king of the destruction of Mount Doyang. Suddenly, the bald man is distracted by something and looks somewhere to the side. His attention is caught by the assistant merchant. She has her back to the goods they were carrying. The girl looks at the bandits with a menacing face and says that the people of her village are counting on this food. She will not give it away for anything. The bald bandit grabs the girl by the shoulder and brings his axe over her head. The merchant's assistant clutches her eyes tightly, preparing for the worst. But she is not about to back down. Suddenly, a powerful fist strikes the bald bandit's jaw. The girl continues to stand still and the brigand flies back. It was the warlord's son who intervened. The girl looks at the warlord in surprise. She didn't expect anyone to come to her rescue. Meanwhile, a big man approaches. He growls at Sun, asking who he is. Suddenly, the big brigand's attention is caught by some movement from the side. It's a young swordsman attacking. The big brigand tries to fend off the attack using his axe. The big brigand growls at Haran, shouting at him if he knows who he is. The young swordsman doesn't really listen to what the brigand is saying. He is determined to win. The opponent is furious. He shouts, "How dare this insolent boy attack him?" A few more, and Haran is over the big man. He attacks him with his sword. The big brigand clearly did not expect such agility and speed from the young swordsman. The young swordsman attacks the outlaw with his sword, dealing him a devastating blow. The bandit cannot withstand such a blow and immediately falls to the ground with a loud crash. Haran realizes that he is finally getting used to his new body. He finds it much easier to control it this time. The merchant's assistant has been watching in amazement all this time. The girl is surprised at how quickly the strangers dealt with the brigands. After the victory, Haran, Yuta, and Sun hurry to leave. The young swordsman tells the merchant's assistant to take care of herself. The merchant's assistant didn't expect her saviors to leave so quickly. The girl starts shouting after her saviors to stop. At the top of her voice, the girl shouts that she cannot walk alone in the mountains without an escort. She asks for help. Haran, Sun, and Yuta stop. They hear the girl say that without the food she is carrying, the villagers will starve to death. The princess and her companions agree to escort the girl, and so they all set off together. The girl tells them that recently there have been a lot of bandits in the neighborhood, and the village cannot afford to hire guards. The merchant's assistant resents how treacherous this cruel world is. Suddenly, the assistant merchant exclaims, remembering something important. The girl remembers that she didn't even introduce herself. She says her name is Nanran, and she is from the Arnan tribe. The girl asks who are her saviors. Sun knows it's best not to divulge who they are right now, so he says they are just people going their own way. Nanran doesn't pester them, realizing that they don't want to talk about anything. The girl suggests they rest in her village and then continue on their way. Warlord's son replies that they can't do that. The merchant's assistant doesn't insist anymore. But then Yuta enters the conversation. She says she is interested in seeing the village and asks the girl to show them around. Nanran is happy that these people, by whom you can tell they are from a high class, are interested in her little village. The girl is quite jubilant and says that they will not regret this decision of theirs. The food cart continues on its way, creaking with its wooden wheels. The wagon is pulled by a large cow, who is already breathing heavily. as the road was not a long one. At last the travelers come to a village. Nanren points to it with his hand and says that they have reached it. The young swordsman scrutinizes the girl that Nanren led them to. It seems to be an ordinary village. He sees laundry drying outside. A street stove for cooking is laid out near one of the houses, and a large cauldron of rich soup stands nearby. Suddenly, Haran is tugged by someone pulling at his clothes. At first, he was even a little frightened. However, his fears were in vain. Lowering his head down, Haran sees a child who smiles and holds out a flower to him. The baby holds out a beautiful flower with purple petals to Haran. Nanren looks at this picture and smiles sweetly. She knows that children can sense good people. Nanren sits down to the little boy to be at the same height level with him and asks him to show her the flower. The little boy gives the girl a purple flower and then runs away. Nanren looks at the flower and says that there used to be more people in the village. But after the Eye of Night closed, it became difficult to trade and everyone started leaving. You can hear the surprise in Haran's voice. Nanren realizes that he has something to ask. Haran asks the girl which Eye of the Night she was just talking about. Nanren replies that it is the name of the gate on the border near the village. They used to use it to trade with other nations. The young swordsman realizes that he seems to have found what he was looking for upon hearing the word gate. The girl holds out to Haran the purple flower that the little boy gave her. In this way, she wants to thank the young swordsman. She says that he and his comrades saved their village. Haran is somewhat confused, excited, and does not know how to behave. After the girl leaves, Haran is left alone and has a chance to reflect. He now knows that Eye of Night is the name of the gate, so the quest is most likely related to this village. Suddenly, the young swordsman is distracted from his musings. He sees an army heading straight for the village. Riding at the head of the army on horseback is a tall man with a good build. The young swordsman hides behind a large barrel so that none of the warriors can see him. He doesn't understand what's going on, but concludes that the soldiers have most likely come for Princess Yuta. Haran wonders what he should do. He absolutely must protect Princess Yuta. The young swordsman looks at the purple flower, remembering the baby and Nanren, and realizes he must protect the villagers as well. Meanwhile, the army has gone into the village, where Nanren meets them on the main street. She asks the commander what is the matter. Immediately she adds that they have already paid the tax. However, the commander declares that they have come for another reason. The news has reached them that suspicious persons have appeared in the village. However, Nanren assures that there is no one here except the villagers themselves. Suddenly she notices that the soldiers have not come alone. They have a bound prisoner with them. The commander asks the captive a question, pointing at Nanren. He asks, "Is this the one he spoke of earlier?" The captive confirms. The girl recognizes in the captive the brigand who ruined the merchant and wanted to take away their food in the forest. The bandit is not as bold as he used to be. He says that in the forest with Nanren were two men and a woman whom he had not seen before. Nanren rushes to defend her saviors. She tells him that they saved her and then went on their way, not even entering the village. The army commander looks at the girl with great suspicion and orders the soldiers to search the village. After the order, the soldiers chorally say that they have accepted it and then set off to carry it out. Nanren looks angrily at the commander. She is angry that she was not believed. The soldiers begin to prowl all over the village, searching every corner and turning over every stone. One of the soldiers loudly swings open the door to one of the huts in the village. But inside he sees only two villagers doing laundry and stares at him in surprise. The soldier, apparently a petty officer, orders several men to search the hut. 3 armed men burst into the hut to carry out the order. They search every corner, open every drawer, and pull back every curtain. One of the soldiers even decided to check the wine barrels, suspecting that there might also be people hiding in them. After turning the whole hut upside down, the soldiers conclude that there is no one inside. The petty officer takes one more careful look around the room, checking to see if they have missed anything. The soldiers then leave, telling the washing men to report if they see anything suspicious. The door to the hut then slams shut with a loud sound. The soldiers leave, and the men are left alone. The soldiers return to the main street where the commander and Nanren are waiting for them. The petty officer reports to the commander that they have found no one suspicious in the village. The commander, still on horseback, praises the yeoman for a job well done. Nanren is greatly relieved, but proudly says that she warned that no one was here and adds that her rescuers have gone south. Before Nanren can finish speaking, the commander raises his sword and strikes the brigand. All this happens in front of the girl, who is not used to seeing such cruel scenes. The girl is frightened and sits on the ground while the commander threatens her with his sword. He says that if they lie to him, he will raze the village to the ground and all its inhabitants. Nanren repeats that she is telling the truth, though she is sweating with fear. The army departs and Nanren continues to sit on the ground in shock. A brigand is lying on the ground without any sign of life. Nanren then goes to one of the huts and opens the door to a secret trapdoor in the wooden floor. She looks inside. There are Haran, Sun, and Yuta sitting there. The girl says they can come out. The princess and her companions look at the girl with a serious look. They realize how much risk she took by covering for them. Half an hour later, the whole company is already in one of the huts waiting for dinner to be prepared. Princess Yuta sits at a large table with the head of the clan, Goran. Princess Yuta thanks the clan head for keeping him and the other villagers from surrendering them to the soldiers. The clan head says that Nanren told him all about it, and they just returned the favor. Meanwhile, the young swordsman realizes that they escaped thanks to the villagers, but it doesn't end there. Goran adds that these soldiers didn't seem friendly to Yuta and her escorts. The clan leader remarks that Yuta and her companions don't look like criminals at all. He then asks why they are being pursued by the soldiers. Warlord Sun enters the conversation. He politely replies that unfortunately they can't tell anything. The clan head squints warily. He clearly didn't like Sun's answer. After that, Goran gave his verdict. He said that regardless of the situation, Sun and everyone else were wanted criminals. These words made the King's Guard commander mad. He already wanted to engage in a conflict. However, he was stopped by Princess Yuta. Sun could not disobey her order. Meanwhile, Haran had just stood aside all this time without interfering in the conversation. It was noticeable from Princess Yuta that she was greatly distressed. She bowed her head, feeling a sense of guilt towards the villagers. However, this did not upset the clan head in the slightest. Goran continued to stare at the girl with a displeased look. Yuta raised her head and tried to smile sweetly, asking the head of the clan not to worry and saying that they would leave the village at dawn. In response, the clan head didn't even smile. He simply said that it was good news. Haran, hearing all this talk, became nervous. After all, if they left the village, they wouldn't get any information about the gate. Yuta, Sun, and Haran left the village early in the morning as promised. They were sent to see them off by Nanran, who was embarrassed in front of her saviors. Yuta hurriedly calmed the girl down, saying that she understood Goran perfectly well. He cared for the villagers. However, Nanran is still not relenting. She regrets that her saviors have to leave because she still has a huge number of questions for them. Princess Yuta only smiles at the girl's indignation and says that there is nothing they can do about it. Haran continues to remain silent. He is thinking about how he's going to fulfill the quest task now. Nanren goes on to say that for the past few years, only beasts have been coming to them. Finally, humans have appeared, but they too have been chased away. Suddenly, the commander of Sun's royal guard stops. Reacting instantly, he adopts a defensive stance, displaying his sword in front of him. Princess Yuta also froze as Warlord Sun had his back to her. Nanren also heard extraneous sounds that startled her. Realizing what was wrong, the royal guard's commander loudly signaled that there was an ambush ahead. It turned out that there was an armed man sitting in the bushes who was clearly waiting for them. The spy gives a sign, after which several more soldiers jump out of hiding. The first to attack is the one who was sitting in ambush. Sun engages him in combat. It is only now that Haran finally comes out of his thoughts, trying to figure out what is going on. Meanwhile, the warlord Sun has already defeated the first soldier, but he is immediately attacked by the second. Sun's eyes are full of rage, but he realizes that there are too many soldiers. He attacks the soldiers one by one, keeping them away from Princess Yuta. Warlord Sun shouts to Yuta, Haran, and Nanran to run away while he holds the soldiers back. Nanran is scared, and Princess Yuta doesn't want to run away, leaving her comrade alone. Suddenly, they hear the loud stomping of a horse approaching them, on which the commander of the troop is sitting. Haran, Yuta, and Nanran simply have nowhere to go. They have to flee for their lives. The young swordsman had expected this turn of events. It was as if he had a premonition of the commander's appearance. The commander looks at them, squinting his eyes. One can immediately sense the threat from him. He orders that only the princess be left alive. Princess Yuta is also given a sentence by the commander. He says that in accordance with the laws of the kingdom, she is under arrest. The young swordsmen, Yuta and Nanran, try to escape, but the commander is very close. The commander of the enemy army grabs the scabbard to pull out his sword. He pulls his sword out sharply and strikes at Haran, but he manages to block it. The young swordsman realizes that he is facing a serious opponent. Even though he has a good command of his body now, it is hard for him to block the blow. The army commander looks at his opponent. He didn't expect this boy to be able to block his punch at all. To finally overpower this boy, the commander presses his spurs to turn his horse and strike from the other side. The young swordsman's eyes widen in surprise. There is no way he expected this from the rider. The commander's trick succeeds. The young swordsman falls to the ground, and the rider rushes at him with his sword. Fortunately, Haran manages to dodge the commander's attacks time after time. The young swordsman adopts a defensive stance, realizing that the attack was very dangerous. The commander rides his horse a few meters away and is about to attack again. Haran realizes if he doesn't throw the commander off his horse, there will be no chance of victory. Suddenly, the young swordsman is attracted by some movement in the side. It's the princess standing side by side with him, drawing her sword. She is going to fight Haran. The girl says that the pain doesn't want to be a defenseless princess who's constantly being helped. The commander looks surprised to see that Princess Yuta has decided to fight as well. The commander then raises his sword above his head, signaling that he will attack, and then turns to the princess. He says that he is giving Yuta a chance to meet her end as a former princess, and demands that she follow him. Of course, Yuta doesn't agree to this. She says that Jod, who ruined her father, is a criminal. Hence, the army led by the commander is under the command of a criminal. Nanran looks at Yuta in surprise. She suspected that she was from a high class, but she never expected that she was a princess. The commander is offended by Yuta's words. He replies that he is just following the laws of the kingdom. After these words, the commander jumps straight at his opponents. Haran wants to strike him with his sword. However, he fails. The thought that he can't do anything while he is on the horse slips into his mind again. Suddenly, the young swordsman is called by Princess Yuta. He listens to her attentively. The princess has an idea. She says that the mountain path is narrow and it could be dangerous for their enemy. Haran looks at the rider and works out a further plan of action. When he attacks, there will be a gap in the defense. It must be exploited. Princess Yuta orders the young swordsman to wait for this opportunity. Princess Yuta rushes at her opponent to start attacking her. The rider does what the girl was expecting, but she blocks his blow. However, she cannot resist the rider for long. Therefore, she is forced to bounce away. The swordsman gallops forward and looks back at Princess Yuta to assess the situation. Suddenly, something happens that the commander in no way expected from his opponents. The young swordsman, giving away a good moment, attacks the rider, finding a gap in the defense. The commander looks at his opponent in surprise, not realizing how he managed to get so close. Meanwhile, the young swordsman continues to study and analyze the position of his opponent. Picking another good moment, Haran attacks again and throws the commander out of the saddle. The commander falls to the ground from his horse with a loud sound. The young swordsman looks back at Yuta with a smile, satisfied that he was able to fulfill their plan. Princess Yuta looks at her comrade as well and smiles at him. However, the commander is still alive. He tries to get up from the ground and pick up his weapon. He raises his head at Haran and hurls curses at him for throwing him off his horse. Haran stands in front with his sword drawn. Yuta stands a little farther away, also ready for defense. Haran wonders how Yuta's shoulder is, the one she was shot in. But the girl feels no pain as her blood is boiling with adrenaline from the battle. The young swordsman looks at his battle buddy, realizing the sensations she is feeling. However, Haran realizes that she cannot fight wounded. He says he will deal with the commander himself. The girl doesn't have time to say she's fine, but sees that Haran has already rushed into the fight. The young swordsman deftly strikes at the commander, and he only has time to defend himself. The commander is surprised at such bravery and skill of the young warrior. He asks him a question: who is he after all? The young swordsman replies that even if he answers this question, the enemy will still not understand anything. However, the commander is confident that he can deal with his opponent even if he is so strong. The commander uses his special skill, Heaven Strike, against the young swordsman. Haran is very surprised that his opponent has a special skill. The young swordsman's opponent clenches his sword harder and prepares to deliver another series of blows. However, Haran manages to deftly dodge his opponent's attacks time after time. The young swordsman did not expect the commander to have any special skill. He thought that he was no different from other foot soldiers. The young swordsman's opponent was already very strong, and now with the special skill, he is almost impossible to defeat. The young swordsman realizes that it is time for him to use his special skill, which he acquired after the first mission. The young swordsman assumes the starting position to attack his formidable opponent. The commander attacks Haran using the skill hanging blade. Haran knows how to answer him. He waits for the most opportune moment. The young swordsman's eyes light up with a bright blue light. This indicates that he has activated his special skill. In response to the hanging blade attack, the young swordsman uses his special skill, chopping blow. Everything around him lights up with a flash of bright light. The opponent's special skills have clashed. However, the young swordsman's strength proved to be more powerful. The commander flies backwards from the powerful blow. Princess Yuta is surprised to see what is happening. She didn't expect Haran to have a special skill. Nanran is also watching the battle. She is frightened because she is not completely sure who will be victorious. The commander's army stops attacking Warlord Sun, seeing their leader defeated. Sun turns back to see what's going on. Why have the soldiers stopped? Meanwhile, the commander of the enemy army is already lying defeated on the ground. A few meters away stands Haran. The young swordsman himself did not expect how powerful the blow would be, because he used his skill for the first time. However, Haran realizes that now is not the time to relax and enjoy his victory. The young swordsman turns to his comrades and says that he will deal with everything, and they should leave first. Princess Yuta is greatly agitated by the battle. She doesn't intend to miss the best part, and is going to go with Haran. The young swordsman smiles as he looks at the brave girl. He likes that she doesn't want to play the victim role anymore. The young swordsman and Princess Yuta rushed forward to help Sun with the soldiers. Only Nanran remained standing still. After all, she was just an ordinary village girl who had never even held a weapon in her hands. Suddenly, Nanran notices someone's shadow sneaking behind her back. The young swordsman also senses something amiss on an intuitive level. Nanran then screams and attracts the attention of Princess Yuta as well. Yuta and Haran see the girl all twisted up in fear and feeling suffocated. Nanran grabs one of the soldiers and holds a knife to her throat, ordering no one to move. Haran looks at the soldier who took Nanran hostage and realizes that they have started celebrating their victory too soon. The young swordsman and Yuta bear their swords, but they don't know how to proceed. Meanwhile, the soldier is squeezing Nanran's neck harder and harder. She grunts from lack of air. Haran cannot surrender, for then Princess Yuta will be arrested and taken away with her. The young swordsman remembers the smiling face of Nanran, who holds out a purple flower to him and thanks him for saving the village. Haran realizes that he absolutely must save this girl. He thinks about what he should do, but each of his plans has a low probability of success. The young swordsman begins to think about using his special skill. However, he then realizes that this will only make things worse. Haran clamps his eyes tightly shut with hopelessness. There is simply nothing he can do in this situation. When he opens his eyes, he sees Yuta throwing himself forward towards the soldier. As he does so, the young swordsman sees Princess Yuta's sword fall at his feet. The girl stands in front of Haran and shouts to the soldier that she is Princess Yuta, the very member of the royal family they are looking for. The girl then offers a trade. If the soldier lets the girl go, she is willing to go with them without resistance. The soldier agrees to this condition. After all, he does not need Nanran. Princess Yuta, that's who they are ordered to bring. The young swordsman does not understand the princess's act and shouts after her, but she is already approaching the soldier unarmed. The commander of the royal guard's son is also puzzled by the princess's behavior. After the princess approaches the soldier, he throws Nanran aside. Warlord's son is furious seeing what is happening. He yells at the princess. Does she even realize what she is doing? The young swordsman looks at everything going on in silence. He just doesn't have the words. Yuta looks at her comrades and smiles. She says that she is doing her duty, protecting her subjects, then adds that everything will be okay. After the princess surrenders, Sun, Haran, and Nanran are left with the three of them. The warlord is very worried about the princess. He realizes that Yuta will suffer the sad fate of her father. They have very little time to save her. Nanran asks Suna and Haran if it is true that Yuta is the last member of the royal dynasty. The girl is told that when the people revolted against the tyranny of the king, all members of the royal family were executed. Sun looks at the girl with a displeased face and explains to her that the truth is often different from what they say. The warlord's gaze is hard. He is clearly displeased with what the girl has just said. Nanran guiltily lowers her head, crying and apologizing for what she said without thinking. The commander of the royal guard snickers unhappily, but holds no grudge against Nanran. Sun begins his story. He tells Nanran and Haran that there was no tyranny on the king's part. The warlord explains that the king wanted peace on the border with the barbarians. However, his vassals were against it. The king died because of their treachery. The warlord clenches his fists tightly, unable to contain his anger. After all, they had managed to avoid traitors for so long, and what good was it? Nanran lowers his head and resents that the princess herself surrendered to her enemies. Warlord Sun blames himself for everything. He says he should have had their backs on all of them. Haran interrupts his self-abuse by saying that no one is to blame for what happened, and adds that they need to find out where the princess has been taken. Nanran enters the conversation. She says that she knows the place where Yuta is being taken. Nanran asks her to take her along and promises to show Haran and Sunu the way. Haran and his companions embark on a difficult journey to find the princess. The heroes climb up into the mountains. Sun goes first, followed by Nanran, and Haran closes the chain. Suddenly, Nanran hits a large rock with the toe of her foot. From the intense pain, the girl sits on the ground and screams, unable to contain herself. The commander of the royal guard, who is walking first, turns around to see what has happened. But after that, he immediately turns away and moves on. His goal is to save the princess. Haran approaches the girl and asks if she is all right. Nanran is holding onto her leg, which hurts terribly. She can't get up. The young swordsman tells the girl that she must return to the village as she may die. Even though Nanran's leg hurts, she tries to stand on it. She manages to pull herself up by gathering all her will in her fist because she knows that she has to bring Suna and Haran to the princess. The girl gets up and follows Suna, muttering that this is the first time she's ever seen someone risk their life to save someone like her. Haran looks after Nanran with a smile on his face. He is very proud of this small but brave girl. Nanran walks forward confidently, enduring the pain. Her goal is the same as Sun's, to save Yuta. Climbing up the mountain with a sore leg, the girl says that now the one who was saved by Yuta is ready to risk her life for her. Several hours pass. At last the travelers climb the mountain. Nanran tells his companions that they have finally reached the Eye of Night. From above, the travelers get a view of a huge gate that is right in the gorge of a huge rock. The young swordsman looks at the Eye of Night carefully. This location seems familiar to him. Warlord's son is not going to hesitate as the princess is in terrible danger. But Haran tries to slow him down, as he doesn't think his idea is the best. The young swordsman tells the warlord that pushing through is not a good idea. Sun explains that if they go down, they'll be caught immediately by a patrol, and the section of the mountain nearby is too steep and dangerous. They have only one way out. Through the gate, there is no other way out. However, the young swordsman disagrees with the warlord. He has another plan. Warlord's son looks at his comrade carefully, not realizing what else he has to offer. Haran says that they can be helped by the wind. A wind as strong as the one in this place could calmly lift a man into the air. Sun says that sounds ridiculous. Haran then picks up a stone from the ground to demonstrate everything. The young swordsman takes a stone the size of his fist, lifts it up, and then unclenches his palm. But the stone doesn't fall to the ground. It hangs in the air as it is picked up by the wind. After a few seconds, the stone just flies away because the wind has gotten stronger. The commander of the Royal Guard's son did not expect this. He can't believe his eyes. The girl Nanran is no less surprised. She's lived in the mountains all her life, but she's never seen anything like this. Haran says that this is a power that can lift a rock with low air resistance, and adds that they have to utilize this power. The action shifts to the Eye of Night, where Princess Yuta is being held hostage. At a large table, Princess Yuta sits across from one of her dead father's former vassals. Princess Yuta says she has heard a lot about him from her father. The king told her that he was a man who honored the laws regardless of status. A man with long hair and a mustache, a former vassal of the king, looks at the princess intently. Then he closes his eyes and sighs unhappily. He does not consider himself a traitor. Princess Yuta asks her interlocutor what he's going to do with her. He replies that he will hand the girl over to the capital, because that is what the law of the kingdom says. The man squints his eyes and adds that this is to make sure the princess recognizes Jod as the new king. Princess Yuta looks at her interlocutor with piercing blue eyes. The man notes that her eyes are very similar to the eyes of the late King Ayul. The man gets up from the table and says that for now the world only knows that Jod ruined the king and seized the throne, but he is the rightful king. The man is about to leave the hall, but lastly adds that King Ayul has betrayed his kingdom. These words deeply hurt Princess Yuta, for she knows the real truth. King Ayul's former vassal adds that this era needs Joda and Yuta as a symbol of the past era. Her existence should be ended for the sake of the new one. Princess Yuta is surrounded by guards. The man says she will be sent to the capital tomorrow morning. Until then, he tells her to prepare her heart. Yuta doesn't understand what this means. The action moves to the mountain where Sun and Haran are preparing to fly. The warlord looks at the young swordsman with disbelief. Haran reassures him that they will succeed if they take advantage of the wind in the area. Haran and Sun construct something like parachutes from their cloaks and prepare to take to the air. Nanran watches them closely and prays to God that they will succeed. Haran says that the sun is shining behind them so the guards won't notice them. This is their chance. Suddenly, the young swordsman is called out by Nanran. He looks in her direction. The girl smiles at Haran and Sunu and asks them to be sure to return in one piece. The young swordsman smiles back at her and tells her that they will definitely return. The young swordsman then shouts to the warlord to spread his cloak at his signal. Haran begins the countdown. At the number 1, the warlord focuses fully. Nanran watches her friends carefully. She is very worried about them. Haran calls the number 3 and clutches his cloak tighter, preparing to fly. The young swordsman gives the command and spreads his cloak. Following him, Sun does the same. The gust of wind is very strong. It is extremely difficult for the young swordsman to hold on to his cloak. Even the big-hearted Sung is having a hard time doing so. He grunts heavily. After another second, the young swordsman and the warlord jump down from the cliff with their cloaks serving as parachutes. Nanran watches this floating in the air with her mouth open. She has never seen anything like it before. The action moves to the Eye of Night. In one of the rooms, there are some sacks with inscriptions hanging from the ceilings. On a table are some sort of devices that are for medical purposes. In the corner of the room stands a huge, well-sharpened sword with a shiny blade. There are 2 people in the room, the doctor and the very army commander, that Haran had recently defeated. The doctor tells him that his wounds are not yet fully healed. Suddenly, the voice of a third man is heard. He demands that the doctor leave the warrior alone. A vassal enters the room. He begins to resent the fact that the commander lost to an unknown swordsman. The commander is truly ashamed. He himself doesn't understand how this happened. After all, he is a well-trained fighter. However, the vassal doesn't care about the commander's remorse. They won't help him now anyway. He orders the warrior to return to the Rocky Mountain and start training from the beginning. The commander tries to make some kind of excuse. He says that he lost to the swordsman in the Chi realm. The commander clenches his huge fist, saying that it took him 10 years to master his ki. He also adds that his opponent was about on the same level as him but had better control of his ki. The action shifts to Haran and Sun, who are floating in the air with the aid of their cloaks. The young swordsman shouts to his comrade that they are approaching their destination, the gate. The commander of the royal guard responds by asking how they will land. The young swordsman gives the command to grab the flags mounted on the roof. Warlord Sun is startled by this suggestion. Although he is a strong and brave warrior, it turns out that he is very afraid of heights. Suddenly, Warlord Sun realizes that the wind is carrying Go in the wrong direction. Haran also sees that Sun is flying straight at the guard who is keeping watch on the lookout tower. The young swordsman realizes that they cannot control the direction of the wind. Haran wonders what will happen now. Most likely Sun will end up as a hostage as well. The young swordsman knows they need to save the princess and he can't be distracted. Right now, all hope is on him. He sees that the flag on the roof is very close. In a second, Haran lets go of his cloak, leaps forward, grabs hold of the flag's support and finds himself on the roof of the building. The young swordsman exhales with relief. He's made it, but where is Sun? Meanwhile, the warlord has also let go of his cloak and leaps at the guard on the tower. Above, the battle begins. The young swordsman watches it all with fear for his comrade. After a few minutes, he sees Suna, who gives him a sign that all is well. The enemy has been defeated. Haran smiles. He realizes that now they are halfway to success. All that remains is to find the princess and wrestle her away from the soldiers. The young swordsman looks down from the roof, assessing his surroundings. There is a huge number of guards below. It will be difficult to get past it unnoticed. However, the young swordsman realizes that he has no other choice, so he needs to do something about it. Haran remembers that this location resembles the location from Quest Hero. Therefore, he realizes what he must do next. Haran moves deftly across the beams near the very ceiling of the building. He is certain that Yuta is in an underground prison. While the guard is turned away, the young swordsman jumps down and swiftly heads forward down the hallway to go unnoticed. The young swordsman makes his way down the stairs. Suddenly, he hears strange sounds that resemble popping. He decides that he needs to move in that particular direction. Perhaps that is where Princess Yuta is located, so Haran grabs his sword. He realizes that the princess is probably well guarded, which means he will have to break through with a fight. The young swordsman continues down the corridor towards the room from which the sounds are coming. Haran is quite close by now. Judging by the growing sounds, he peeks into one of the rooms. There he sees such a picture that his eyes go wide with horror. He sees a huge bloody baton that is about to strike. This baton is held by a huge big man who is roaring with rage, so that drool is flying from his mouth. With this baton, he beats a child, telling him it is for trying to escape. The child with long red hair sits on the floor, writhing in pain and fear. What he sees makes the young swordsman's legs shake. He is unable to stand. He breathes heavily and wraps his arms around himself, trying to calm himself down. Haran is having a panic attack. He thinks back to the same big guy who attacked him in real life in the back alley. Back then, Haran was sitting just like that kid on the ground, scared and crying in pain. Haran tries to calm himself down, wondering why he always bumps into guys like this. Suddenly, the image of Princess Yuta being taken away by a soldier pops into his mind. This brings Haran to his senses, but he's still shaking like an aspen leaf. Meanwhile, the big man is delivering more blows to the kid. His hands are in chains, but he still tries to close himself against the baton. Haran finally finds the strength to pull himself together and stop being afraid. After all, he is now a brave and strong swordsman. He orders the big man to stop striking the child. The big man looks at him with a surprised and incredulous look, asking who he is. The big man approaches Haran and looks down at him with a baleful stare, about to strike. However, the young swordsman is more agile and nimble than him. Right now, he is not the schoolboy that any bully could hurt. The red-haired kid with the earring in his ear watches as his bully is defeated. The young swordsman brings up his fist, which is already covered in blood. Haran is in a rage, his insides churning as he strikes one blow after another. In front of his eyes is the image of the big man who once caught him in an alley. After that, Haran's anger becomes even stronger. He doesn't hear his opponent's pleas for him to stop. Then the image of Ben-Hoon, the second bully from the back alley, pops up in front of his eyes. Haran screams with rage, unable to contain his emotions and resentment any longer. Haran calms down only after his opponent is unconscious on the floor. He tries to catch his breath. The young swordsman leans his back against a wooden pillar as he has expended too much energy. But even so, he doesn't have the strength to stand. He crouches down on the floor, breathing heavily. Coming to his senses a little, he looks away and sees what he has done. His hands are all bloody. He just sent a man, albeit a scoundrel, to the other side of the world. The hallway is silent. None of the guards seem to have heard anything. Haran still sits on the floor with his back against the wall. The young swordsman's hands, stained with blood, lie palms up on the floor. Haran sadly thinks about everything that just happened. He cannot comprehend his action. Suddenly he hears a red-haired girl speaking to him, but he can't make out a word. The girl is sitting next to him on the floor in the trenches, smiling, pointing a finger at Haran and speaking in a language he doesn't know. Then the girl jumps to her feet and starts miming something, but Haran still doesn't understand anything. Haran tries to get to his feet, but he's not very good at it. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the girl shouts name-calling at Haran. Haran almost gets angry, but then realizes that the girl is just shouting familiar words, but doesn't understand their meaning. The young swordsman takes a key from the big man who is lying on the floor. It is the key to the red-haired girl's shackles. The young swordsman frees her. After the young man frees the girl, he tells her not to utter any more name-calling. He tells her his name. However, the girl still addresses him with cuss words, adding the name of her savior, Haran. The young swordsman doesn't like this, of course, but he accepts it. He tells the girl to call him whatever she wants. The young swordsman picks up his sword from the floor, which he dropped when he saw the big man beating the girl. Haran puts his sword back in its scabbard and thinks about where to go next. Suddenly, the young swordsman turns his attention back to his bloody palms. It is not his blood, but his opponent's. Haran's eyes flash back to the picture of how he had just beaten the big man with these hands. The young swordsman is ashamed of such an act. He tries to hide his hands behind his back so he can't see them. Haran is ashamed and sad. Yes, that big man tortured a child. But with what cruelty did Haran deal with him? Lowering his head in shame, the young swordsman heads for the door to leave the room as soon as possible. A few minutes later, Haran swings open the door to the underground prison where he believes Princess Yuta is being held. The underground prison is filled with many prisoners who stick their hands through the bars and pull them towards Haran. In a separate cell sits a huge big man with rabid and terrifying eyes. The young swordsman notes that all the prisoners are behaving strangely. It is as if they have lost all humanity. The big man in a separate cell reminds Haran of someone. He remembers that he looks like the savage who attacked them during their first encounter with Yuta. Suddenly, the young swordsman sees some movement. He didn't expect to see anyone other than the prisoners here. The young swordsman man manages to cover himself with his sword from a flying arrow. A voice comes from the darkness of the corridor. He says that Haran has managed to penetrate even where it is impossible to do so. Then the voice says that Haran defeated the Muranim commander, but only through luck. But now he has suddenly become overconfident. A figure appears out of the darkness. Haran sees that it is the same soldier who took Yuta away. The guard looks at the young swordsman, ready to fight. He has no intention of letting him go alive. The guard says that Haran won't be able to dodge his sharp arrows in such a narrow corridor. With that, several soldiers jump out at the swordsman. Haran draws his sword, knowing that he needs to deal with the guards as quickly as possible, as Princess Yuta doesn't have much time. Before the young swordsman can do anything, someone flies past him with blistering speed. The red-haired girl rushes to the aid of her savior and is already jumping on one of the guards with a baton. This is the same soldier who took Yuta away and threatened Haran recently. The girl sits on top of his neck and beats him with her baton with all her might. The other guard draws his sword to help his comrade, but he fails as the young swordsman enters the fray. At this, Haran is outraged. He wants to use his special skill again, but the girl prevents him. The red-haired girl keeps hitting the guards with her baton one by one. There are more and more guards, but the team consisting of a young swordsman and a red-haired girl copes with everything perfectly. The action moves to a prison, in one of the cells of which sits Princess Yuta. The princess is sad. She keeps replaying in her head what her father's former vassal told her. Yuta doesn't understand how he can think that Jod is the rightful king, and her father Ayol has abandoned his kingdom. Princess Yuta is not afraid of her fate. She is far more hurt to hear that her father has betrayed his kingdom. A tear rolls down Princess Yuta's cheek. She tries to say something aloud to her late father, hoping that he will hear her in heaven. Suddenly, someone's laughter sounds in the next cell. A dark figure utters that it has been a long time since new people have been brought here. Princess Yuta screams, "Who is he?" She is infuriated by the laughter at her feelings. The dark figure replies that she doesn't need to know that since she's going to be executed tomorrow anyway. The stranger suggests that Yuta just be his interlocutor. The prisoner in the next cell asks Yuta whether she is a robber or a murderer. The girl replies with a disgruntled face that she is not a criminal at all. The man smirks and says that means she is condemned for treason and violating a royal order. Princess Yuta jumps up from her bench and orders the stranger to shut up. She says that he knows absolutely nothing about her. In response, the prisoner only laughs. He gives the impression that he knows who is in front of him. Princess Yuta angrily asks who he is and what he has done since he is here. The stranger smiles and says that his crime is that he is a relic of the old days. Princess Yuta looks at the stranger in surprise. After all, she has heard those words before. Her father's former vassal said roughly the same thing about Yuta herself. Princess Yuta realizes that the stranger knows a lot. She knocks on the wall of his cell, demanding that he identify himself. The stranger replies that he has been dead for a long time and doesn't remember his name. The girl then shouts that her name is Yuta, and she is the last representative of the kingdom. After that, she again demands the stranger to identify himself. The stranger laughs again, and then pronounces that she is the daughter of the same wretched man. Princess Yuta is outraged that someone is calling her father king a miserable man. Through the darkness, Yuta sees that the stranger is shackled and has long fingernails on his hands, which means he has been here for a very long time. The stranger steps into the light, says he is the commander of the 7th Brigade of the kingdom's former battalion, Ahaso, and now he's the dead man of this gate. Princess Yuta remembers this warrior named Ahaso. He once fought alongside her father. Princess Yuta tells him that she was told he was dead. Then she asks the prisoner how he came to be here. The prisoner is covered in sores and his eyes are half blind from being in the dark. He says he got here because of Yuta's worthless father. Princess Yuta is very angry that someone is insulting her late father. She orders Ahaso to be quiet, but the man continues. He says that the king through his era, he ruled the kingdom with a sword, but when he put it down, there was a rebellion. Princess Yuta screams that her father just wanted peace, and peace achieved by force is not real peace. The man only laughs in response. He says that any kingdom grows on other people's blood. No one will defend a king who has lowered his sword. Yuta thinks for a moment. She realizes that Ahaso is a madman. You can see it in his eyes, but his words still hurt her. Princess Yuta realizes that trying to prove anything to him is foolish, but she can't stay silent. She starts to choose words, but she can't. Suddenly, Princess Yuta sees one of the guards standing at the door fly into the prison because he was attacked. A few seconds later, a young swordsman appears in front of the princess. Princess Yuta is surprised by Haran's appearance. She wasn't hoping anyone could help her anymore. The young swordsman looks around and finally spots the princess. He walks over to the camera and with a smile on his face tells the princess that he has finally found her. Princess Yuta asks how he found her, but Haran says there's no time to explain now. He shows the girl the key. But no sooner does he see the princess than a red-haired girl jumps on him from behind and laughs loudly. Princess Yuta is very surprised. She doesn't understand what's going on and where the child came from. The girl calls Haran names as before, not understanding the meaning of the swear words, and he tries to brush her off. After looking more closely at the girl and hearing that she speaks another language, Princess Yuta realizes that it is a barbarian. When the girl finally flies off, Haran opens the door to the cell to free Princess Yuta. The young swordsman opens the door, but Princess Yuta is in no hurry to come out. She is lost in her own thoughts. The princess' attention is drawn to a red-haired girl who has recently been sitting on Haran. The child holds out her small hand to the girl. She clearly trusts the princess. Princess Yuta stares at the red-haired girl for a few more seconds, in some confusion. Then Princess Yuta extends her hand to her as a sign of trust as well. After a few seconds, the Utah princess and the barbarian child shake hands. The red-haired girl is happy, she smiles, and Princess Yuta tells Haran that this is the first time she has shaken hands with a barbarian. The princess smiles at the girl and notes that her hand is very warm. The girl is just as human as Yuta. Suddenly, Ahaso starts laughing from his cell, which clearly annoys Yuta. The captor says that even if the princess can get out of here, there's nothing else she can do. Princess Yuta looks at Ahaso, but answers him nothing. She knows she will go all the way to save the kingdom from Jod's hands. Haran hurries Yuta away. He says they don't have time to prove anything to anyone. They need to get out. The red-haired girl grabs Princess Yuta's hand and pulls her along. The girl doesn't even have time to realize it and runs after her new acquaintance. Suddenly, Princess Yuta stops at one of the cameras. Something catches her attention. The girl scrutinizes something and tears come to her eyes. She sees her late father's medallion on the prisoner of the cell. The prisoner is a gray-haired old man of small stature. You can tell from his clothes that he is from the barbarians. The old man speaks the princess's native tongue poorly. The girl manages to make out only a few words. King, Ayul, daughter. Then the old man looks kindly at the princess and calls her by name. The girl turns to the old man. She asks if he speaks her language. In response, she only hears that King Ayul has made a promise. Princess Yuta looks at the old man carefully, trying to understand what the words mean. Meanwhile, Haran hurries the girl, telling her that they have to go. But Princess Yuta wants to free the prisoners. The young swordsman is puzzled by this desire of the princess. They themselves are at loose ends. The girl takes another look at her father's medallion hanging around the neck of an elder from a barbarian tribe. Yuta realizes that the medallion was in the old man's possession for a reason. It was given to him by the dead king, so he wanted them to live in peace with the barbarians. Haran knows that it is useless to argue with Princess Yuta, so he helps her to free the prisoners. The young swordsman is concerned. They are now freeing an entire army of barbarians who may not be friendly to them. Princess Yuta is also focused, but she's confident they're doing everything right. After releasing all the prisoners, the young swordsman and the princess find themselves surrounded by barbarians who look at them with unkind eyes. One of the barbarians bends down and brings his face very close to Haran. He can feel his breath on him. The young swordsman is uncomfortable. He averts his eyes, unable to bear the barbarian's gaze. Then he tries to smile sweetly at the barbarian and asks the princess what they should do. Yuta orders them not to move. Suddenly, the elder with the medallion of Yuta's father gives the barbarians a command to stand. Apparently, he is their leader. All the barbarians look at the elder and he orders them in his language to stand still. He then walks over to Princess Yuta and takes her hands in a gentle, fatherly manner. He says the words in the princess's native language, King, Ayul, daughter, Yuta. He shows that he knows who she is. Afterward, he holds out the locket. Princess Yuta looks at the old man with surprise and gratitude for giving her late father's item. Princess Yuta smiles sincerely at the old man. She realizes that he is on her side. She bends down to the old man, holding his hand gently, and tells him that they all need to get out of here alive. The old man agrees. The old man then gives a command to the barbarians in his own language. He orders them to go on the attack. The barbarian army seems to be just waiting for this. The young swordsman calms down, realizing that there is no need to fear the barbarians. Now they have only one task, to get to the other side of the gate. The action moves to the office of the late king's former vassal. He is standing at an open window. The warlord is looking through the open window and thinking about something serious. Suddenly, someone bursts into his office without knocking. The man only hears the sound of a slamming door. A soldier bursts into the office and reports that they have a problem. Barbarians have escaped from the cells and are rampaging. The warlord is enraged, he yells. Where were the guards at that moment? He then asks what's wrong with the princess. The soldier guiltily lowered his head and does not know what to say to his commander. But the man has already understood everything. In anger, he throws the book at the soldier, who only manages to cover himself with his hand. The former vassal realizes that it is impossible to delay. He puts on his battle helmet and orders to gather all the soldiers at the gate. Meanwhile, the barbarians make way for themselves, the princess and Haran. Princess Yuta is very surprised at how strong the barbarians are. They demolish literally everything in their path, not afraid of any opponents. And now this strong army is fighting on her side, which means she has a chance to reclaim her kingdom. Suddenly, an excited Princess Yuta hears a voice she knows well. Not even a voice, but a beastly growl that is emitted during a fierce battle. She realizes that they have to fight to leave this place. It's the commander of the royal guard's son, swinging his huge sword to fight off an entire enemy army of soldiers. He defeats them one by one. However, there are too many of them. They appear as if from the ground. Still, the commander of the royal guard's son defeated his opponents, and he has a chance to breathe and look around carefully. He is somewhat worried, as he does not know where the princess and Haran are now, whether they are all right. Sun is very surprised to see a huge army of barbarians. He looks at them perplexed, not understanding how they could be here, especially in such huge numbers. But he thinks that all this is obviously not good. The commander of the royal guard's son wants to engage the barbarians in battle. He realizes that this battle will not be easy and will probably end in his defeat. After all, there are a lot of opponents, and Sun himself is tired after fighting with the soldiers. Yuta realizes what her loyal comrade and guardian is up to. She urgently needs to stop him before his decision leads to unfortunate consequences. After all, he doesn't yet know that the barbarians who were once enemies are now fighting on the same side as them. The commander of the royal guard is already ready to enter the battle. However, through all this infernal rumbling, he hears the voice of his princess. She asks him to stop, not to start the battle. Sun is surprised, but he realizes that the barbarians are not attacking him. Sun listens to the words of Princess Yuta. First of all, he wonders if she's okay. and then questions where so many barbarians came from in this place, seeing that they came along with the princess and Haran. Princess Yuta, literally screaming to be heard by the commander of the royal guard, replies that there is absolutely no time right now to explain what is going on. They need to get out of this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, a young swordsman appears, who has been fighting off an army of soldiers all this time, and has only caught up with Princess Yuta and her new army of barbarians. He shouts that there is an urgent need to open the gate on the other side. The commander of the royal guard's son understands him and promises to make Haran's plan a reality. However, a soldier appears in his path. He must be taken out of the way, but just one enemy in the way of the commander of the royal guard is not a hindrance at all. However, it was not as easy to do as Sun initially thought. The whole army came to the aid of one soldier. However, the warlord managed to overpower them all. He shouts to Yuta and Haran to follow him. Princess Yuta looks at the commander of the royal guard, Suna, with a satisfied face. Her blood is boiling with adrenaline from everything that is happening. She has finally started to realize that she is strong with Sun and Haran by her side. Although there are far fewer soldiers around, the battle is not over yet anyway. To sneak to the exit, the princess, her companions, and the barbarian army still need to overpower the few soldiers that have surrounded them. Unnoticed, another figure appears in the square and watches everything going on for a while. This person's eyes glitter furiously. He realizes that Princess Yuta and her army are winning so far. This is the king's former vassal, Princess Yuta's late father, who betrayed him 10 years ago. He has no intention of letting the princess go for nothing. He uses his heavenly blade skill against the opponents. The blow of the former king's vassal is so powerful from the heavenly blade that everything around is in pillars of smoke. You can't see anything around. Everything appeared as if in a fog. Only the figure of the king's former vassal could be seen. When the pillars of smoke cleared a bit, the figure of the young swordsman Haran became visible. He remained unharmed. The blow did not hit him. However, he did not understand what was happening. Who possesses such a powerful skill? Princess Yuta is also uninjured. She is fine. However, a kind of tension can be read in her eyes. Indeed, everything had been going too smoothly until now. Princess Yuta realizes that the opponent who dealt such a blow is very strong. Meanwhile, the king's former vassal remains calm. He doesn't seem to care about the barbarian army that is attacking him. He is not afraid of them at all and is fully confident that he will win this battle. After dealing with the barbarians who attacked his vassal, he turns to Princess Yuta and addresses her. He asks the girl if she has allied herself with the barbarians, these lowly creatures that the warrior doesn't even consider human. Princess Yuta yells at the former traitor vassal. She tells him to shut his mouth, for the barbarians are not lowly creatures at all. They are human beings with ordinary human blood flowing through them. She recognizes their true nature. Princess Yuta and her father's former vassal cross swords. The girl's opponent says she's talking the same nonsense as her late father, King Ayul. He too defended the barbarians, for which he cruelly paid with his life. Princess Yuta shouts again, ordering her vassal to be silent. She will not tolerate anyone insulting her father after his passing, especially the traitors who overthrew the king and took over the kingdom, and now they want to destroy the princess as well. Of course, the strength of a small and fragile princess and a tall warrior with a great physique and years of experience are unequal. The former vassal of the king strikes at the girl and wounds her in the arm. Princess Yuta doesn't even have time to realize what's happening. Princess Yuta grabs her arm and her face contorts from the extreme pain. It's so intense that it's even hard for the girl to breathe. It seems that she is about to lose consciousness, and then she will definitely be defeated by her opponent. Suddenly, Princess Yuta suddenly has a thought. She realizes that it is impossible to rule the country guided by mere ideals. This thought even dulls the pain in her wounded arm for a while. While Princess Yuta was thinking, her opponent had already approached her. He raised his sword above her head with words for the girl to give something to her late father when she sees him in the other world. Princess Yuta realizes that her end has come. Haran, a young swordsman, fights the soldiers. He remembers about the princess and begins to search for her with his eyes. The pillars of smoke haven't fully cleared yet, so he can't see very well. But he notices that Princess Yuta is in danger. Literally covering the distance that was between him and Yuta in a second, the young swordsman makes it to the very last moment. He puts up his sword to protect the girl and thus saves her life. Princess Yuta does not yet realize what is happening. Her eyes are filled with terror. She sees only the blade of her opponent raised above her head. The girl's whole life has flown before her eyes. He is preparing to say goodbye to life. Princess Yuta's life is still in jeopardy. The young swordsman can't handle his vassal on his own. Suddenly, help rushes in from where it was not expected. An old man, the head of the barbarians, enters the fray. The head of the barbarians is no longer young and has no power, but he fights desperately to protect Princess Yuta. However, the forces are unequal, and a vassal gives him a mortal wound with his sword. All this happens in front of Princess Yuta's eyes. Princess Yuta feels anger. Although she knew this old man only a little bit, she managed to become attached to him. Especially he knew his father and wanted to live with the king in peace, cooperating and helping each other. Everything would have been like that if not for the betrayal. Princess Yuta bent over the wounded barbarian leader. His wounds are very severe and incompatible with life. Princess Yuta realizes this and knows there is no way she can help her ally who sacrificed himself to save her. The king's former vassal, on the other hand, is fine. He's not even wounded. However, the traitor's target was not this old man, the leader of the barbarians. His target is Princess Yuta. She's the only obstacle that prevents Jod from getting all the power. However, Princess Yuta has those who are loyal to her. They will protect and defend her until their last breath. Haran is among them. At first, the young swordsman did it just to get home, but now she's become his friend. Meanwhile, the old man, the leader of the barbarians, lies on the ground. He is still breathing and muttering something. Princess Yuta is beside him in the last moments of his life and listens intently. She knows this is what her father would have wanted. The elder holds out to Princess Yuta the talisman of her late father, the king. As he does so, he keeps repeating the same words: promise, country. The girl realizes that he is talking about something they once agreed upon with her father. Princess Yuta takes her father's talisman from the hands of the barbarian leader and puts it around her neck. She realizes that by all means, she must fulfill the promise her father, the king, made to the barbarians when he was alive. Princess Yuta draws her sword. She will surely fulfill the promise she made. He cannot do otherwise. The princess must defend her kingdom and ascend to the throne, and for this she needs to defeat all her enemies. Meanwhile, there is a battle between a young swordsman and a traitorous vassal. The traitor delivers powerful blows, but Haran manages to repel them. The former vassal addresses the young swordsman, calling him an intruder. The vassal goes on to add that he has never in his life let an intruder like Haran pass the gates while he was here. The young swordsman listens to him intently. He realizes that he has one of his strongest opponents before him. The traitor vassal promises the young swordsman that he will answer for disturbing the peace and invading the territory in question. And in his eyes you can read that these are not just empty words. He will do everything to realize them. But no sooner does the king's former vassal finish his speech and strike another blow at Haran than Princess Yuta appears. She strikes with her sword, but her opponent manages to deflect it. Haran is surprised at the girl's courage. Princess Yuta and her opponent cross their swords in front of them. The former vassal of the king looks at the girl with a serious look. He sees her as her father, to whom he was once loyal, but then went against him. The princess looks at her opponent as well and growls with rage. This man swore allegiance to her father, but then sneakily betrayed him. He is one of those involved in the king's death, which means he must suffer the punishment he deserves. Princess Yuta deftly strikes one blow at a time. The king's former vassal didn't expect such an attack. The surprise of the attack is all he can do to deflect the blows. The young swordsman stands aside and is surprised to see what is happening. Gradually, however, Princess Yuta's strength is running out. Her blows become less intense. Her opponent realizes that the girl is exhausted. With a smirk on his face, he tells her that he will crush her like a bug. Princess Yuta screams furiously at the traitor. She recalls how her opponent recently spoke of the barbarian leader, Haran. The girl screams that they are human like them. She is ready to fight and avenge them. A former vassal of the king brings his sword over the head of the Yuta princess. He prepares to strike a decisive blow using his special skill, Heavenly Blade. Before he does, he wants to tell the princess why this gate is so well guarded. The young swordsman Haran looks at the traitorous vassal and heeds his every word. Perhaps what he tells her will be of use to him. After all, the quest concerns this very gate, so the clue lies in it. However, the young swordsman is in for a disappointment. The former vassal says that the gate is necessary to protect the kingdom from barbarians. So Haran did not get any new information. He already knew it. Finishing his story, the traitor vassal delivers a crushing blow using his special skill. Everything around him turns into smoke. Gradually, it dissipates, and the tall and sturdy figure of the traitor vassal becomes visible. When the smoke clears a bit, the figure of Princess Yuta also becomes visible. She is standing in exactly the same pose as before the strike. Surprisingly, she is alive despite the power of the attack, which even cracked the stone slabs under his feet. Princess Yuta is breathing heavily. Of course, she felt the blow on her, but she calmly stood her ground. The girl tries to catch her breath while holding her sword. She realizes, even though she withstood this attack, it's impossible to relax in any case. Her opponent, a former vassal of the king, looks at Princess Yuta in surprise, frowning his eyebrows. He doesn't understand how she managed to survive after his special skill, Heavenly Blade. After all, he had already defeated thousands of opponents thanks to it. Princess Yuta and her opponent are facing each other. Haran is watching this picture from the side as he is a few meters away. Princess Yuta tries to straighten up, but her legs fail her. The young swordsman realizes that he urgently needs to think of something. If Princess Yuta's opponent keeps this up, she will definitely not be able to resist. Things could end sadly for her. Haran grips his sword tighter in his hands. Princess Yuta realizes that her ally is going to help her and rushes to attack. The girl yells for the man to stop. Even though her face is bloody and she has little strength left, she wants to deal with this traitor herself. The young swordsman stops in some bewilderment. What is Princess Yuta up to? After all, she can't do it alone. However, Princess Yuta's voice sounded like an order from the crowned lady. Haran willy-nilly obeyed it. In the young swordsman's mind, he thought that Yuta was overestimating her own strength. In this fight, she will definitely not be able to withstand. And if she dies, the young swordsman won't want to live either, because his fate is closely intertwined with that of the princess. The former vassal looks at Princess Yuta with an unkind gaze. He tells her that she can't even hold a sword properly, so she can't compete with an experienced warrior like him. He states the fact that nothing can be changed. Princess Yuta realizes that she is very weak. It is difficult for her to compete with her opponent, but she is ready to fight to the end to defend her honor and her father's honor. Princess Yuta grips her sword tighter in her hand. Princess Yuta tries her best to get up. She realizes that she can't help but stand up. There is too much at stake right now. After all, if she dies, the entire kingdom will be in Jod's hands. That won't lead to anything good. Princess Yuta screams at the top of her voice. Even though her face is covered in blood, she finds the strength to stand confidently before her opponent. After all, if she runs away from every strong opponent, she will never, ever be able to accomplish anything. The young swordsman looks at Princess Yuta with his blue eyes, rounded with wonder. Every time the strength of this girl's spirit amazes him, and fear for her fate. After all it takes is one blow to make her never get up again. The former vassal of the king shouts that the era of Princess Yuta is over, raises his big sword above her and strikes, but it seems that Princess Yuta was ready for him. Much to her surprise, she deftly deflects it. In a second, Yuta finds herself behind her opponent. He didn't even manage to hit her. The former vassal of the king looks around, not realizing where the princess could have gone. How could she be so agile when she could barely stand on her feet just a few seconds ago? After a few seconds, Princess Yuta deftly wields her sword, attacking her opponent. Anger and rage give her strength. Blood runs down her face, but she doesn't seem to notice it. She will fight until her last breath. Princess Yuta's opponent seems to freeze and his body involuntarily shudders. Apparently, the girl managed to wound him. However, the opponent continues to stand firmly on his feet, still holding the blade in his hands. The former vassal of the king brings his palm to his face and realizes that it is wounded, blood oozing from it. He turns to Princess Yuta in a rage and growls at her for cutting his face with her sword. This is something he didn't expect from his opponent. However, Princess Yuta is not going to stop there. She clutches her sword and prepares for another attack. The outcome of this battle will decide a lot. If the girl can defeat this opponent, there will be a chance to regain her kingdom. But the opponent of Princess Yuta also perfectly understands that now a lot is at stake. He's not going to back down. Moreover, a cut face is nothing to him. He's had more serious injuries. Vassal attacks. Princess Yuta realizes that her body is no longer in her control. She has used up all her strength in this battle. Her hand can't even raise her sword to repel the enemy's attack. Would it really end now, and like this? However, the former vassal of the king does not have time to deliver his decisive blow. Suddenly, a young swordsman appears out of nowhere. He doesn't have much strength left, but he manages to repel the enemy's attack and save Princess Yuta. After a blow in the air, the young swordsman deftly lands on his feet without letting go of his blade. With each time, he controls his body better and better. He has become considerably stronger since he entered this world. Princess Yuta, who was already ready to say goodbye to her life, raises her head and looks at her savior. The girl exhales with relief. Haran was once again in the right place at the right time, once again saving her life. The young swordsman's blue eyes are serious. His gaze is completely focused on his opponent. The former vassal of the king is strong, experienced, and also has a special skill. One must be constantly on guard. It is not clear what other trump cards he has. The young swordsman's attack was as powerful as the attack in which the opponent used the heavenly blade. Haran's attack cracked the slabs that paved the square. However, the young swordsman's opponent is alive and trying to get up from the ground. The former vassal of the king is wounded, blood streaming down his face and his eyes filled with rage and anger. He hurls curses at the young swordsman, not understanding how this boy, who doesn't even know the basics, was able to deal with a strong warrior like him. After a few seconds, the former vassal of the king manages to get to his feet, and he takes a step towards the young swordsman to continue the battle. But Haran doesn't seem to be afraid of him. He's completely confident in his own abilities. This behavior of the young swordsman angers the former vassal of the king even more. He raises his blade, adopts a stance, and prepares to use a special skill, promising Haran that he will wipe him into powder. After a few more seconds, having gained strength, Haran's opponent is in the air and takes a few swings of his sword, engaging his special skill. The sword of the king's former vassal literally cuts through the air. However, the young swordsman, who should have already fallen from such an attack, remains standing still. He is calm and poised. It seems as if he is confident that his opponent's sword will not harm him. In his mind, the young swordsman named Haran is thinking about Princess Yuta's words, that if he continues to run away, it will be impossible to achieve anything. The young man realizes that his ally is absolutely right. How long can one keep running away? Suddenly, the young swordsman puts his sword into action. He thrusts his blade through the air, utilizing his new skill, Splitting Strike. Haran feels how powerful a force he wields. The eyes of the former vassal who once betrayed the king rounds. He realizes that his special skill is simply powerless against the young swordsman. He was unable to inflict any damage on him. Haran wasn't even hit during the attack. The former vassal of the king tries to gather all of his strength to strike even more powerfully by utilizing his special skill. After such a young swordsman, who is not distinguished by a strong physique, simply cannot resist. However, the man's plans are not destined to come true. The young swordsman deftly reflects the blow and immediately attacks the opponent using his special skill. The attack was so strong that the former vassal flies back a few meters. The soldiers fighting against Princess Yuta and Haran see what is happening. A young swordsman has defeated their commander, who has come out victorious in battles many times and was considered the best warrior. This both surprises and frightens the army. The wounded Princess Yuta watched this fight from the sidelines. She had no strength left to intervene and help her comrade. Besides, as it turned out, he didn't need any help. He was doing just fine on his own. The soldiers rushed to their commander and called his name. Princess Yuta heard his name for the first time. It turned out that his name was Binak Nim. The soldiers try to lift him off the ground. He is still alive, though badly wounded. Binak Nim lifts himself up. He is only able to sit up. The man stares at the ground in amazement, replaying in his mind what just happened. He was overpowered by the young man. The soldiers, meanwhile, continue to try to lift him off the ground. Binak Nim realizes that the technique the young swordsman used is familiar to him. He recalls that he had encountered it before, but it was performed by a completely different person. But how does this young man know his tactics? Binak Nim looks at Haran and ponders. This tactic was used by the late King Ayul. It is ancient and no one else should know of it. Binak Nim thought that the late king had taken it with him to his grave. It turns out he was wrong. Binak Nim's head rounds with horror. He is indeed frightened. But can such a strong and experienced warrior be afraid of an ordinary kid who hasn't even participated in serious battles and knows nothing about battle tactics? Suddenly, Binak Nim leaps up from the ground, turns around and runs away so fast that in a few seconds only his red cloak flashes somewhere in the distance. As he does so, he shouts to his soldiers to get off their feet as well. After a few seconds, Binak Nim is barely visible anymore. The army of soldiers who had bared their swords and were ready to rush to the attack watches this picture in surprise. Their general had simply fled the battlefield. The commander of the royal guard, Sung, who has been fighting together with the barbarians against Banak Nim's soldiers all this time, also looks at what is happening with bewilderment. He himself is a warrior, and such an act of the commander simply does not understand. The commander of the Royal Army Sung orders the soldiers to lay down their arms because the battle is over. Their commander ran away like a coward. At the same time, he thinks that Banak Nim should be executed for this. However, the army of soldiers is not going to give up. They don't drop their swords, but instead bear them. They believe that they are outnumbered, which means that the victory in the battle is theirs. But only they have not taken into account how strong their opponents are. The commander of the Royal Guard loses his temper and looks at the soldiers with an unkind look. When he and Sun fought side by side, but now after the king's demise, they chose the wrong side and became enemies to the princess, and thus to him. The commander of the Royal Guard is about to lash out at his opponents, but suddenly stops abruptly. He's attracted to a figure that has abruptly rushed forward to stand between him and the soldiers. It is Princess Yuta. Princess Yuta has come right up close to the soldiers without any fear that someone might hurt her. She shouts very loudly so that everyone in the square can hear her. Princess Yuta orders everyone to stop immediately. Princess Yuta yells that there is absolutely no point in all this fighting. She urges everyone to look around, to look at what is happening now. Yuta's loud voice with an orderly tone draws attention. Everyone listens to her. Princess Yuta points to the elder, the leader of the barbarians, who has already fallen in this battle. She then points to everyone else. The princess adds that some of them fell because they were barbarians and others because they were following orders. Princess Yuta continues her speech. She is listened to by Sun and everyone else. The girl says that they have been fighting the barbarians for hundreds of years, but the fight is pointless. It is not worth so many lives. If it continues like this, they will all lie down next to the fallen. Princess Yuta's eyes lit up with a fierce fire. The royal genes have kicked in. She, as a princess, warrior, and commoner, asks everyone to give meaning to their lives. Why die for an obscure idea? Princess Yuta raises her hand in the air, calling for people to follow her. She offers to serve her, and in return, she promises to show all her companions exactly what it is to fight for, what has real value. All the soldiers bowed their heads and thought for a moment. Many of them didn't see the point of this fight either, but as military men, they were used to following orders given by the general. However, their commander had just escaped, which meant that they no longer had to do anything. The young swordsman was touched to the core by Princess Yuta's words. He realizes how right she is. In his real world, the same thing is happening. People are fighting each other, completely unaware of what it's all for. Suddenly, the young swordsman's thoughts are interrupted by the clang of swords falling on stone slabs. It is the soldiers who have heeded the words of Princess Yuta, and one by one began to throw their weapons at their feet. They no longer want to continue this fight. The army of soldiers surround Princess Yuta, but not to capture her as they did before, but to bow their heads before her. They want to serve her, to follow her, to help her reclaim her kingdom. The young swordsman watches carefully. This is what leadership ability means. In just 5 minutes, Princess Yuta was able to sway an entire army of soldiers who had recently fought against her. The young swordsman closes his eyes and smiles. He is happy that everything ended so safely, and no one else will die. He is also proud of Princess Yuta, who not so long ago could not even stand up for herself, and who is now at the head of an entire army. The action moves to the mountain, which is located next to the gate. It is from there that Haran and Sun flew to the enemy territory on their cloaks, using the power of the wind. It was there that they left their companion Nanran behind. The girl sits saddened. It's been a long time and she still doesn't know what happened to Haran and Sun, whether they managed to save Princess Yuta or whether they fell in battle and never returned. These questions remain unanswered. Suddenly, Nanran is distracted from her sorrowful musings by some extraneous sound and movement in the distance. The girl turns her gaze to the gate that is directly below her at the foot of the mountain. Nanran realizes that someone must be emerging from the gate. Nanran is in anxious anticipation, her eyes rounded. She has high hopes that her comrades, who saved her and her entire village's lives by delivering food a few days earlier, are about to emerge from the gate. The gate leaves are made of solid wood. Their deadbolt is made of iron. As such, they are heavy in weight, not easy to open. It takes time to swing fully open. Therefore, the exciting wait for Nanran stretches for several minutes. Finally, the gate swings open, and a tall and muscular figure appears in it. Nanran smiles happily. She realizes that her comrades and rescuers have succeeded in their plan. They have remained unharmed and unharmed. The gate swings open almost completely, and the commander of the Sun Royal Guard appears in it. He stands confidently on two legs. Nanran realizes that by all appearances he is fine. If he is injured, he is not badly hurt. Nanran's hunch is confirmed. The commander of the Royal Guard, Sun, is fine. A slight smile can be seen on his face, which means that he managed to get around without any casualties. Sun scrutinizes the new territory outside the gate. The Royal Guard commander has a simply stunning view in front of him. While he was in the king's army, he has been to many places, but this is his first time here. He enjoys the birds singing and the beautiful nature. The commander of the Royal Guard puts his head down, closes his eyes, and breathes in the fresh mountain air. He is tired after such a difficult battle. Their lives were on the line, but still they won and gained new allies. After a few seconds, Warlord Sun opens his eyes and turns to the gate. He is expecting the young swordsman and Princess Yuta, with whom they have been through so much together. Fortunately, it was possible to get by with almost no casualties. The commander of the Royal Guard's Sun changed in his face, became more serious. He realizes that despite the victory in this battle and the emergence of a large number of new allies, it is too early to celebrate. The kingdom still does not belong to the princess. The massive gate swung fully open, and in came Princess Yuta and the young swordsman Haran. They too are fine. Their injuries are not serious and do not threaten their lives. They are confidently standing on their feet. They don't need any outside help. Princess Yuta surveys the terrain that is opened up to her. Her cloak and turquoise hair flutter in the wind. The wind is very strong here, after all. They are in a mountainous area, but the beauty of nature here is amazing. Princess Yuta looks at the area with her blue eyes. On her face is the congealed blood from the wounds she received during the battle. Princess Yuta is happy that she is one step closer to victory. Princess Yuta and the young swordsman see a thick forest and a fast river in front of them. This is the land of the barbarians, which they are in for the first time in their lives. After all, the gates have always been closed before. King Ayul wanted to restore peace with the barbarians, but he didn't have time. Princess Yuta sees the spikes of plants bending in the wind, and light waves appear on the water. The wind is really strong here. The land of the barbarians is a cold place. It's amazing how they were able to adapt to it. Also, Princess Yuta remarks that this is a very harsh land. As she looks around, she sees the skull of an animal, most likely a horse. The thought flashes through her mind that she must have starved to death in such a poor land. Princess Yuta becomes sad. Even animals adapted to the wild are dying here. What about the barbarians? They're just ordinary people like the princess. It's definitely not an easy life for them. Princess Yuta puts away her sad thoughts. She realizes that she has the power to change the situation. Raising her head and opening her eyes wide, Princess Yuta speaks to her people. She says that from now on, no one will ever close this gate again. Princess Yuta stands at the very edge of the slope, with the young swordsman slightly behind her. Haran watches the girl. He can no longer recognize her as the fragile girl he once met. She is now a true queen. The hard battle is finally over, and the young swordsman can exhale in peace. He has spent too much energy utilizing his special skill. He needs time to fully recover. But no sooner does Haran properly catch his breath than he hears a painfully familiar sound. It was the game notification. In front of the young swordsman's face appeared a window with information about passing the quest. The notification said that another one of the main tasks of the quest's 7 trials had been completed. As a reward for completing it, Haran receives the second fragment of the return stone, which will help him return home. The young swordsman receives the second fragment of the stone of return, which glows. In addition, as a reward, he receives a new special skill called Deathstroke, which he will be able to use against his opponents in the future. The young swordsman scrutinizes the 2 pieces of the return stone. A few seconds later, another notification arrives. It states that Haran must await his next assignment at a new destination. The young swordsman continues to scrutinize the return stone he holds in his hands. Incredible magical power emanates from it. It glows with a sky-blue light. It is the stone that will open Haran's way home. The 2 fragments of the stone of return come together in the hands of the young swordsman. Haran sees that it has begun to take some form, but it is not yet entirely clear what form it is. There are still 5 more fragments to collect. 3 days have passed since the gate was opened. In that time, much has changed in the gate's territory. Their guards have sworn allegiance to Princess Yuta, and are now loyal to her. The banners of the traitor Jod were removed from the towers of the citadel. Meanwhile, the office that once belonged to the escaped General Bainak Nim is now occupied by completely different people, his opponents who defeated the warrior on the battlefield. Guards stand at the door. Princess Yuta stands at the open window, enjoying the beautiful view and the fresh air. She turns to Haran, smiles at him, and says that Sun has told her how cleverly he has harnessed the power of the wind. The young swordsman scratches the back of his head. He is embarrassed by Princess Yuta's praise, his cheeks even flushed somewhat. Haran smiles awkwardly back at the girl, saying that such an idea was born in his head completely out of the blue. Princess Yuta smiles in response to those words. She believes that the young swordsman is simply downplaying his merits. He had already come to her rescue so many times and saved her life. They wouldn't have been able to prevail without him this time either. Princess Yuta tells Haran that she was desperate when the soldiers dragged her to the gate area, though she tried to pretend that everything was normal. Meanwhile, in the square, the soldiers loyal to Yuta have completely removed Jod's banner. Princess Yuta continues to stand at the open window. Suddenly, the smile fades from her face as she recalls the terrible events that happened to her a few years ago. She shares with Haran that she was in despair over not knowing whether or not she would die. Princess Yuta recalls how the soldiers who had previously been handed over to General Bainak Nim and Jod put her in a dungeon. It was dark, cold, dirty, and scary in there. Then she lost hope of her victory. Princess Yuta's mood changes again. She smiles softly and looks at the young swordsman. The girl asks Haran if he has any friends. After all, she knows next to nothing about his life. He has never told her about it. The young swordsman replies to Princess Yuta that he has a couple of friends on the internet, but then realizes that the girl doesn't know what the internet is. It's not like she's from his world. There's no internet here. Everything that happens for her is reality, not a game. Haran is saddened by the realization that he doesn't have any friends in reality. To Princess Yuta, he sadly tells the truth. He has no friends. However, the girl believes that Haran simply doesn't remember them because he has lost his memory. Princess Yuta again looks out the window, and with a smile on her face admits to the young swordsman that she once wanted to make friends. To play together with them, to fight sometimes, and then make up the next day, pretending that nothing happened. Princess Yuta slowly heads away from the window and adds that she always wanted the simplest and most ordinary friends. However, it was hard to find them because the girl was not from an ordinary, but a royal family. While telling her story, Princess Yuta approached the wooden table that stands in the middle of the room. Haran noticed that there was a sword lying on it. Princess Yuta reached towards it and took the blade in her hands. Princess Yuta then walked over to a young swordsman who was standing nearby and handed him this sword. The girl said that it was a gift for Haran, and she wanted him to accept it in gratitude for saving her life. The young swordsman takes the blade from Princess Yuta's hands and examines it closely. He feels a sort of awkwardness, as he is not used to receiving gifts. He has never had friends and comrades to give them to. Princess Yuta notices the young swordsman's embarrassment. She looks into his eyes and smiles gently, trying to remove the awkwardness. Princess Yuta asks Haran to take the blade out of its sheath and examine it. The young swordsman gladly agrees. He is eager to get a closer look at the first gift of his life. Haran grips the beautiful hilt of his new blade and pulls it out of its sheath in one motion. The young swordsman then raises his new blade up in front of him to get a better look at it. The blade of the sword is made of steel that shines with a red color. This is something Haran has never seen before. The young swordsman can't contain his admiration and says that the sword is incredible. Princess Yuta smiles. She asks Haran if he likes her gift, though you can already tell by the young swordsman. Princess Yuta smiles and says that she is glad that Haran liked her gift. She also adds that this gift is given to her in a friendly way, so the young swordsman should not feel any inner tension or embarrassment. The young swordsman listens to Yuta carefully. He does feel some awkwardness and embarrassment, firstly because no one has ever given him a gift before except his relatives, secondly because it was given to him by a girl. The young swordsman both smiles embarrassedly and casts his eyes downward with embarrassment. But to Princess Yuta, he tells her that he won't feel any tension. He is truly grateful to the girl for such a valuable and useful gift. Princess Yuta is pleased with this response. She has always enjoyed giving gifts, and now there is an opportunity to present it to her comrade-in-arms, battle buddy, and friend. The young swordsman, meanwhile, places his sword back into its scabbard. The action moves to the watchtower. A guard has seen something suspicious from it and shouts for the object to stop. The soldiers are accustomed to guarding this place carefully and will not allow any disorder or presence of outsiders. The guard quickly walks down the stairs after leaving his post in the tower and turns to the man he has stopped with a disgruntled, suspicious look. The soldier asks where the man got the cloak he has placed over his shoulders. One of the barbarians stands in front of him. He looks at the soldier with a perplexed look. The barbarian does not understand the language spoken by the people in the kingdom. Only his dead leader spoke it, and not well. The soldier is angry that the barbarian does not answer his question. He grabs him by the pecs and shakes him violently, demanding that he take off his cloak immediately. In addition, insults fly at the barbarian. Not everyone is happy about such an alliance. However, the barbarian is not going to tolerate such treatment either. Although he does not know the local language, he realizes that the soldier is unfriendly to him. The barbarian rips out of the guard's hands. The soldier did not expect this. However, the barbarian has no intention of running away. Instead, he adopts a defensive stance. His eyes are filled with rage, and his mouth emits a beastly growl. It is clear that a clash is about to happen, and the outcome will be sad for someone. The soldier is not a timid man either. He is not going to retreat. The guard continues to shout curses and grasps the hilt of the sword hanging on his belt. It seems like there's going to be a battle if no one intervenes. However, the soldier never manages to pull his sword out of its sheath because someone suddenly gives the order to stop and not move. The guard is angry that someone dared to stop him, but he follows the given command. The figure of the commander of the royal guard, Suna, appeared in front of the soldier and the barbarian. He says that the cloak was provided to the barbarian by the military warehouse. After that, Sun orders everyone to return to their seats. The soldier is clearly unhappy with such an order. He mutters something and snorts in anger, glaring at the commander of the royal guard. However, he can't disobey the order because he will be punished severely. The guard reluctantly goes back to his post on the guard tower. He spits on the ground, showing his disdain and dislike for the barbarians. The savage stands calmly in front of Sun and shows no sign of displeasure. The commander of the royal guard looks after the soldier. He realizes that this guard is not the only one who is unhappy with the barbarians. This time Sun managed to stop the conflict, but next time he may just not be around. Immediately after the incident, Sun, the commander of the royal guard, heads to the princess's office to report the incident. He says that there have already been 10 such conflicts and there is growing discontent among the soldiers. Princess Yuta replies that she foresaw that such things would happen. It is extremely difficult for soldiers and barbarians, who until a few days ago were adversaries, to get along with each other. However, it is simply necessary. The commander of the royal guard, Sun, addresses a question to Yuta. He asks what she's going to do next because the problem must be solved urgently before a major conflict occurs, in which both sides may suffer at once. Princess Yuta lowered her gaze. She thought about something and then replied to the commander of the royal guard that there was a bigger problem that needed to be solved first. Sun was surprised by such a statement. Princess Yuta scrutinizes the map of the kingdom that lies on the table in front of her. The girl tells her commander that even though they have captured this place, their forces are still very small. From this, the princess concludes that no one will be willing to go against Judd's stronger army and ally with them to help her retake the kingdom. Yuta also adds that they can't stay in this place either. Sun listens intently to his princess, waiting to see what she suggests. Yuta says that they should find troops within the kingdom that will agree to come to their aid. Sun replies that such troops simply don't exist. Princess Yuta continues to scrutinize the map of the kingdom and surrounding areas. After all, there must be a way out of the situation. It is urgent to find at least one ally, otherwise all their victories will be in vain. Suddenly, Princess Yuta shrieks with joy. She has found someone who can help them. It is an independent region that calls itself the Rocky Mountains. They have enough strong warriors who can stand beside the princess on the battlefield. The commander of the royal guard is surprised by this proposal. He knows the people of the Rocky Mountains. There are indeed many strong and brave warriors there, but the catch is that there is no way they will agree to help them. However, Princess Yuta is already enthusiastic about her idea. She finds herself at the door, opens it, and is about to leave the office. Lastly, she tells Sun that they need to make the Rocky Mountains want to help her. Sun looks at the princess in surprise, and she adds that in order to sway the Rocky Mountains to her side, they need the help of someone who is well-versed in the political landscape of the kingdom, and she has someone in mind. The commander of the royal guard asks who that someone might be. However, Princess Yuta can no longer hear him. She hurriedly left the office and went down the stairs that lead to the dungeon with the prisoners. Princess Yuta headed towards the prison, where she herself had recently been imprisoned. After a few minutes, she stood before the prisoner, the commander of the 7th Brigade of the kingdom's former battalion, A. Hasso. This is the same prisoner who had been sitting with Princess Yuta in the cell next door and wanted to find her an interlocutor. He is clearly surprised by the appearance of the princess. Seeing her in front of him, he became animated and laughed a crazy laugh. Yuta turns to the commander of the 7th Brigade of the former Kingdom Battalion with a stern look and says that she needs to find out something from him. Of course, she would choose someone else if it were her will, but there are no more suitable people. Ahaso laughs again, upon hearing that the princess is asking him to tell her about the political landscape of the kingdom, thus asking for his cooperation. The prisoner asks Yuta why he should help her. However, after his words, something happens that the commander of the 7th Brigade of the kingdom's former battalion did not expect in any way. Princess Yuta pulls out a sword from its sheath and with a single movement of her hand, shatters the chains that bound him. Princess Yuta then turns her back to the half-blind prisoner, unafraid that he might attack her. She then says, wondering if Ahaso would be interested in seeing if she can fulfill her father's last will. The commander of the 7th Brigade of the kingdom's former battalion laughs a crazy laugh again. Princess Yuta's plan worked. She was able to interest and intrigue him. Ahaso really wants to see what happens. The action takes place the day after Princess Yuta's conversation with Ahaso. The girl is sitting in her office at her desk, and in front of her lies a scroll with a letter. Next to the princess stands a commander of the royal guard. Princess Yuta stares intently at the red scroll and ponders. She worries that the ruler of the Rocky Mountains will refuse to cooperate with her, and there is no way Princess Yuta can do without his help, as Jod's allies are very strong. Royal Guard Commander's son crossed his arms on his chest. He exhales heavily, believing that the plan has failed. He originally didn't believe that there would be an army that would agree to side with Princess Yuta. The silence in the office is interrupted by a loud knock on the door. Princess Yuta and the commander of the Royal Guard's son look at each other. It must be the one they sent a guard after and have waited long enough. The commander of the Royal Guard looks at the door with a serious look. After waiting a few seconds, he invites the man behind the door to enter the office and stand before him and Princess Yuta. They have a serious conversation to have with him. The door to the study swings open, and a young swordsman, who has already helped Princess Yuta and the commander of the Royal Guard on several occasions, appears on the doorstep, proving that he can indeed be trusted. Haran asks if they called for him. Royal Guard Commander's son suddenly changes in his face. He smiles welcomingly at the young swordsman and extends his hand forward with his palm open, palm up, inviting Haran thus to enter the princess's office. Haran is surprised to see such a good mood from the commander of the Royal Guard. Just yesterday, he was walking around all glum and saying that their plans were not going to come true because the barbarians and soldiers would kill each other before they met the real enemy. The commander of the Royal Guard continues to smile amiably, at least as much as is possible with his formidable warrior appearance. With his huge hand, he points to the table where the teapot and cups stand. Princess Yuta is the first to approach the table, pouring herself a cup of fragrant tea from the teapot, closing her eyes in pleasure, and taking a sip. At the same time, she is completely calm and poised. She doesn't seem to realize the globality of the problem. The young swordsman looks at Princess Yuta with bewilderment. Does she not realize that soon there will be no one left of her army? The barbarians and soldiers are clashing more and more often, and it is already much harder to stop them. It won't do any good. There is silence in the study. Haran sits down at the table and is the first to break it. Turning to the commander of the Royal Guard, he asks if anything is wrong. Why did the latter summon him to Princess Yuta's office so urgently? The commander of the Royal Guard says it's not that at all. Haran is completely confused. What happened? Meanwhile, Princess Yuta enters the conversation. She calls Haran by name and addresses him. The young swordsman says he listens to her carefully. Princess Yuta looks him in the eye, smiles slightly, and asks if Haran could fulfill another request of hers. She realizes that he has already done a lot, but she needs his help again. The young swordsman is surprised. What favor is the princess asking for? What can he do for her? After all, he is an ordinary man who knows almost nothing about this kingdom, does not know the tactics of battle and diplomatic negotiations. Meanwhile, Princess Yuta takes a red scroll from the table and holds it out to Haran. She asks the young swordsman to give it to Nuruhan, the chairman of the Rocky Mountains. and it is very important to do it as soon as possible. The name Rocky Mountain seems familiar to Haran. It seems to have been mentioned in a game notice. The young swordsman realizes that this is the place where he must wait for his new task. After completing it, he will receive another fragment of stone. The young swordsman is very surprised that this quest was so easy. Just in case, Haran clarifies from Princess Yuta what exactly is required of him. Is it just to hand over a scroll with a letter or something else? Princess Yuta replies that he just needs to hand over the scroll. However, it will not be as easy as it seems. Nuruhan, the chairman in charge of Rocky Mountain, is very capricious and must be extremely careful with him. The young swordsman agrees to undertake this task. He knows that he cannot refuse it, not only because he would thus let the princess down, but he would also block his way home. Until all the fragments of the stone are collected, there is no turning back. Princess Yuta didn't expect Haran to say anything else. She was sure he would help. But Yuta is not happy that she has to send Haran on such a mission. However, he is the only one she can entrust it to. The young swordsman once again agrees to do the task, but suddenly a look of concern appears on his face. He tells Princess Yuta and the commander of the Royal Guard that he does not know how to get to the Rocky Mountains. The commander of the Royal Guard enters the conversation. He says that Haran doesn't have to worry about that. They're going to send one of the guards with him, who knows the area well and will show the young swordsman the way. The action takes place a few hours later in the street near the tower. The young swordsman thought that he would be accompanied by a strong warrior who would help Haran to defeat his opponents. But in front of him stands a young boy. Haran scrutinizes his companion. The commander of the Royal Guard, seeing the young swordsman's puzzled look, tells him that the guard comes from a neighboring village in the Rock District and therefore knows the area well. The young guard is also approached by Princess Yuta. She smiles at him and asks him what his name is. The boy replies that his name is Gumang. The princess then gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder and tells him that they are counting on him. The young guard is young, his blood is boiling, and he wants to do the deed. In a loud voice, practically shouting, he replies that he will definitely complete the task Sun and Yuta have given him and then come back. Princess Yuta smiles in response. She is glad to have such brave men among her people. The guard is just a boy, but he is willing to risk his life for his princess and the whole kingdom. The princess believes that she and Haran will succeed. The commander of the Royal Guard, Sun, stands off to the side with his arms crossed over his chest, watching the conversation between the young guard and Princess Yuta. He too is pleased that one of his men is so eager to help and become a hero. After talking to the young guard, Yuta picks up a scroll and approaches Haran. She holds out the letter to him and asks him to be very careful with it. Princess Yuta explains that its contents will become useless if you break the seal on it. The young swordsman promises Princess Yuta that he will be extremely careful. He carefully takes the scroll from her hands and places it in a cloth bag. In it, neither the letter nor the seal on it will definitely be damaged. The young swordsman hangs the cloth bag with the letter over his shoulder and sets off with his aide in the form of the guard Gumang. He turns around and smiles at Princess Yuta and Warlord Sun. Haran bids farewell to his companions, saying that he and Gumang are setting off right now, as there is no room for delay. The young swordsman smiles and promises to complete the task. The young guard nods his head at all of Haran's words. The commander of the Royal Guard and Princess Yuta are left alone, watching the young swordsman Haran and the young Gumang leave. Sun tells the princess that he hopes the travelers don't have any problems along the way. The figures of the young swordsman and the boy guard gradually grow farther away. In a little more time, they will disappear behind the dense crown of trees. The commander of the Royal Guard and Princess Yuta look after them with hope. The commander of the Royal Guard, Sun, smiles. He believes that they have chosen the right people for the task. Next, he turns to Yuta and asks her about what the prisoner told her. Can it really be true? Princess Yuta replies that Ahaso was once a commander who led the 7th Brigade with her late father, King Ayul. Though she can't trust him completely, she simply has no other choice. The commander of the Royal Guard listens carefully to Princess Yuta's opinion and then asks her if Nuruhan, the chairman of the Rocky Mountains, will take further action. It becomes clear that Suna and Yuta have some sort of secret. Princess Yuta once again turns around after Haran and Gumang. She then sighs heavily and says that they can only hope that the young swordsman and his companion will return safely. Princess Yuta then points the commander of the Royal Guard to the gate and says that they still have a lot of things to finish up here. First and foremost, they need to figure out how to bring peace between the barbarians and the soldiers. The action shifts to Harana and Gumanga. The travelers head to the Rocky Mountains to see their steward Nuruhan. The journey is not a long one. The young swordsman is traveling light, while Gumang has brought a whole bag of belongings with him. Gumang says that everything is very exciting. He then asks Haran if he's ever been to Rocky Mountain County. The young swordsman replies to the kid that he has never been there before, only heard about them. Gumang is thrilled by this response from his companion. He says that it is simply wonderful, and then adds that every self-respecting warrior of the kingdom should visit the Rocky Mountain district at least once in his life. The young swordsman doesn't understand what his companion is so happy about. After all, they have gone on a dangerous mission, after which they may never return. If it had been Haran's will, he would never have wanted to be here. Gumang sees the bewilderment on the young swordsman's face and hurries to explain to him that the Rocky Mountain region is not only inhabited by locals, it is also a sacred place where warriors from different countries gather and train. Gumang then adds that because of this sacred place where warriors from different kingdoms train, independence is allowed in Rocky Mountain County. Now Haran understands why Yuta is counting on Nuruhan's help. Gumang keeps talking and talking and talking. He tells us that he got a shock when he saw the independent Rocky Mountain district. It was after that he made the decision to become the strongest and immortal warrior. Haran is already fed up with this chatter. The young swordsman is ready to run away from his companion, just not to hear this chatter, which does not stop for half an hour, but suddenly he stops abruptly. Something moves in the bushes. This silences Gumang as well. The young swordsman listens to the extraneous sounds coming from the bushes, trying to understand if there is danger or if it is just some animal. Suddenly, a Gumang rushes into the bushes. Before the young guardian could draw his weapon from its sheath, something with red hair, only slightly smaller than Gumang, flew out of the bushes at him. It leaps at the young guard from above, and he doesn't even have time to dodge it. Gumang manages to pull his sword out of its sheath, but his inexperience prevents him from using it. A red-haired object appears from the bushes and starts kicking the guard in the head and face with such force that sparks fly from his eyes. It is only after a few seconds that Haran finally manages to see what, or rather who, has suddenly jumped out of the bushes and attacked his companion. It is the red-haired barbarian girl that the young swordsman had rescued in the gateway. Young Gumang, who considers himself to be a great warrior and hero of the future, is deeply offended that some barbarian girl dared to attack him, kicking him in the face so hard that his nose is bleeding. He hurls curses at her. Meanwhile, the red-haired barbarian girl is not going to back down either. She's clearly not happy with the young guard who wanted to pounce on her with a sword. The red-haired girl takes a stand, preparing for another attack. After a few seconds, the young guard Gumang and the red-haired girl from the barbarian nation are face to face. The former drew his sword from its sheath, while the latter held out her baton in front of her. They are ready to fight each other. The next second happens just as Haran expected. The red-haired barbarian girl leaps at Gumang, attacking him with her club. The latter holds his bare blade in his hands. If nothing is done, they will cripple each other. The young swordsman watches from the sidelines. He sighs heavily. He's not going to have an easy time with these kids. They are not at all surprised by the fact that Haran himself is standing aside and not attacking any of them. One would guess that there are no enemies among them. After a few seconds, Haran has to intervene. He literally pulls the children apart with his hands, shouting to them that they are not enemies of each other. However, they are so engrossed in their fight that they do not hear him at all. With difficulty, the young swordsman still manages to pull apart the red-haired barbarian girl and the Gumang guard. It was quite a challenge. Even in battles, it can be easier. Haran tries to catch his breath and the children look at each other, ready to clash again. The red-haired barbarian girl looks at Haran in surprise, eyes visibly rounded. She doesn't understand why her savior is stopping her now. She believes that the guardian is a threat to her and Haran. The young swordsman realizes that now they can start their fight again. Breathing heavily, he once again repeats his request to stop. Haran again says that they are not each other's enemies, not particularly expecting to be heard. Finally, the young guard hears Haran too. He looks at him carefully with a displeased look. He doesn't understand how a barbarian can be anything but an enemy. He was brought up in such a way that the barbarian people are an enemy to be destroyed. The young swordsman, seeing the bewilderment in his companion's eyes, explains that while he doesn't know how this red-haired girl managed to track them down, she is here to help them. The children seem to have finally realized that they don't need to fight each other. The red-haired barbarian girl jumps on Haran's shoulders and begins to hurl curses at him as she once did at the gate. not realizing their meaning. The young swordsman reiterates his request, no fighting amongst themselves. The young swordsman is already accustomed to such curses in his address. He knows that the girl is not doing it out of malice, but out of ignorance of their language. She is simply copying what she heard in the gate. Gumong's face is clearly perplexed. Suddenly, the happy red-haired girl, smiling and still hanging on Haran's shoulders, asks where his letter is that he's supposed to deliver to the Rocky Mountain manager on behalf of Princess Yuta. The young swordsman's face changes. He realizes that the scroll that was hanging on his shoulder in a cloth bag is gone. Haran is certain that he definitely took it with him, and just moments ago the letter was at his back. The young swordsman continues to hold the red-haired girl on his shoulders. He wonders where he could have dropped such an important letter that Princess Yuta entrusted to him. Haran frantically recalls his entire journey and realizes that he simply could not have dropped it. The young swordsman frantically looks around, hoping that the letter is somewhere nearby. The young guard observes what's going on and is excited as well. They do not see that another man is watching them from the crown of the trees. The stranger turns to Haran, the barbarian girl, and the young guard Gumong. He tells them that they don't have many things. Only now do the young swordsman and his companions notice that there is a man lurking in the crown of the trees. The stranger continues the conversation. He says that he had expected to have some valuable items, but it turns out that Haran and his company have no money at all. He then raises a letter from Princess Yuta in front of him. The young swordsman looks at this stranger in surprise and listens to him. Haran was sure that they were alone in the forest. How did this stranger manage to get close enough to them to steal Princess Yuta's letter? The young swordsman looks at the scroll the stranger is holding and notes with horror that the seal has been opened. Haran recalls Yuta's words that the seal must not be damaged in any way, or the letter would be of no value. The young guard Gumong, who accompanies the young swordsman, is very angry. He shouts to the stranger to immediately return to them the letter from the Princess of Utah, addressed to Nuruhan, the manager of the Rocky Mountains, threatening him with reprisal. However, the stranger, who is sitting quite high up in a tree, doesn't seem to care about his words. He looks disdainfully at the young guardian and remains silent. The stranger clearly has no intention of returning Princess Yuta's letter. The young swordsman realizes this. But even though the letter has been opened, he needs to get it back in his hand because he promised Princess Yuta that everything would go smoothly. The barbarian girl, not knowing the language, seems to have guessed what's going on. Suddenly, the stranger's face changes. A barely perceptible snide smile appears on it. He replies that he is not going to return anything. In principle, the young swordsman did not expect any other answer from him. It looks like the letter will have to be taken away by force. The stranger seems to be teasing the young swordsman and his companions. He says that since they need the letter so badly, let them try to catch up and take it if they can. After these words, the stranger, along with the scroll, disappears into the crown of the trees. A few seconds later, the first to chase after the stranger is the young guard accompanying Gumong. He has drawn his sword and is ready to attack. Only first he has to catch up with the stranger, which won't be easy. Suddenly, the young guardian Gumong stops and falls into a kind of daze, all because someone overtakes him. It is the red-haired barbarian girl who is already flying swiftly after the stranger, proving to be faster and more nimble. The young guardian Gumong is clearly not happy about this. He is ashamed and offended by the fact that some little girl, who is also from a barbarian nation, is ahead of him, a future invincible warrior and hero who must fulfill the princess's assignment. Gumong stands still for a few seconds, assessing the situation and trying to deal with his resentment. Then he throws his heavy burden, which was behind his back all this time, to the ground. The young guard then rushes after the stranger and the red-haired barbarian girl to catch up with them. Without a heavy burden, it is much easier for Gumong to move, but it will take some effort to catch up with the others. Meanwhile, the stranger who stole the letter hops deftly from one tree branch to another, whistling a cheerful song to himself. He seems confident that Haran and his companions will never catch up with him, even if he does not try to run away. However, the stranger is overconfident. Suddenly, a young swordsman jumps out at him from behind. The stranger was sure he would never catch up, but Haran proved to be just as agile and fast. The thief had clearly underestimated him. The young swordsman rushes at his opponent to snatch from his hands the letter written by Princess Yuta to the manager of the Rocky Mountains. However, the stranger deftly dodges as if anticipating Haran's actions. The stranger notes that his opponent is quite fast, but that he can't match him. The young swordsman wants to attack again, but the guy again hid in the dense crown of trees. Finding him now will be very difficult. However, the young swordsman does not peel off. He by all means needs to catch up with the stranger and take the letter from him. Otherwise, the mission will be a failure. He will fail the princess and may forget about his return home. Haran rushes after the stranger, deftly climbing from one tree to another. There is no way he can lose him. However, the stranger is used to moving through trees, but Haran is not, so the advantage is not on his side. After a few minutes of chasing the stranger, Haran jumps down from the trees to the ground and looks around carefully. The forest is very dense. Nothing can be seen beyond 10 meters. The young swordsman doesn't understand where the stranger could have gone. He couldn't have gotten far unless he has the ability to teleport. Haran looks around once more, hoping to spot the stranger. Suddenly he notices some movement. He turns in that direction hopefully, but a red-haired barbarian girl jumps out of the crown of the trees holding her club. The young swordsman is disappointed. The red-haired girl also looks around, looking for the kidnapper of the letter, but all to no avail. He is not here, or he is very well disguised. Suddenly the girl bends down to the ground and begins to taste it with her tongue. The young swordsman looks surprised and even a little squeamish at the red-haired barbarian girl who touches the ground with her tongue. After recovering from his shock, he asks his companion what she is doing, and more importantly, why. Suddenly the barbarian girl stops her strange activity, jumps up sharply on two legs, raises her club above her head and points somewhere with her hand. Shouting something in her barbarian tongue, she runs forward, calling Haran after her. The young swordsman still can't forgive himself for the mistake he made, which jeopardizes Princess Yuda's entire plan. But there is nothing to do. The letter must be gotten back anyway. But can he trust the girl? What if she's wrong? Meanwhile, the stranger, whom the young swordsman and his companions are looking for, is sitting quietly under one of the trees with his back against its trunk. He has a bored look on his face. He's thinking he shouldn't have been so fast, so uninterested. The stranger sighs heavily, muttering to himself that he's really bored. Then he closes his eyes and decides to take a little nap. He has no idea that he has been found. Behind him, someone's eyes can be seen in the bushes, watching him closely. After the stranger finally relaxes, the man from the bushes realizes that it is time to attack. He abruptly leaps out of the bushes and pounces on the stranger. It's a red-haired barbarian girl with her baton. Haran's ally wants to smack the stranger over the head with her club, but doesn't have time to do so. Princess Yuda's letter thief deftly dodges and ends up in the branches of one of the trees. He laughs and says that barbarians are definitely good at tracking. Following the red-haired girl, the young swordsman also appears, pulling the branches of the bushes apart with his hands. He looks at his companion, not yet realizing that she has tracked the thief. The girl points Haran to the stranger sitting on the branches. After a few seconds, the stranger deftly jumps off the branch onto a small hill to be out of reach. The young swordsman, Haran, approaches him, demanding the return of the letter he had sneakily stolen from him. The stranger only smiles snidely. He tells Haran and his companions to try to take the letter from him themselves. The young swordsman realizes that this game of catch-up, at which the stranger is clearly strong, amuses him. Haran sighs heavily and tilts his head downward in contemplation as to what he should do. He can't go to the Rocky Mountains without a letter, and he doesn't want to go back to the princess with a failure either. Yuda is counting on him after all. The young swordsman realizes that the stranger can no longer be overlooked. If he gets bored with this game, they will never find him again. Suddenly, Haran rushes forward. In a few seconds, he covers the distance to the stranger. The young swordsman tries to snatch the letter from the stranger's hands, but he fails. The thief proves to be more agile, with faster reactions. He removes his hand where the letter is and smiles kidically again. The young swordsman lunges at him in a frenzy, yelling for him to immediately return the letter that belongs to him. The stranger playfully runs away from him, shouting that he is very scared. He is clearly taunting Haran. The young swordsman stops, watching his opponent. He is amazed at how lightning fast the stranger's reactions and movements are, and the thief himself realizes that Haran will not be able to match him, which is why he teases. The young swordsman continues to stand still, watching as his opponent runs away from him along the road, holding a letter from Princess Yuda in his hands. Haran ponders his next plan of action. He can't match the stranger's speed. Suddenly, the stranger stops too. He sees that the owner of the letter is frozen in place and is obviously not going to run after him. The thief becomes uninterested, for he has only just gotten into the taste. He likes to see how this guy can't keep up with him. The stranger turns around and walks closer to Haran. He waves the letter from Princess Yuta in front of him, showing that he has it in his hand. He asks the young swordsman if this isn't what he needs, and all sorts of bullies him. Suddenly, the young swordsman squats down. He can't find any way to get Princess Yuta's letter, which is so important to the future fate of the kingdom, back. The thief is too strong. There's no way the stranger's going to settle down. He continues to taunt Haran. The thief stretches his right hand out to the side and holds the letter in it. With his other hand, he covers his face, pretending to be disappointed, saying he feels sorry for Haran. He is so helpless. The young swordsman can no longer contain his anger. He realizes that his opponent can't be given any more time for different maneuvers. Suddenly, Haran gets an idea in his head. He knows what he should do. With rapid speed, the young swordsman rushes at his opponent. He has already opened his eyes and sees that he's being approached. However, this time he can't escape. Haran has activated a special skill called Deathstroke. The stranger looks at the young swordsman with surprise. He sees an incomprehensible light emanating from him. He doesn't understand what is happening to Haran, but on an intuitive level, he senses a deadly threat from him. The stranger realizes that the time for games is over, and now his opponent is determined, and therefore it is better to make peace. Otherwise, he may pay with his life. He shouts to Haran that he surrenders and holds out the letter. The young swordsman takes Princess Yuta's letter in his hands. Meanwhile, the stranger apologizes and says that he was just teasing Haran, thinking he was going to the Rocky Mountains to train. He also adds that you shouldn't take his jokes seriously. The young swordsman twirls the scroll of Princess Yuta in his hands. It didn't seem to Haran. The seal on the letter has indeed been removed. The stranger not only stole the scroll, but opened it, thus ruining Haran's entire mission, dooming the kingdom to a sad fate. The young swordsman recalls Princess Yuta and her words that the contents of the letter would be useless if the seal was broken. She had, after all, asked Haran to be extremely careful with the letter. The young swordsman sighs sadly. Meanwhile, the stranger, completely unfazed by his guilt, continues to chatter. He says that lately there have been a lot of idiots in the neighborhood who have been bothering him, so he decided to have some fun. The stranger does not understand why his interlocutor does not answer him anything. He looks at him and sees that there is no one in front of him. The young swordsman and the red-haired barbarian girl move away. They are already quite a distance away. The stranger sighs unhappily. His face is bored again, for he has not been able to amuse himself or have a normal conversation. His companions were neither talkative nor humorless. However, he is not bored for long. While she is looking after the young swordsman and the red-haired barbarian girl, the young guard Gumang appears behind him. He draws his sword from its sheath and attacks the stranger. However, Gumang poses no danger to the stranger. He deftly dodges, grabs the young guard, rolls him to the ground and mounts him. It seems that the stranger did not even pay any attention to the attack. The stranger begins to ponder as he sits on the Gumang. He has only known one person in his life who was faster than him, but Haran is clearly not him. Then who is he? The stranger thinks of the same person as the fleeing general earlier. Meanwhile, the young guard Gumang lies on the ground and tries to shout to the stranger. He is stunned, but doesn't want to admit it. Gumang shouts for the stranger to immediately return the stolen letter that belongs to them. The stranger looks at Gumang in surprise, pretending that he didn't even notice him before. He has no one else to make fun of, only this boy is left. With deliberate politeness, the stranger says that he returned the letter long ago. Still lying on the ground, the young guard Gumang keeps shouting for the stranger not to dare lie to him. He believes that he never returned Princess Yuta's scroll to anyone and repeats his demand for the letter back. Suddenly, Gumang realizes that there is no longer anything pressing down on him from above. He manages to sit up on the ground. He looks around, but the stranger has already gone somewhere. The guard only hears the distant whistling of the stranger's song. The action takes place a few days later. Haran, the red-haired girl, and Gumang have almost reached their destination. They are approaching a mountain so high that its peak is hidden somewhere in the clouds. The young swordsman, the barbarian girl, and the young guard walk past a huge statue holding a blade. It is carved right into the chipping. However, the travelers don't have time to stop to get a better look at it. After walking a few more meters, the young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl, and Guman find themselves on a slope. The view of the Rocky Mountains stretches out over it. It is an amazing place with houses built right on the cliffs. The young swordsman is concerned. He tilts his head downward. He realizes that his mission is now much more complicated. He needed to keep a closer eye on the letter that Princess Yuta entrusted to him, and he missed it. The young swordsman brings the letter closer to his face, as if hoping for some kind of miracle. But there is no miracle. The seal is broken. Haran wonders if it is possible that even with the seal broken, everything will go well. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the painfully familiar sound of a game notification. It tells him that he has arrived at his destination and must complete a new task, to mine the 1,000-year-old grass to get the third stone fragment. The young swordsman is puzzled. What millennium grass does the notification say? Where to look for it? What is it needed for? What dangers will he and his companions have to face? The tasks become more difficult each time. Suddenly, Haran's musings are interrupted by Gumang. He sees that his companion has frozen and asks him if he is all right. How is he feeling? Does he need any help? Haran shakes his head in the negative and urges him to move on. The young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl, and the young guard Gumang set off for the Rocky Mountains. To reach the town, they must travel a few more kilometers. But that's not the hard part. It's the unsealed letter that's more difficult. The town is bustling with life. Warriors from different states have gathered in the marketplace. They do not fight with each other, actively talking and discussing something. The young swordsman finally realizes what an independent county is. Gumang is very excited. He is just bursting with joy. He says that true warriors will always find each other without fighting. He just admires them. These are the real fighters he wants to be like. The young swordsman screws up his face again. He doesn't like his escort talking so much out of turn. He asks him to finally be quiet for once and just walk on by. They have more important things to do. The young swordsman, the red-haired girl, and the young guard find themselves in front of the large gate of the military building. They take a seat on a bench and wait to be finally allowed inside to talk to the chairman. The young swordsman and the red-haired barbarian girl have stocked up on patience. They calmly wait to be invited inside the military building. Gumang, on the other hand, does not know how to wait. He's constantly fidgeting in his seat, grumbling about having to wait. The red-haired barbarian girl has fallen asleep on the bench, and Haran holds the scroll with the broken seal and ponders. He is still berating himself for not keeping Princess Yuta's scroll safe and wondering how he can explain it to Nuruhan. The young guard Gumang still can't calm down. He can't keep still. He grumbles that the military corps is currently not accepting anyone. Hence, the head of the Rocky Mountains is free. Why are they being made to wait so long? Suddenly, the massive gate to the military corps opens. The red-haired barbarian girl immediately wakes up as she sleeps very sensitively. Haran and his companions look intently at the man who has appeared in the gate. The man who appears invites the young swordsman and his company to enter. Haran stands up and nods his head to signal that he has heard the invitation. The young swordsman is visibly nervous before meeting the chairman. The young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl, and the young guard Gumang get inside. Haran clutches the scroll more tightly in his hands. They enter a spacious hall, in the middle of which stands a huge cast-iron cauldron filled with a strange liquid. Next to the cauldron stands a big man. He appears to be a guard of the head of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan. However, there are no weapons in his hands. The man who invited the company to enter addresses Nuruhan loudly and says he has visitors. However, instead of the Rocky Mountain chairman, a woman appears in front of the young swordsman and his entourage. She announces in a loud voice that Nuruhan is ill, so she will receive visitors today in his place. Haran gets a closer look at the woman. She is tall, with brown hair and beautiful clothes. It is clear that she is a person of high rank. Haran is right. This is Nuruhan's first wife. The young swordsman does not have time to say hello and tell them why they are here, because Gumang is the first to speak. He says that they have come to deliver a letter from Princess Yuta of the Kingdom of Ayula. The first wife of Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan, who introduces herself as Mrs. Guillaume, looks at the visitors carefully. A certain distrust is read in her eyes. She says they can give the princess's letter to her. The man in the hoodie who opened the gate for Haran and his companions and invited them inside approaches the visitors and holds out his hand. The young swordsman holds out to him a letter that Princess Yuta has written and sent. After taking the letter from Haran's hands, this man, apparently a senior advisor, approaches Nuruhan's first wife, Mrs. Guillaume, and holds out to her a letter from Princess Yuta addressed to the chairman of the Rocky Mountains. Mrs. Guillaume, Nuruhan's first wife, scrutinizes the scroll that Princess Yuta sent to the Rocky Mountains. It becomes clear to the young swordsman that she is looking for a seal that simply does not exist, as it was broken by a thief in the forest. The young swordsman's fears are confirmed. Mrs. Guillaume was already not too happy about their visit, and now she looks at them as enemies. The first wife of the Rocky Mountain chairman says that the seal is broken. The young swordsman again has no time to reply because the chatty Gumang is the first to speak. He points his finger at the red-haired girl and says that this obnoxious barbarian accidentally broke the seal. However, Mrs. Guillaume doesn't want to hear their excuses. She tells the young swordsman and his companions to get away. Haran, the barbarian girl, and Guillaume were prepared for anything, but they didn't expect to just be put out. The company continues to stand still, in a daze at this reaction from Mrs. Guillaume. Meanwhile, Nuruhan's first wife says she can't believe they showed up at their door without following the basic requirements for government letters. The young guard Gumang falls to his knees in front of Mrs. Guillaume and tries to justify himself. He says that they are sorry, they didn't mean for this to happen. However, Madame Guillaume is even angrier about it. She asks who they think they are. The first wife of Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan turns her gaze towards the big man who turned out to be a guard after all. She orders him not to just stand still, but instead to chase the visitors away immediately. The big man has a completely emotionless face. There is no sympathy, anger, or rage on it. In a calm voice, he replies to Nuruhan's first wife that he understands her and will immediately carry out Mrs. Guillaume's orders. The huge figure of the guard, whose robes are more reminiscent of monks than warriors, appears before the young swordsman and his companions. He has no weapons, but he doesn't need them. His hands are the size of sledgehammers. The young swordsman hears the big man ask them to leave the military corps amicably. Simultaneously, he kneads his fists, signaling that if they don't obey, they will be put out by force. However, Haran knows that he can't just leave. As Haran ponders what they should do next, the restless guard Gumang enters the conversation again. Screaming, he begs Lady Guillaume to accept the letter from Princess Yuta without a seal. He doesn't want to fail his first serious assignment either. However, his pleas have no effect. The young swordsman realizes that words won't help here. A huge guard has already appeared before them to grab them and put them outside the gates of the military corps. No one is going to listen to them. The young swordsman realizes, even though there is no rage and aggression in the big man's face, he is extremely dangerous. If they don't leave, things could end sadly for them. They might not just be put out of the gate, but even sent to the other world. The big man approaches Haran and his aides, putting his huge fists forward. The young swordsman, the young guard Gumang, and the red-haired girl prepare to defend themselves. Lady Guillaume shouts for them not to dare move. The confrontation is stopped by a menacing male voice. He asks if they really have a letter from the royal family. Then he adds that he thought everyone was dead. This voice belongs to a stout man with a mustache. Mrs. Guillaume turns to the direction the voice is coming from. She looks with surprise at the man who is addressing the young swordsman and his company, calling him Nuruhan. Mrs. Guillaume is clearly surprised by his appearance. The young swordsman stares in surprise at this tall, well-built man. Somehow he didn't expect Nuruhan to look like this. He had expected to see an older man, but not a muscular warrior. The fact that Nuruhan is sick is almost imperceptible. The only thing that gives it away is his slightly hunched back from having trouble sitting up. Mrs. Guillaume rushes to her husband and asks him not to overwork himself, but he shakes his head and says he's fine. The head of the Rocky Mountains then turns to the visitor of the military corps and asks what royal correspondence they are talking about. He wishes to familiarize himself with it personally. He wonders what is required of him. The young swordsman looks at Nuruhan and replies that he has come to deliver a letter written by Princess Yuta, the last surviving member of the royal family of the Ayula government. The Rocky Mountain chairman looks at the young swordsman carefully and listens to him. After that, he extends his hand to receive the letter. Madame Guillaume immediately hands him the scroll that was in her possession. Chairman Nuruhan of the Rocky Mountains opens the scroll and begins to study the letter written by Princess Yuta. He does so with a serious look and frowning eyebrows. The young swordsman realizes that he's not happy with its contents. However, Haran can't do anything. He is unable to influence the decision of Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan. At least, the young swordsman thinks so. Therefore, he waits patiently for the man to finish the letter and give a reply. It seems that the Rocky Mountain chairman has finished reading the letter written by the Utah princess. He becomes even more stern and frowns his eyebrows harder. Haran is now fully convinced that he is being negative. He was not satisfied with the princess's request. However, what happens in the next second, the young swordsman Haran did not expect to see in any way. Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan simply tears Princess Yuta's letter into small shreds and throws it away. The young swordsman looks at the Rocky Mountain Chairman with a surprised and even frightened look. Now all hope that Nuruhan would agree to help Princess Yuta has disappeared. He showed his attitude towards her request. Mrs. Gayam, the first wife of the Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan, looks at the young swordsman and smiles caustically. She clearly has an unkind attitude towards the guests and is therefore glad that they didn't succeed. The Rocky Mountain chairman looks at the young swordsman and his companions. You can read the rage in his eyes. He shouts that he knew Princess Yuta would write about this very request. Nuruhan gives his answer to her. He will not take sides. The young swordsman is visibly nervous. He realizes that the assignment has failed. So he has failed Princess Yuta and the entire kingdom. In addition, because of the failed assignment, he will not receive the third stone fragment and will never return home. However, Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan doesn't end his conversation there. He says there is one but. His first wife, Mrs. Giam, looks at him in surprise. What is her husband talking about? She thinks the visitors should be chased away. The chairman of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan, looks at the young swordsman. His gaze softens somewhat. He is no longer so stern. The man says that he is not going to take sides, but if the travelers are looking for thousand-year-old grass, he will consider it. The young swordsman is somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to hear such an offer. The manager of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan, speaks of the thousand-year-old grass, the same one that was mentioned in the in-game notice. The action takes place an hour later. The young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl, and the young guard Gumang have remained in the warband. The chairman of the Rocky Mountains had not put them outside the gates, which meant that everything had ended relatively well. The travelers were even ordered to be fed. Servants placed several fragrant and appetizing dishes on the table in front of them, but Haran can't get a bite down his throat. Meanwhile, Gumang adds fuel to the fire by saying that nothing can grow in such a desolate place. But the barbarian girl and Gumang eat with great appetite. Haran just stares at his plate, trying not to listen to the young guard's idle chatter. But suddenly his attention is caught by Gumang's phrase about the thousand-year-old grass. The young swordsman immediately perks up. He turns to the young guardian, asking what millennial grass he is talking about and what he knows about it. After all, Haran himself is not of this world. He has no idea what it is. Gumang is not particularly interested in the thousand-year-old grass. His face reads boredom with this conversation, but he tells Haran that it is a legendary plant that can raise the dead. True, no one has ever seen it in person. The young swordsman tries to put the puzzle together in his head. He begins to think how this thousand-year-old herb, which is only legendary, but in fact there is no evidence of its existence, can be connected to the quest. Suddenly Haran realizes where he should look for this mystical thousand-year-old herb. He asks Gumang, clearly bored with all this talk, if there are two peaks in the area near each other. The young swordsman realizes that his assumption is likely correct when Gumang replies, not that he's talking about the mountains of determination. A slight smile appears on Haran's face. It turns out that this quest isn't so hopeless. The young guard Gumang is greatly surprised when Haran asks him if he knows where this mountain of determination is, how to reach it, and if the boy can point him in the right direction. Gumang looks at Haran suspiciously. The young swordsman's face changes, becoming serious and focused. He tells Gumang that he needs to find out something on the mountain of determination. He then repeats his request for directions one more time. The young guard, Gumang, looks at Haran like he's crazy. He doesn't understand. Does he really believe in these tales of a thousand-year-old herb that can raise the dead? Gumang thinks it's all nonsense, but agrees to take Haran away. The action moves to the hall where Haran and his companions were received by Nuruhan. The head of the Rocky Mountains is sitting on a bench, next to his wife, a guard, a counselor, and another man who has come to report. The first consort of the Rocky Mountain chairman asks what he's going to do about the outsiders, and then adds that there could be serious problems in the vicinity of the Rocky Mountains because of their presence. A man dressed in black robes and with a saber on his belt says that the strangers have headed for the Mountain of Determination. Apparently, Nuruhan does not trust them and has ordered them to keep an eye on the young swordsman, the young guard, and the barbarian girl. The chairman of the craggy mountains, Nuruhan, looks at the man in black robes with a heavy and menacing gaze. He asks him if he heard him correctly. Did the strangers really go to the Mountain of Determination? Mrs. Giam, the first wife of the Rocky Mountain chairman, enters the conversation. She is her husband's confidant and knows everything that is going on in the county. Mrs. Giam says that no one has been going to the Mountain of Determination for a long time. Nuruhan is clearly unhappy that outsiders have gone to the Mountain of Determination. Turning to the black-clad man whom he calls Arsul, The chairman orders him to take the best warriors and follow Haran and the others. After the order is given, the Rocky Mountain chairman's face becomes angry and conniving. He is up to no good. Nuruhan orders Arsul to take care of the strangers when they go deep into the mountains, so that no trace of them is left behind. The action shifts to a young swordsman, a red-haired barbarian girl, and a young guard, Gumang. The travelers head for the Mountain of Determination, climbing up the slope. The terrain is desolate, and a strong mountain wind blows. Suddenly, the young swordsman is attracted by Gumang's words. He says thoughtfully that the rumors were true after all. Haran looks at his companion in surprise, not knowing what he is talking about. He asks Gumang what the rumors are about. The young guard tells him that not long ago, rumors began to circulate that Nuruhan was deathly ill. He summoned the best healers, but they said with one voice that no treatment would help him. They had tried all methods. Gumang then draws his own conclusion. He says that no matter how strong a warrior Nuruhan was, he could not defeat his disease. With that said, Gumang is very surprised that the head ordered them to find the 1,000-year-old herb. The young swordsman doesn't understand what his companion is so surprised about. What's so bad that the chairman of the Rocky Mountain doesn't want to die, so he sent them to look for this mystical 1,000-year-old herb that can save him? The young guard Gumang is climbing up a cliff. He finds it difficult to talk, but his talkative nature takes its toll. Breathing heavily, he tells Haran, with a disgruntled look, that he has already told him that no one has ever seen the plant. The young guard, Gumang, is at the top of the stairs, and the young swordsman climbs up after him. The boy continues the conversation. He says that the 1,000-year-old grass is just a legend made up by people who want to believe in miracles. Finally, both the young swordsman and the young guardian find themselves at the top. Gumang is breathing heavily, sweating in his fur cap. Haran looks at the terrain that has opened up to them after climbing the cliff. Gumang says that the Mountain of Determination is in front of them. The young swordsman looks at it carefully and realizes that he's familiar with this place. It reminds him very much of a place he had already been to during one of his games. It appeared that Haran had been thinking out loud. Now Gumang looks at him in surprise, thinking that his companion has lost his mind. But after a few seconds, he forgets about that and asks why Haran wanted to come here. The young swordsman turns to his young companion and answers his question. Haran talks about how perhaps this place, the Mountain of Determination, is where they can find clues that will help them find the 1,000-year-old herb. Gumang looks at the young swordsman with a crazed look. He now has no doubt that Haran has truly lost his mind. No sane person, in his opinion, would believe in the tales of this plant. The young swordsman calls Gumang after him, then heads towards the entrance to the gorge of the Mountain of Determination. Ahead of him, a red-haired barbarian girl runs merrily along. The young guard says that there is nothing inside but ruins. The young swordsman and the red-haired barbarian girl are the first to enter the gorge. They look around carefully. The gorge of the Mountain of Determination is dark, but everything is clearly visible. There are ancient objects lying around. This is a very ancient place. Haran worries if he is wrong in thinking that there might be clues here. Suddenly his attention is caught by something underfoot. Despite the fact that there is very little sunlight here, he sees the roots of a tree under his feet. The young swordsman realizes that since there are trees here, there could be other vegetation, including 1,000-year-old grass. However, the corridors here are so confusing that they could simply get lost while they find something. The young swordsman thinks about what to do. They cannot return to Nuruhan without the 1,000-year-old grass, but they might also get lost and die while searching for it. Haran is distracted from his musings by a barbarian girl. The red-haired girl shouts something in her barbarian language and, gesturing vigorously, points her fingers somewhere. The young guard, Gumang, and Haran stare at her in surprise, not understanding. They don't know the barbarian language. The young swordsman looks hopefully at Gumang. Maybe at least he will understand something, because they have fought barbarians for so many years, taken them prisoner. In that time, they could have learned their language, but Gumang doesn't understand anything either. The red-haired barbarian girl does not give up hope of getting through to her not-too-bright companions, but they just stand aside and stare at her in surprise. Then she starts pointing her finger at an ancient clay tablet. The young swordsman comes closer and looks at the clay tablet. It does not become clearer to him, as the inscriptions on it are in some ancient language. He asks the red-haired barbarian girl if she understands the language. Muttering something in the barbarian language, the girl calls Haran to follow her to some cave, into which there are steps to descend. The young swordsman obediently follows her. Gumang, seeing this, sighs heavily and follows the others. The travelers come to a narrow path that runs right along the edge of the mountain. There is a river flowing right out of the cliff, which apparently originates here. The young swordsman and the others realize that they will have a difficult journey to make. Young Gumang is again displeased about something. He tells them that there used to be a tribe living in this area that had mysterious powers. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, people from it began to die one after another. The young guard makes a villainous appearance and says in a scary voice, like from horror movies, that blood was being drained out of these people. Surprisingly, Gumang doesn't believe in the 1,000-year-old grass, but he tells these scary stories in all seriousness. At the end of his story, the young guardian says that the blood was being pumped out of people by some creepy monster. While saying this, Gumang passes by a dark cave. He does not pay any attention to it, but at the same time, burning eyes stare at him from it. At the conclusion of his story, Gumang concludes that it was just as he said. There is simply no other explanation he can find. Meanwhile, a monster that looks like a human but has no legs appears behind his back. It just floats in the air. However, the young guard does not notice anything. He is clearly not the kind of warrior who is always on the lookout. Haran is the first to react to the appearance of either the monster or the evil spirit. He senses some sort of threat behind him and looks in that direction. The monster attacks the young guard, Gumang, striking him with one of the 2 daggers in his hands. The young swordsman does not have time to fend off this attack. He is too far away and not a comfortable position. He only manages to yank Gumang towards him. He manages to save his comrade's life. The dagger fails to give Gumang a fatal wound. It only passes over his arm, inflicting a not too deep cut. However, Gumang still cries out in pain, as he is not used to the pain. Pushing away the young guard, who has never been in a real fight, the young swordsman pulls out his new red-bladed sword from its sheath, given by Princess Yuta after the victory in the Gate territory. With lightning speed, the young swordsman delivers a devastating blow to his monster opponent. He does not even have time to repel Haran's attack, as he has become very fast and agile, perfectly wielding his sword in his body. After a few seconds, the defeated opponent falls to the ground. Haran stands on his feet. He is not even injured. The young swordsman is even somewhat surprised. He fought not an ordinary man, but a monster, and he was not even out of breath. However, now was not the time to admire his strength. It became clear that danger lurked in this place at every turn. Haran and his companions had been attacked unexpectedly. But who was it after all? Was it a monster, an evil spirit, or something else? Young guard Gumang still can't recover from the shock. He certainly wanted to become a great warrior, but he didn't think that fighting was so scary. He holds on to his wounded arm, exhales in relief, and thanks Haran. But as it turns out, he rejoices too soon. He's been dealt more than a simple wound. It leads to dire consequences. Suddenly, Gumang's face changes, turning blue, and his muscles become stiff. The boy falls to the ground. The young swordsman, seeing what is wrong, rushes to his comrade, who is lying all blue on the ground. He tries to lift Gumang up, but he fails. Haran shakes the boy and asks what is wrong with him. Gumang replies in a whisper that he can't move. The young swordsman looks at the wound inflicted on Gumang by the monster. Blood continues to flow from it, but it is not scarlet in color, but lilac in color, furthermore bubbling. Haran realizes that there is poison in the blood, which has left Gumang numb. The young swordsman doesn't have time to give Gumang any help, because a red-haired barbarian girl calls out to him. Haran realizes that there is some other threat, as his companion has adopted a protective stance and is pointing somewhere. The red-haired barbarian girl points to the monster that was just defeated by Haran's sword. At least that's what the young swordsman thought. But now he sees that monster resurrected, holding daggers in his hands and preparing to attack. The young swordsman doesn't understand what is happening, how this is even possible. Haran struck at the monster with some of the strongest blows, after which one does not survive. The more Haran saw with his own eyes that the enemy was defeated. However, now the monster once again appeared before Haran. The places he was wounded in the battle had healed. It is fully healthy, full of strength, and preparing to attack the young swordsman at the most inopportune moment. The young swordsman tries to think over the further strategy of action, but nothing comes to his mind. How can you destroy an enemy who has the ability to resurrect? Where did he even come from? The red-haired barbarian girl is holding her baton, ready for battle. Haran also wants to draw his sword from its sheath, a gift from Princess Yuta, but suddenly he notices a suspicious movement behind him. The young swordsman turns back and sees that there are more monsters. 2 more have appeared behind his back. There is no time to think. Haran attacks using his special skill, Cutting Strike. The attack is so powerful and fast that in a few seconds, all 3 opponents are defeated and lying on the ground at once. Surprisingly, everything again went quite easily and safely. However, the young swordsman knows that with these monsters, one should not rejoice too soon. He continues to take a defensive stance, watching his defeated opponents. Has he succeeded this time? Suddenly, Haran hears someone approach from behind and asks him, "Is this the best he can do?" Turning around, the young swordsman sees Arsul in front of him, but Haran doesn't know who he is. Arsul adds snidely that he thought the swordsman was stronger. Haran realizes that the monsters are obeying this stranger. They have been resurrected once again. The young swordsman can't understand why his special skill didn't work. It has always bailed him out, but not this time. Meanwhile, Arsul hisses that he wants the breathless body of the young swordsman. Haran has no choice but to take a defensive stance with his sword in front of him. The monsters come at him with daggers. Haran realizes that he is powerless against them. However, he can't just stand there and wait for them to send him to the other side. The young swordsman once again defends himself with his sword, cutting down his opponents. He realizes that there must be some kind of gap that he needs to find. The young swordsman realizes that he needs to find that gap as quickly as possible, or his fellow Gumang may die. While Haran is thinking, a red-haired barbarian girl rushes into the fray, attacking the monsters with her club. The young swordsman can't let the monsters hurt her as well. What can a little girl, albeit so brave, do against these monsters? Even Haran, with his special skill, is powerless here, but he rushes to the girl's defense. The young swordsman conducts an attack, and suddenly notices one strange feature. For a few seconds, he freezes to put the puzzle together in his head. The young swordsman seems to have figured out how he can defeat these monsters. The young swordsman begins to recall the details of his attack to match the facts. He realizes that the monster was managing to react and dodge even before Haran clipped it. The young swordsman knows his next course of action. Haran realizes that here it is, the breach. Of course, he's not 100% sure, but it's still worth a try. He has no other choice. Otherwise, Gumang will die from the poison, and the fate of Haran and the barbarian girl will also be disappointing. Arsul had not expected such a turn of events. He looks at the young swordsman with great surprise and dismay. He had thought that they would be able to deal with him in just a few minutes without him even having to intervene. Arsul was very much mistaken. The young swordsman had indeed found a gap and was able to overpower all of his opponents. They all lay on the ground, with Haran standing over them with his sword, gifted by Princess Yuta, in his hands. The young swordsman realized what trickery his opponents were using. They are not monsters at all, but ordinary humans. It's just that underneath the voluminous clothes, there are 2 people hiding at once, fighting as one. After realizing this, Haran is victorious. The young swordsman looks at the battlefield with his defeated opponents. A red-haired barbarian girl stands nearby with her club. She is uninjured. The young guard Gumang continues to lie motionless on the ground. There is poison in his blood. The young swordsman turns his head toward his only remaining opponent, Arsul. Haran looks at him with a threatening stare. Now that these men they thought were monsters have been defeated, dealing with Arsul won't be as difficult. However, Arsul himself has a different opinion on the matter. He doesn't see the young swordsman as a strong opponent. He admits that he is surprised that Haran managed to discover the secret of the mysterious assassins. Arsul strikes with his sword, but Haran manages to deflect it. In parallel, the young swordsman's opponent says that he is the head of the mysterious assassins, Arsul. And then he adds that he has been given orders to destroy Haran and his companions. The young swordsman can't understand a thing. Who could have given the order to destroy them? Their enemies, Jod's minions, simply do not know that they have traveled to the Rocky Mountains. They have no use for Haran himself, the barbarian girl, and the unknown guard. The young swordsman doesn't have time to get an answer to his question. Suddenly he hears terrible screams behind him. It's the poisoned Gumang squirming on the ground. He has gotten worse. He is coughing up blood. The poison is poisoning his body more and more. The young swordsman realizes that if nothing is done, his young guard will simply die. However, he cannot immediately rush to Gumang's aid. Moreover, there is nothing he can do to help him at the moment anyway. The young swordsman tries to repel the blow that Arsul gave him. The opponents cross their swords. If Haran retreats in an attempt to get closer to Gumang, he will immediately be defeated. Arsul has one task: to destroy the young swordsman and his companions. Arsul laughs caustically, mentioning that the poison has already spread throughout his body. These words from his opponent make the young swordsman furious. Haran realizes that he cannot delay any longer. He is completely out of time, and so is Gumang. After Arsul's words that he will destroy the young swordsman deftly deflects his opponent's attack and strikes him with his sword, a gift from Princess Yuda. However, this time Arsul manages to dodge the sharp blade. The young swordsman had hoped so. While his opponent was dodging Haran's blows, waiting for them from above, he wounded him directly in the stomach. Such a wound was simply incompatible with life. At least that's what the young swordsman was really counting on. The young swordsman looks at his opponent with an evil stare. His blue eyes glow with anger. Haran tells Arsul that it's over, but in response his opponent just starts laughing. This is not how those who are about to go to the other world behave. Continuing to laugh, Arsul says that apparently the young swordsman thought he was using the same tricks as the rest of the mysterious assassins, but he was wrong. In that same second, Arsul inflicts a deep wound in Haran's shoulder. Blood immediately begins to ooze from it. The young marksman pulls his blade out of his opponent's stomach on automatic, only a deep hole in its place. There is not a drop of blood. Arsul smiles, looks at the young swordsman with a caustic look and tells him that he is the real deal. The young swordsman holds onto his wounded shoulder. The wound is quite deep and treacherously painful to the point where Haran can't move it. He is wounded in his right hand, the hand he usually uses to hold his sword. Arsul says that he is different from his subordinates. He has been chosen as the most suitable candidate to lead the mysterious assassins. He is specially trained in a mysterious technique that has been passed down from generation to generation. The young swordsman adopts a defensive stance and then immediately attempts to attack his opponent. He swings at Arsul with his sword, but falters halfway through. His opponent wounds him with a poisoned dagger. The same thing happens to him that happened to Gumang. His opponent Arsul doesn't waste a moment. He immediately attacks the young swordsman, and his blow is so strong that Haran flies back a few meters, as due to the poison in his blood he is unable to defend himself. Flying back a few meters, Haran punches through the stone wall that was behind his back. One could easily be killed from this blow alone. However, Arsul has to make sure that the task is indeed accomplished. Haran is defeated. Arsul smiles achidically, having no doubts about his strength and power. While he is praising himself, a red-haired barbarian girl sneaks up on him from behind. When she gets close enough to him, she attacks her opponent with a club. Jumping at her opponent right in the air during the attack, she begins to emit the war cry of her barbarian people. It's their custom. But in this situation, it is a huge mistake, because of which the girl puts herself in danger. Of course, Arsul heard her. It was not even to be hoped that he would not have time to repel the blow. Arsul is an experienced, fast, and agile warrior. He thrusts his sword into the air and wounds the red-haired barbarian girl. She falls to the ground. Fortunately, the red-haired barbarian girl is alive. However, Arsul has wounded her quite badly. She lies on the ground, unable to lift herself up and in great pain. Arsul has no one else to confront. All of his opponents have been defeated. However, when the dust from the collapse of the stone wall clears a little, the figure of a young swordsman can be seen in the hole he has made. He is sitting with his back against the wall, clutching his sword in his hands. He is still alive after all. Arsul sees that his opponent is still alive. He tells Haran that he will still die if even he is just left here, but then adds that he still wants to make sure he's dead. Haran becomes increasingly paralyzed and has almost no strength left. The young swordsman realizes that he could die at any second. He has very little chance of surviving. So he decides to ask his question about who ordered Arsul to destroy them one more time. In doing so, he looks his opponent straight in the eye. However, the leader of the mysterious assassins has no intention of telling the young swordsman the truth. Instead, he replies that fate itself ordered him to send Haran to the other world. At this, he smiles achidically, taunting Haran. The leader of the mysterious assassins, acting on Nuruhan's orders, brings his sharp sword, more like a saber, over the young swordsman's head. Haran bows his head and seems ready to say goodbye to his life. At the last moment, however, the young swordsman leaps to his feet. gathering his last strength before the poison in his system completely paralyzes him. In a split second, he manages to activate his special skill and use it against Arsul. Haran keeps a close eye on his opponent. However, the latter stands as if nothing happened and smiles. He tells the young swordsman that it is high time he realized that his attacks and special skills have no effect on him at all. The young swordsman is breathing heavily, finding it difficult to stand as the poison begins to spread through his body. From the last strength, Haran answers the leader of the mysterious assassins that he is deeply mistaken. He should not be so confident. Arsul is indeed uninjured by Haran, but the latter had a completely different plan. His target was not the assassin leader, but the stone vault. Arsul hears a suspicious sound and looks up. Cracks begin to appear one by one on the stone vault. The leader of the mysterious assassins realizes what his opponent's plan was. His eyes rounded, he stares at the stone vault that is about to begin to crumble into small fragments. It was against it that Haran used his skill. After a few seconds, the stone vault begins to collapse and crumble downwards. Arsul doesn't have time to do anything. He is pelted with heavy blocks of stones. They do not reach the young swordsman. He stands calmly in place. The young swordsman watches everything happening, breathing heavily, barely standing on his feet, but tightly clutching the sword handed to him by Princess Yuta. As the wound on his right shoulder continues to bleed, Haran realizes that he is losing control of his body. After a few seconds, the young swordsman has no strength left to hold his sword at all. Although the young man tries hard not to let it out of his hands, he fails. The cold weapon falls with a clinking sound of metal on the slabs that cover the floor. The young swordsman begins to breathe heavier. His body is no longer under his control, and there is nothing he can do about it. Strange visions begin to appear in front of his eyes, which cannot be reality. The poison is completely poisoning his body. In the last seconds, while the last bits of reason remain with Haran, he thinks about the fact that the mission is a failure after all. He will die in this world, never to return home or hug his loved ones. It's definitely over for him now. After that, the young swordsman loses consciousness. When he comes to his senses, he sees that he is in some incomprehensible place. Under his feet is some red substance, very reminiscent of blood. At the same time, he is in his real body. He is a schoolboy with glasses, just like in the real world, except it doesn't look like he's back in his real life at all. Haran looks around. Everything around him is red, as if covered in blood. Haran thinks that this must be what hell looks like. Haran is scared and sad. This is how sadly his life ended before it had even begun. He failed to return home, failed his friends Princess Yuta and Suna, failed to save Gumang and the barbarian girl he was supposed to protect. Passages from his life, or rather his character's life, come to mind. He remembers Yuta smiling and thanking him for saving him, how the barbarian girl and Gumang fight the first time they meet, and more. After all, his life was fun. However, he is pulled out of his memories by a hand that emerges from the red substance beneath his feet and grabs Haran by the ankle. He is startled. Are there really monsters even in the world of the dead? Or is this his payback for the mistakes he made while alive? Haran is very frightened. Suddenly, a head and body also appears behind his hand out of the red substance. Haran realizes that this is his game character, but his eyes are empty, filled with hellish anger. The boy immediately thinks of zombie movies. Haran stares at his game character, numb with horror. He can't do anything. He is in the ordinary body of a frail schoolboy. He has no weapons. The only thing left to do is to await his fate, and it is likely to be a sad one. The game character's face is all bloody. It's distorted with anger and growls. In Haran's head once again flashes the thought that he is very similar to zombies from horror movies. Out of fear, the boy squeezes his eyes shut hard so he can't see what's coming next. But not a second later, or even a few seconds later, nothing happens. Haran opens his eyes and sees that he is sitting in the body of his character on the mountain of determination. Did he not really die? What had happened then? Was it a delusion due to the poison? The young swordsman tries to catch his breath as fear has taken his breath away. His wounded shoulder still hurts, but less. In addition, the wound is no longer bleeding. It felt like someone had treated it. Suddenly, from somewhere on the side, Haran hears a voice asking him, "Is he awake yet?" The young swordsman looks in the direction the voice comes from, and to his great surprise, sees the very stranger who stole the letter from him in the forest. You can tell by the stranger that he has been waiting for Haran to come to his senses for quite some time now. His face reads boredom and disappointment. He expected to be thanked for saving him, but instead Haran calls him a thief. The swordsman is stunned, his eyes even rounded with surprise. He hadn't expected anyone on the mountain of determination to come to his aid at all. After all, no one had been coming here for a long time. He didn't expect help from someone who had once been his opponent. Suddenly, the young swordsman hears a strange sound. It was the young guard Gumang, who had also been poisoned. The stranger saved him too. Gumang looks around, also trying to understand what happened. He was sure he had been poisoned. Gumang is visibly nervous, but quickly calms down when he sees Haran and the red-haired barbarian girl standing in front of him. He is genuinely pleased, even with this nasty barbarian girl who had been annoying him all the way from the gate. The young guard continues to look around. His eyes read fear and uncertainty. He fears that those scary monsters might be around. He doesn't know that they were just ordinary disguised people. Suddenly, his gaze stops on the thief who had stolen a letter from them in the forest a few days earlier. Gumang exclaims in surprise, not expecting this turn of events. The stranger with a bored face just stares at him. The young guard immediately forgets that he has recently been wounded, poisoned, and unconscious for some time. He is ready to fight again, this time with the letter thief. Gumang growls furiously and already wants to pull his sword out of its sheath to attack. However, the boy has clearly miscalculated his strength. Although he has regained consciousness and can move, his wound has yet to heal. With a sudden movement when Gumang reached for his sword, it began to hurt badly again. Haran turns to the stranger, asking what happened. The forest thief says that all three of them should thank him for saving their lives. He tells nothing more, believing there is nothing more Haran and the others need to know. Holding his shoulder and in great pain, the young guard Gumang still manages to argue with the stranger. He yells at him that he is the one to blame for all the messes they have been through. The young swordsman is composed and calm. He asks the stranger what he wants from them. Haran realizes that the man has indeed saved them from certain death, and so they owe him a debt that must be paid. The young guard Gumang is furious. He shouts indignantly at Haran, clearly not agreeing that the young swordsman is discussing business with the forest thief. He considers grabbing the sword and avenging the stolen letter. The stranger sits with his back leaning against the wall. His arms are crossed over his chest. Ignoring the cries of the young guard Gumang, he replies in a calm voice that he will not ask them for anything supernatural or difficult to accomplish. The stranger pauses for an intriguing moment, and then in return for the lives he has saved, he asks the young swordsman to become his apprentice. Haran listens attentively to this offer, but the young guard Gumang is still unable to calm down. Gumang is outraged by this offer. He shouts that the stranger is crazy for saying such nonsense. The young guard is so angry that he temporarily forgets about the pain in his arm. He thinks that Haran will never agree to this offer. The stranger doesn't understand why Gumang is so unhappy. First of all, he is not addressing him at all, but the young swordsman. Secondly, he doesn't even ask for money for his help, although he could. He just wants Haran to be his apprentice. The young guard still can't calm down. He is very annoyed with this stranger. Gumang calls him a brigand and shouts that he is talking nonsense. Suddenly, a young swordsman intervenes in the conversation. The young swordsman refuses the stranger. He will not become his apprentice, as he has other important things to do. He also adds that he appreciates his help, but since he stole a letter from them in the forest, they are now even. After that, the young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl, and Gumang move on. Lastly, he bids farewell to the stranger, telling him to see you later. For some reason, Haran has a hunch that they will definitely meet again. The stranger stares after Haran and his companions, pondering. He is trying to figure out who this young man is. He has seen his battle tactics. The swordsman had definitely used a strike from Lirang's martial art. But Lirang never took on apprentices. The stranger is even more eager to get this young man as his apprentice. However, he replied with a refusal, but perhaps he would still agree in the future. We'll have to find him for sure. Suddenly, the stranger clutches his head. He doesn't even know the swordsman's name. The action shifts to Haran, the red-haired barbarian girl, and Gumang. They have traveled quite a long way and are now standing in front of two cliffs very close to each other. There are old houses located on them. The twin peaks are very high. For some reason, some gloomy thoughts come to mind here. The young swordsman looks down, wondering where they should go next. A cold wind is blowing. The buildings are half destroyed. People haven't been here in a very long time. Haran heads towards the town located on the double peak. A red-haired barbarian girl runs ahead. The young swordsman is caught up by Gumang. He asks Haran how he knows that's where they need to go. The young swordsman says he has a premonition. Gumang, a young guard, begins to instruct the young swordsman. He tells him that in an unfamiliar place, especially one so desolate, they need to be very careful. They may be attacked again, and this time it is not certain that they will be able to escape again. Suddenly, from behind Haran and Gumang, someone wraps his arms around their shoulders. It is the thief. He tells the travelers that they did not do well to come here without telling their savior. Making a feignedly sad face, he says he's upset about it. The young guard wrinkles his face, unhappy that this vile brigand has his arm around him. He tries his best to break free, but he fails. Gritting his teeth, he asks the stranger what the stranger is following them for. The stranger continues to hold Haran and Gumang by the shoulders, as if they have been friends for years. Smiling, the thief from the forest asks them to tell them what they are looking for in these desolate places after all. Then he adds that he is a local after all. He can help. However, instead of answering his question, the stranger hears Gumang tell him to stay out of the way and get out of here. The thief from the forest makes a disgruntled face and says that judging by the young guard's reaction, he has no doubt that they are definitely looking for something. After a few seconds, he adds, wondering if they are looking for thousand-year-old grass. Gumang continues to try to break free from the stranger's grasp. Hearing about the mystical plant, the young guard asks how the thief knows about it. The stranger replies that he just guessed. After all, people come to this place exclusively to search for a thousand-year-old herb that can bring back from the other world. But then he adds that it's all for nothing. The young swordsman doesn't like such close contact with the stranger either. Considering how he cleverly stole the letter in the forest, he needs to be constantly on guard with him. Haran removes the stranger's hand from his shoulder and says that they will handle things themselves. The stranger looks at the interlocutors and smiles. The stranger says he will leave them alone as they ask, but lastly asks them to answer just one question of his. He asks how Haran knows of Lirang's martial arts. The young swordsman is surprised. He has not heard anything about Lirang's martial art. But then he realizes that the stranger is talking about his martial skills. He has seen Haran fight and is sure that he used exactly Lirang's strategy. However, the young swordsman knows nothing about this martial art and reacts calmly to these words. Gumang, on the other hand, was disturbed by the stranger's words. He had obviously heard about Lirang's martial art and was now ready to discuss the topic with the forest thief. Seeing that the young guard has become very animated and is even willing to talk to the stranger he hates, Haran decides to ask who is Lirang that everyone knows about except him. Gumang is very surprised that his comrade hasn't heard anything about him. Gumang looks at the young swordsman with reproach and indignation. He cannot believe that a seasoned warrior like Haran could not know who Lirang is. Even small children in the kingdom know of him, so great is he. The young swordsman looks at his comrade carefully and admits that he really knows nothing about Lirang or his martial arts. That said, Haran himself sees nothing wrong with this. Gumang literally screams that Lirang is the pinnacle of the world. He is the strongest man in the kingdom, and therefore his name is known by absolutely everyone. Not knowing his name is simply unforgivable for a true warrior. The young swordsman looks at Gumang and smiles. First of all, he is amused by the way the young guard admires this warrior. He has the impression that he knows absolutely everything about him. Secondly, he is pleased to be compared to such a great man. Meanwhile, Gumang continues. He lists the names of the kingdom's famous warriors. Xian is the leader of the Black Mountain Army, Nuruhan is the warrior of the heart, and Lirang is the king of the sword. The last warrior is the strongest. He is known by absolutely everyone. Gumang also adds that these three are the strongest warriors in the entire world. They are capable of turning the tide of battle. After Gumang's story, Haran lets out an admiring sigh. However, the young guard is not satisfied with this. He was expecting more admiration. As the young guard finishes his story, a stranger enters the conversation. He says that it seems that the young swordsman really doesn't know anything. The stranger says this all with an indifferent and bored face, characteristic of him. He then adds, since Haran and his companions are looking for the thousand-year-old grass, it's important for them to know about something. The stranger says he will tell them about everything. The young swordsman and his companions are ready to hear him out. The stranger begins his tale. He tells them that before the kingdom of Ayula was founded, the territory was divided into two parts, the south and the north. who fought a battle between them. In the course of the battle, the Northerners were defeated. The stranger continues. He tells us that at that time, the North Koreans were commanded by General Khan. During one of the battles, he managed to escape from the pursuit of the Northerners. However, he was badly wounded and collapsed right in the middle of the Mountain of Determination. The stranger continued his story. After a while, General Han regained consciousness. When he woke up, his body had already fully recovered. But not only had his wounds healed, he was much stronger than he was. The stranger tells us that General Khan was found by locals when he was unconscious. They took care of him and treated all his wounds. They were cave tribe people. They couldn't just leave a wounded man to die. The stranger continued his story. General Khan was well aware that he had very serious wounds, simply incompatible with life. He wondered what mysterious power these cavemen had that could bring him back from the other world. To learn the secret of the cave tribe, General Khan decided to befriend them. He stayed to live with them, wore their clothes, learned the local language, ate with them from the same cauldron. Gradually, he was able to gain their trust. They began to consider him their own. The stranger continues his story. When the people of the cave tribe began to trust General Khan completely, they revealed to him the secret of the mysterious power that pulled the warrior from the other world. This became their fatal mistake. The young guard Gumang listened attentively to the stranger's story and did not even interrupt him, as he was very interested in hearing the story to the end. When the stranger finished, the boy realized that the mysterious power was 1,000-year-old grass. The stranger smiles and looks at the southern guard. He nods his head affirmatively, saying that Gumang is right. The mysterious force that brought General Han back from the other world was indeed the 1,000-year-old grass. The stranger points to the houses on the double peak. He says that they were inhabited by the very tribe that was able to control the power of eternal life. The young swordsman and his companions scrutinize the area. The young guard rounds his eyes in surprise. He realizes that the 1,000-year-old grass is located right here. And all this time, he thought that this plant was an empty fairy tale that people made up out of boredom. The young swordsman looks at the stranger carefully, waiting for him to continue his story. However, the man is in no hurry to tell anything more. Then Haran, turning to the stranger, asks him to tell the story to the end. The stranger smiles ominously. What he says next sends the young swordsman and Haran's young guard into a state of shock. This is something they never expected to hear. The stranger says that the general has exterminated all the men of the tribe. This story touches the young guard deeply. He cries out why General Khan did such a despicable thing to the members of the cave tribe. They rescued him, shared their shelter with him, and in return the warrior brutalized them. The stranger closes his eyes and says that General Khan was driven by greed. Apparently, he alone wanted to possess a mysterious 1,000-year-old herb that could cure all wounds and diseases and grant eternal life. Gumang still has many questions left, but he does not have time to ask them, as the stranger realizes that the fish is hooked. He coughs loudly and then says that it is just a legend that is passed down by word of mouth. The stranger then says that he will no longer follow the young swordsman and his companions. He tells the travelers to go alone to where they were headed and waves them on. In doing so, the stranger realizes that he has intrigued Haran and the others. The stranger turns his back to the young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl, and Gumang, about to leave. But lastly, he turns to Haran, asking what the man's name is. He expects that he has entered trust and this warrior will identify himself. The young swordsman does become more trusting of the stranger. His plan has worked. The young man says his name is Haran. He sees no threat in telling the stranger his name. There is no way he can use this information against him. The stranger is satisfied that his plan has worked and that he has managed to get valuable information that he needs. He repeats Haran's name to memorize it. With a satisfied look, he bids farewell to the young swordsman and his companions. After a few seconds, the stranger disappears as stealthily as he appeared. The young swordsman, the young guard Gumang, and the red-haired barbarian girl are left alone, not understanding how the stranger managed to vanish so quickly. The young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl turned their backs and were about to walk away. And the young guard Gumang begins to resent the stranger's behavior again. He does not like the fact that he asked Haran for his name and did not introduce himself. However, the young swordsman does not pay attention to Gumang's indignation. He has many questions running through his mind. Why are his battle tactics being compared to those of a great warrior? Does the 1,000-year-old grass really exist? Where to look for it? The action shifts to the Rocky Mountain Warrior Corps. In a spacious hall, Nuruhan sits on a bench. The council has come to him with a report. He says that Arsul has lost the battle, Haran and the others have survived and are continuing their search for the 1,000-year-old grass. Standing nearby is the first wife of the Rocky Mountain chairman. She says that there is no way she expected that Arsul could be defeated. After a few seconds, she asks her husband for permission to go after Haran herself and deal with him. However, the chairman of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan, stops Mrs. Guillaume. His face becomes even more stern, his fists clenched. He is becoming more and more interested in Haran. He himself is going to go and find out what kind of person he is. The action shifts to Haran and his companions. They make their way along the mountain of determination. Each is pondering over the stranger's story. Suddenly, the young guard Gumang turns to the young swordsman, wanting to ask a question. Haran is somewhat wary and anxious. Every time Gumang starts a conversation, it would be hard to stop him later. The young swordsman is completely unwilling to have long, empty conversations right now. Gumang rarely says anything worthwhile. The young guard Gumang, with a serious look, still asks his question. He asks his older companion what he would do if the 1,000-year-old herb exists after all. It's not a fairy tale, but the truth? The young swordsman continues forward without stopping, as they have a lot more to go through. At least that's what he thinks. Right on cue, Haran asks what Gumang means, not understanding what the man is getting at. Gumang smiles mysteriously. He says if you put the mission they're on aside and eat the 1,000-year-old grass, you can become much stronger and live forever. Gumang asks what Haran will do with the herb if he finds it. The young swordsman ponders this question. He himself does not know the answer to it, and he tells the young guard honestly. Of course, the temptation to eat the herb, to become strong and immortal, is very great. Will Haran be able to resist? Gumang expected a different answer. He thought this conversation would be more constructive and longer, but Haran again answers with one-word sentences. Gumang tells his interlocutor with a touch of annoyance that he is sometimes very interesting, sarcastically. The young swordsman again does not understand what his young companion is talking about in such a veiled way. He asks why the young swordsman thinks he can be very interesting at times, squinting at Gumang but not slowing down. Gumang clarifies. He says that maybe Haran is too honest, or maybe he's just not greedy. That's why Princess Yuta entrusted him with this mission. She trusts him completely. Haran asks if Gumang really thinks Princess Yuta trusts him. He nods his head in the affirmative, and then says that missions to deliver important messages are not given for nothing. The young swordsman recalls Princess Yuta handing him a letter addressed to Nuruhan, the head of the Rocky Mountains, telling him that she could only entrust this mission to him. She really does trust him completely. Gumang continues to reason. He says if the 1,000-year-old herb really exists and they manage to find it, he won't resist and will definitely try it. Haran is no longer listening to him. His attention is drawn to something else. The young guard Gumang also abruptly stopped talking and looked in the same direction as the young swordsman. What he sees makes him feel disgusted. He becomes disgusted and hurries to report it loudly for all to hear. The young swordsman, on the other hand, does not feel any squeamishness. On the contrary, he is very serious and focused as he looks at what is happening ahead. He knows this is all for a reason. They are most likely already very close to their goal. Gumang and the young swordsman Haran look at the red-haired barbarian girl. She is once again crouched on the ground, just like when she found the thief in the forest, and is tasting the ground. Apparently, this is how barbarians find a trail. The red-haired barbarian girl licks the ground for a minute. All the while, the young swordsman and his companion watch her closely, but only Haran realizes what is really going on. Suddenly, the girl opens her eyes abruptly. She has picked up the trail. In a split second, she leaps to her feet and runs headlong into some cave. The young swordsman, Haran, and Gumang were left standing there before they realized what was happening. Everything happened very quickly. Haran stands still for a few more seconds. He realizes that the red-haired barbarian girl has smelled something, so he rushes into the cave to keep up the trail. There's a reason they brought her along after all. She's helped them more than once. The young swordsman rushes after her into the cave to keep the red-haired barbarian girl in sight. Only the young guard remains standing still, unable to realize what has happened. When he realizes, Haran is already approaching the cave. The red-haired barbarian girl is running very fast, and the young swordsman can barely keep up with her. But Haran realizes that there is no way he can lag behind. It's easy to get lost in these corridors and passages and lose sight of each other. Following the red-haired barbarian girl, the young swordsman dives into a narrow and dark corridor. But the little tracker doesn't stop there. She dives into one of the passages made in the wall. What did she find there? The young swordsman tries to run even faster to catch up with the red-haired barbarian girl. He does not lose sight of her, and in a split second he dives after her into this narrow passage in the wall, which he can barely fit through. On the other side of this passage in the wall, Haran and the barbarian girl see a marvelous sight. They are standing in front of a huge tree with skeletons hanging from it, and around it the swords of 100 warriors sticking out of the ground. The red-haired barbarian girl points her finger at the tree, catching Haran's attention. She repeats the same word she said again, pointing to the plaque on the Mountain of Determination. It looks like this is the place they are looking for. The young swordsman looks at the place, and it seems painfully familiar to him. He has definitely seen it somewhere before. He tries to remember which game it was in before, but nothing comes to mind. Perhaps he's confusing things. Haran and the red-haired barbarian girl finally catch up with Gumang as well. He's bent over and holding onto his knees, trying to catch his breath, cursing at his companions for running away so suddenly without saying anything, and him having to scramble after them. When the young guard man manages to catch his breath and say what he thinks of his companions, he has a chance to look around. He is shocked by a tree littered with skeletons. And they are not only on the tree, but also on the ground. A moat of water runs around the tree. After overcoming it, Haran heads for the trunk of the tree. The barbarian girl runs after him, but Gumang hesitates. He warns his companions that someone might attack them again, so they should not be in such a hurry. The young swordsman pretends not to hear anything and heads straight for the tree. Gumang makes a disgruntled face and sighs heavily, saying that Haran doesn't understand anything about the principles of intelligence. Meanwhile, the young swordsman is on his way up the slope, heading straight for the tree, passing many swords of fallen warriors stuck in the ground. Haran tries to figure out what this mysterious place is. The young swordsman finally remembers what the area reminds him of. It was similar in the quest to collect soul essence, after defeating one boss. The young swordsman now seems to know where to find the 1,000-year-old herb. But before the young swordsman can think about it, an arrow flies straight at him. Haran miraculously manages to dodge it. He is not wounded. The arrow did not even hit him. It entered the ground at his feet. Haran barely manages to keep his balance. The young swordsman stares intently at the arrow that went into the ground right at his feet. There is a suspicious purple smoke coming from the ground. Haran has never seen such a thing before, though he has a lot of experience, albeit virtual. It didn't end with one arrow. There are many. Haran shouts to the red-haired barbarian girl and Gumang that he's okay so they don't worry. He also warns them to be careful. The arrows are apparently poisoned. Haran looks around carefully to see where the arrows are flying from. The young swordsman realizes that he cannot predict their flight path, as they are flying from different directions. There are more and more of them, and more of them. Meanwhile, the young guard Gumang draws his sword from its sheath. He realizes that they are in another ambush and will have to defend themselves again. The enemy can appear from anywhere. Standing next to him is the barbarian girl. The young swordsman realized roughly how the poisoned arrows fly. So he runs towards the mysterious tree, looping to deceive the invisible archers. He succeeds. The arrows sink into the ground at his feet, but do not hit the young swordsman. The young swordsman runs even faster towards the tree. He realizes that there is no point in fighting an invisible opponent because he will lose anyway. His goal now is precisely the 1,000-year-old grass. Haran knows where it grows and heads after it. Upon reaching the huge tree, the young swordsman Haran strikes with his sword at one of the skeletons hanging from it. Since the bones are very old, they shatter into many small fragments in an instant. The young guard Gumang watches from afar. He doesn't understand what the innocent skeleton did to the young swordsman. After all, he's not the one who fired those poisoned arrows. However, the young swordsman knows what he is doing. The young guard soon realizes this as well, as Haran finishes his task. In an instant, Gumang's face changes. He realizes that the young swordsman has found a 1,000-year-old herb. This mysterious plant, which can bring back from the world of the dead, make a person immortal, and give them unprecedented strength, has been hiding inside the skeleton all this time. The young swordsman realized this and found the 1,000-year-old herb. Haran looks at his find. There is no surprise in his eyes. He guessed where the 1,000-year-old grass might be hidden the moment the poisoned arrows flew at him. Haran had never seen it before, but felt its power subconsciously. The young guard Gumang was very excited. After all, he didn't believe in the existence of the thousand-year-old herb until the end. He thought it was only a legend that probably couldn't be true. And now he sees the legendary plant with his own eyes. As the young swordsman looks at the thousand-year-old grass, marveling at its beauty and power, distracted by the threat looming over him. The unseen opponent takes advantage of this. Immediately, arrows begin to fly one after another. The young swordsman gives orders to his faithful assistant Gumang. Haran shouts that he will stall for time, and in the meantime, the young guardian must be sure to get to the thousand-year-old grass and get it. The young guard realizes that now is the time to put all his fears aside. Here is his chance to become a hero. Gumang shouts to Haran that he understands him. The young guardian and the red-haired barbarian girl are ready to get the thousand-year-old herb, risking their own lives. Suddenly, something catches the young guard's attention. He changes in his face, a certain fear and uncertainty appearing on him. It seems that he has seen something that poses a far greater danger than arrows. Behind a huge tree trunk, he sees a tall figure. Something tells him that this is not their ally who has come to their aid at all, but an enemy whose task is to destroy them. By all appearances, there is a serious battle to be fought. The young guard remembers the story of the treacherous and cruel General Khan told by a thief from the forest. In his mind, he thinks that it could be him, because this man has revealed the secret of immortality. The young swordsman tries to dodge the poisoned arrows that fly at him in increasing numbers. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure that appeared near the tree is behind Haran's back and preparing to attack. The young swordsman does not see the impending danger. However, the young guard Gumang sees it. He manages to warn Haran with his shout. At the last moment, the young swordsman blocks the enemy's blow with his sword. The young guard Gumang is very worried about his comrade and shouts to him to dodge his attacks. If this is indeed the same General Han, who gained unprecedented strength and immortality thanks to the thousand-year-old grass, Haran's chances are slim. Fortunately, the young swordsman manages to dodge all of his opponent's blows. And now they stand face to face, crossing their blades. The enemy is very strong and caught off guard, but Haran is not about to give up. The young guard Gumang calms down a bit and even laughs when he sees how deftly his comrade reflects all the blows of the enemy. The mysterious figure couldn't even injure the young swordsman, which means he can win this battle. After a few minutes of confrontation, Haran and his opponent move some distance away from each other. They stare into each other's eyes, but the young swordsman knows he cannot delay. He is the first to attack his opponent. Out of the corner of his eye, the young swordsman sees a red-haired barbarian girl rushing to his aid. She flies at Haran's opponent from behind with her club. Once again, the young swordsman is amazed at her bravery and courage. The mysterious figure blocks Haran's next attack and delivers a blow that sends the young swordsman flying backwards, but he deftly lands on his 2 feet. At this time, the enemy is immediately attacked by a red-haired barbarian girl. Haran now gets a chance to analyze the situation. He notes that as soon as he started fighting the enemy, the poisoned arrows stopped flying. He realizes that it was this particular enemy that was shooting and not someone else. Haran also notices how carefully his opponent walks past the arrows stuck in the ground. He knows they are poisoned. The young swordsman has no doubt that his entire assumption is correct. There is only one opponent. The young swordsman realizes that now is the time to act. The red-haired barbarian girl finds it difficult to fight alone, as she is still a child. Haran rushes towards his opponent to attack him while he has the chance. The young swordsman had thought of everything correctly. He managed to take his opponent by surprise. He had hoped that Haran would not dare to approach him because he was afraid of the poisoned arrows flying at him. But that was not the case. The young swordsman had discovered his opponent's ruse and was already running towards him. Activating his special skill cutting strike, he strikes at the enemy, from which he flies away and falls to the ground. It seems to be over. However, the young swordsman has learned a good lesson. In this world, you can never be 100% sure of anything. If it seems that the enemy is defeated, first check and make sure, only then relax. From the special skill Haran applied, dust rose from the ground. At a distance of a few meters, absolutely nothing can be seen. But when the raised dust begins to settle, the young swordsman can see that his opponent is still on his feet. When the dust completely clears, the young swordsman sees something he could not have expected. Standing before him is not the formidable and immortal general who had exterminated an entire cave tribe, but a very young boy no older than Gumang. The young swordsman stares at him carefully, not understanding anything. How could this be? Haran thought he was fighting a skilled and fierce warrior, but he had a hard time fighting an ordinary boy. Could this be General Han? However, this boy was not so simple and definitely not a coward. Even though he was defeated by the young swordsman and their forces are now unequal, he growls furiously and rushes at Haran again without fear of being killed. He has no intention of surrendering. Suddenly, however, the boy's legs give out and he flies past Haran. The young swordsman realizes that something suspicious is going on with his legs, since he can't stand on them, and it has nothing to do with the blow Haran took. After the boy's fall, the young swordsman sees that there are planks on the ground that are shaped like feet. When the boy went at Haran, he tripped over something, causing the planks put on his legs to break. The young swordsman realizes that the boy was using another trick. In order to resemble a tall warrior, he was attaching these plaques to his feet. That's why, as he walked around the poisoned arrows sticking out of the ground, he seemed clumsy to Haran. Now the boy sits on the ground on his knees, dropping his sword from his hands. The young Menshik notes that the man in front of him is quite a child, and thanks God that he didn't have to fight him. He would not have forgiven himself if he had maimed him. Gumang, on the other hand, doesn't seem to feel sorry for the boy at all. He threatens him with his fist and shouts that there is a limit to his jokes, because he almost killed a man. Gumang is the same age as him, but he instructs him like an older comrade, trying to show his importance. However, the boy disguised as the cruel and ruthless General Han has no intention of backing down. Continuing to sit on the ground on his knees, he shouts for Haran and everyone else to get away from the sacred ground immediately. Gumang, too, is in no way appeased. Gesticulating vigorously at the boy, he says that he doesn't care whether they are on sacred ground or not. He said they would figure out what to do when they were done with their business here. The boy turns out to be just as stubborn as the young guard Gumang. It looks like this argument will never end. The boy shouts that outsiders dare not touch anything here, or they will be punished severely. Haran realizes that the boy needs to be approached. He doesn't need to be spoken to the way Gumang does. Haran approaches the boy, apologizes to him, and tells him that they really need the 1,000-year-old grass, and asks permission to take it. However, this approach by the young swordsman doesn't work either. The boy is clearly hostile. At this request, he again shouts for the strangers to get off the sacred ground immediately and dare not return again. The young swordsman's hands are dropping. He realizes that the boy will not give up the 1,000-year-old grass while he is alive. Haran finds himself in a desperate situation. He can't kill him, but he can't return without the plant either. Suddenly, a red-haired barbarian girl enters the conversation. She says something to the boy in her barbarian language. Although Haran doesn't know it, he realizes that she is asking that the kid agree to help them. Haran notices that the kid is listening to the barbarian girl. He clearly knows the barbarian language and understands her. The red-haired girl then extends her hand to him to show that they have come in good faith. The young swordsman does not expect much success, as this boy is clearly the kind of person who is almost impossible to negotiate with. But to his surprise, the boy grabs the barbarian girl's hand and she helps him up. Haran watches the boy carefully, even keeping the hilt of his sword ready just in case, because you can expect anything from him. Gumang looks at him again with a displeased look, concluding from what he has seen that the boy is also a barbarian. The boy glares angrily at the young guard. Although he has a clear sympathy for the barbarians, he doesn't like being compared to them. The boy says that he is Amun of the Li tribe, and he is quite different. Gumang tries to look smart, but he's talking some incoherent nonsense. He says all of a sudden he's so different. Then he stops talking for a few seconds and says with a disgruntled look that after all, barbarians are just barbarians, not knowing what else to say. The young swordsman looks towards Gumang and calls his name. In this way, he signals that it would be better for the young guard to be quiet now, rather than talking nonsense, provoking the already aggressive boy into conflict. Hearing the young swordsman call him by name, Gumang looks at him in surprise. He doesn't understand, or pretends not to understand, why Haran is so unhappy with his words. This boy wanted to send them to the other world and deserves no leniency. Amun stands in front of Haran and the red-haired barbarian girl. This time he seems ready to listen to the strangers. Haran explains again that they are in great need of the 1,000-year-old grass and asks the boy to do them that favor. Despite listening to the young swordsman, Amun is clearly not going to help them. He looks at the strangers with a hostile gaze and says that they are no different from the men who have been persecuting his tribe. The young swordsman looks at Amun with obvious incomprehension and surprise. He does not understand what he is talking about or what kind of people he is comparing them to. Haran and his companions are not going to persecute the boy. They are trying to negotiate peacefully. The boy, seeing the bewilderment on Haran's face, begins his story. He says that the death of his tribe began precisely because of the thousand-year-old grass. He does not understand why everyone is so eager for eternal life, for it is a cursed life. Aman looks at the strangers with a hostile look and says that the opportunity to go to the other world is a blessing. After all, it allows one to rid oneself of worldly suffering and go to a better world, while the thousand-year-old grass denies this opportunity. The young swordsman ponders the words of this boy. He believes that going to the other world is a blessing. He does not fear doom like the rest of them. He would love to go to the other world, but apparently he cannot. Meanwhile, a young guard starts the conversation. He says whether it's a blessing or not, they'll take the thousand-year-old grass anyway. Then he adds that the boy almost sent Harn to the other side of the world, and it wasn't self-defense. Having said that, the young guard heads over to the tree and is about to climb its huge trunk. He tells the young swordsman that he is about to get this thousand-year-old grass for him. However, Haran is not happy with this decision by Gumang. The young guard Gumang does not understand what his comrade is so unhappy about. He hurriedly reminds him that if they don't get the thousand-year herb that gives eternal life, Princess Yuta may be in big trouble. The young swordsman sighs heavily. He realizes that this time, Gumang is absolutely right. The only way to help Princess Yuta reclaim her kingdom is to obtain the thousand-year-old grass. Only then will Nuruhan agree to help her. Aman realizes that the outsiders will still try to do what they came here to do and will never listen to him. He tells them to do whatever they want. They won't succeed anyway. They can't get the thousand-year-old grass. However, the young guard Gumang doesn't seem to give his words any importance. He makes a disgruntled face, wraps his arms around the trunk of the tree, and is about to climb up the tree to get the thousand-year-old herb that brings back the thousand-year-old herb. However, the young guardian doesn't even have time to even begin his plan, because voices come from outside. The young swordsman and the others hear someone say that they have finally found Amun of the cave tribe. The voice sounds familiar to Haran. He looks in the direction it comes from and sees the head of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan. Standing next to him is his first wife, Mrs. Jayum, a guard, and several warriors whose heads are bandaged like mummies. The Rocky Mountain chairman moves closer to Haran and the others. Turning to Amun, he says that he has hidden the thousand-year-old grass well. No wonder it took them so long to find this magical plant. Although the young swordsman went to get the thousand-year-old herb on Nuruhan's orders, something tells him now that they are not allies at all. Haran is surprised at how quickly the head of the Rocky Mountains reached them. He seems to have been following them. Gumang, on the other hand, doesn't seem to feel any danger. With a smile on his face, he greets Rocky Mountain head Nuruhan and reports to him that under his orders, they have finally found the thousand-year-old herb he requested. Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan looks at the young guard and says that they have done a good job. However, an evil glint appears in his eyes. This is clearly not a good sign. Nuruhan is up to something bad. Amun of the cave tribe realizes it too. It is not for nothing that he has hidden the thousand-year-old grass from Nuruhan for so long. He looks at the Rocky Mountain chairman with obvious consternation and realizes that nothing good will end for him. The boy Aman is absolutely right. As he approaches him, Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan strikes him with such force that the boy loses consciousness. The man smiles evilly at this. He has been looking for this boy for a long time. All this happens in front of the young swordsman's eyes. He yells out to the Rocky Mountain chairman what he is doing. Haran expected something bad from Nuruhan, but he didn't think that he could attack Aman. After all, he is still just a child. Without hesitation, the young swordsman rushes to the boy to help him. However, he is prevented from doing so by a hand blocking his path. Haran looks at the one who dared to do this with anger and condemnation. It is the young guard Gumang holding the young swordsman back. Usually his face reads anger caused by youthful maximalism, but this time the boy is very serious. He tells Haran that they have more important things to do right now. The young swordsman growls fiercely with anger and hopelessness. However, Haran realizes that his comrade is right. If they enter the fray now, they still won't be able to help Aman, but they will have failed the mission and failed Princess Yuta. Meanwhile, Gumang's face changes to a strained smile as he approaches the Rocky Mountain chairman, Nuruhan. The young guard says that the latter made them a promise that he must fulfill. Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan turns to Gumang and tells him that he remembers the promise he made to the young swordsman, the barbarian girl, and the young guard, then adds that he will definitely fulfill it. The young guard thanks the Rocky Mountain chairman and smiles. He tells Nuruhan that he has never doubted that he is an honest man who always keeps his word. In his heart, Gumang is greatly relieved, for he had his doubts. The young swordsman watches this conversation carefully. He senses that something is amiss here. His intuition tells him that Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan is being sly. He is going to fulfill what he promised. The chairman holds Aman, who is unconscious, by the hood of his cloak. He is about to leave the place, but lastly tells Haran and the others that he has ascended the kingdom along with his princess. Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan then turns his back on the young swordsman and adds that he will ascend the kingdom with Princess Yuta, but only in the underworld. Nuruhan's wife and other henchmen smile achidically. Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan and his allies laugh evilly, and the young guard cannot believe his ears. He never expected that he could do such a thing to them. Did he really turn out to be a scoundrel and not keep his word? The Rocky Mountain Chairman orders his soldiers with bandaged heads to destroy Haran and his allies. One of them flies straight at Gumang, about to strike at him with his huge anvil-like fist. The young guard stands in a daze, unable to react in time. Fortunately, the young swordsman comes to his aid, flying towards him at lightning speed and quickly deflecting his opponent's blow. The young swordsman used his special skill, from which the soldier with a bandaged head fell to the ground with a rumble. However, it was too early to rejoice. This soldier was not the only opponent to be fought. A guard of the Rocky Mountain Chairman approaches Haran and Gumang. His face is completely calm and indifferent. One can only tell that he is hostile by his healthy fists, which he has put out in front of him and linked together. The guard tells the rest of the soldiers that he will take care of the young swordsman himself. They obey him and retreat, allowing their commander to deal with Haran himself. But they continue to stand guard nearby. The young swordsman's opponent also has a special skill called hardening. The big guy activates it to use it against Haran. After doing so, smoke starts coming from his head, as if from red-hot metal. The young swordsman assesses the situation. He realizes that it will be difficult to deal with such a big guy, who also has a special skill. However, Haran sees that his opponent has many open spots. The big guy is standing in front of the young swordsman, taking the initial position to start the fight. He is several times larger than Haran. He could simply crush him if he wanted to. The young swordsman activates his special skill as well. After a few seconds, the young swordsman is already using his special skill, Slashing Strike, against his huge opponent. However, he stands there without even trying to dodge or repel the attack, as if he was sure of his indestructibility. The young swordsman strikes using the special skill Slashing Strike. But when the smoke clears, he sees that the opponent continues to stand still, not even feeling the attack. This big guy can't be bothered with anything. Haran doesn't understand how this is even possible. He has landed one of his strongest blows, and his opponent doesn't even have a scratch on him. Meanwhile, the big man strikes back with his huge fist, aiming for Haran. The young swordsman flies back a few meters and lands on his knees. He leans on his sword and tries to catch his breath. His eyes have even gone black from the blow, and he's now very dizzy. The big man stands over Haran and prepares for another attack. Haran analyzes the situation. He realizes that his opponent is using the strength of his body to absorb the damage the young swordsman is doing to him. Meanwhile, the opponent comes closer and closer to the young swordsman. His face is completely calm and unconcerned. One can only realize that he is about to attack by the burning red eyes and his threats. He promises to send Haran to the other world. When the enemy gets too close, the young swordsman dares to ask him why the chairman of the Rocky Mountains left with Amun only, but did not take the 1,000-year-old herb he was so eager to get and had been looking for a very long time. The big man believes that nothing will happen if he answers this question before sending Haran to the other world. He explains that an herb that has already released a flower loses its effectiveness. It takes a sacrifice for it to sprout again. The young swordsman Haran doesn't understand what his opponent is trying to tell him. What sacrifice is he even talking about? What does it mean? Haran wants answers to these questions as well. He asks them to his opponent. The big man explains that only the cave tribe of Li, to which Aman belongs, knew how to grow the 1,000-year-old grass. Therefore, the head of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan, and his henchmen have been searching for a member of this tribe. Finally, the meaning of the words spoken by the enemy reaches the young swordsman. The puzzle is forming in his head. It turns out that Nuruhan was not looking for the 1,000-year-old grass, but for Aman. It is he who is to be the sacrifice. Haran realizes that Amun was the herb that everyone was looking for. It was simply impossible to think of before. But the young swordsman doesn't understand. Is this kid's life completely for these villains? Has greed completely consumed them? The big guy explains his views on this life. He says that the weak are to blame for being born weak. The strongest rule this world, and the flesh of the weak becomes food for the rest. That's life, and it can't be changed. Haran immediately remembers who he is in real life. He's the weakling who the big guy thinks should become food for the others. In real life, he was bullied by everyone and couldn't defend himself against bullies. Here the young swordsman remembers that in this world he is not a weakling, but one of the strongest warriors. That means that he can stand up not only for himself, but also for the weak. This thought gives the young swordsman additional strength. He yells at the big man, ordering him to shut up. Haran is simply furious. The thought that in this world the strong hurt the weak does not give him any rest. Filled with rage and anger, the young swordsman lashes out at the big man. He strikes him with a crushing blow, confident that now he will definitely succeed, if not completely defeat his opponent, then at least wound him. However, the enemy continues to stand on his feet and tells Haran that everything he does is just useless. However, the young swordsman has no intention of backing down. He follows up the first blow with several more equally strong ones. However, even after that, his opponent stands firmly on his feet. There is no damage on him, not even a scratch. The big guy puts his right arm forward, activates his special skill, and attacks the young swordsman. The big guy's blow was of immense power. Haran fails to stay in place, even though he tries to grab onto the ground with his sword. He flies back several meters, flying over the river behind him. The young swordsman has suffered many bruises. It is very hard for him to even sit on his knees on the ground. Blood is pouring out of his mouth. Some internal organs must have been hit as well. Haran is trying to regain his breath, but he's not succeeding. Meanwhile, the young swordsman's opponent approaches him. He tells Haran that becoming a victim is a great honor for the kid. Aman. He should be grateful for becoming one with Nuruhan. These words of his opponent pisses off the young swordsman. He tells him that he is talking nonsense. No sane person would want to be sacrificed, especially to make a scoundrel like Nuruhan invincible. While the young swordsman tries to overpower the big man, the young guard Gumang fights one of the soldiers with a bandaged head. He says that he used to let his guard down, but now he has realized his mistake, so he will not let any of the enemy strike. Gumang threatens to crush his opponent by striking at him with his sword, but realizes with horror that the blade couldn't even wound him. But how can this be? It's as if he's not holding a cold weapon, but a toy. Gumang is sure that his sword is well sharpened. While the young guard is pondering, his opponent in the form of one of Nuruhan's soldiers with a bandaged head hits Gumang with his big fist right in the stomach. The young guard again loses his guard and fails to deflect the blow. The young guard falls with his back on the ground and flies back a couple of meters. However, he is conscious. He doesn't seem to be hurt too badly, but he's having trouble breathing. Apparently, a lung was caught in the impact. When the young guardian manages to more or less normalize his breathing, he begins to analyze the situation. Gumang realizes that something is wrong with the soldier's body. The young guard struck him with his blade, and he didn't feel any pain. Before the young guardian can fully regain his senses, the huge and indestructible soldier comes at him again. Gumang sits on the ground and watches as his opponent approaches him. Something urgent must be done. The young guard cannot fight him as he has no strength left. He can't run away either, so he tries to negotiate with him. He asks him to stop and just talk to resolve the situation, hoping for a miracle. And this miracle really happens. To help the young guardian comes a red-haired barbarian girl, whom until recently Gumang disliked and did not want to take with him. Now he is glad to have the girl by his side. The red-haired barbarian girl managed to overpower the soldier. She stands in front of the young guard, but he continues to sit on the ground. The girl looks at him with a smirk, as if to show her superiority. Gumang is unable to utter a single word. The young guard doesn't even have time to thank his savior. Suddenly, she disappears because this is not the time to stand around chilling. The soldiers of Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan are many. They must all be defeated. The young guard never manages to get the ground up before he sees another soldier with bandages on his head and eyes burning with rage coming at him, raising his fist. After this blow, Gumang is sure to go to the other world. The young guard gathers his last strength. He doesn't want to die now in this way. The instinct of self-preservation gives him strength, and Gumang manages to dodge the huge fist, bouncing back a few meters into the river. The soldier with the bandaged face has a lot of strength but little intelligence. Without thinking, he jumps into the water after the young guard, but he can't swim and simply drowns in the river, suffocating himself. though it's not deep enough for Gumong. But instead of rejoicing at his victory over the soldier, Gumong can't stop thinking that the red-haired barbarian girl mocked him by defeating the soldier who almost sent him to the other side of the world. Meanwhile, the big man fighting the young swordsman looms over him. He tells Haran that the result of this battle is already obvious, and it is better for the young man to surrender at once. But lastly, the big man wants to know the name of his opponent. The young swordsman looks at his opponent and asks why he needs to know his name. What's the point of it? Haran is surprised that in the last few days, too many people around him have begun to ask his name. The adversary decides to introduce himself. The big man says that he is Tanzir of Qigong. He also adds that he likes Haran's fighting skills and suggests that he join the Rocky Mountain Chairman's gang. Haran is infuriated by such an offer. The young swordsman says that he is not a weakling like the members of Nuruhan's gang, and then adds that he is sickened by the likes of the big man and his kind who serve the Rocky Mountain Chairman. The big man stands silently listening to the young swordsman with a blank face. Haran involuntarily wonders, does this man ever feel any emotion at all? It seems as if he is an emotionless robot. Haran continues his speech. He says that people like Nuruhan and his gang gather in a crowd and corner their victims, bullying the weak. That's why they disgust him. Real warriors never do that. When the young swordsman finishes his speech, the big man tells him that apparently he wants to go to the other world as soon as possible. After that, Haran's opponent activates his special skill, Strengthened Fist. However, his rage and belief that he is doing the right thing gives the young swordsman strength. He deftly dodges the big man's fist and with lightning speed strikes him with his sword, which cuts through his opponent's clothes. However, he remains unharmed. The big guy says that apparently the guy wanted to find a gap in his attack, but he was unsuccessful as the guy always wraps his body with hardening when he fights. Haran expected that he would finally be able to defeat the big guy, but it didn't happen. The young swordsman is surprised and now realizes why he can't hurt his strong opponent. It's all about the hardening. The young swordsman thinks about what he should do. If he doesn't defeat this big guy, he will just send him, the barbarian girl and Gumong, to the other world. Suddenly, Haran is distracted from his thoughts by a shout from the side. It's a young guard screaming as he fights another soldier. The one has inflicted a lot of damage and wounds on him. Gumong can barely stand on his feet. He has no strength to hold his sword. He has even lost his fur hat, which he has not parted with since he set off. However, the young guard is still not going to give up. Gathering his last strength, he attacks his opponent and gives him a devastating blow with his sword. The soldier, who serves the chairman of the Rocky Mountains, falls dead into the river. The young guard shouts to his comrade that he must, by all means, rally. If Haran does not defeat his opponent, he will send him to the other world. The young swordsman realizes this himself, but he is surprised by Gumong's fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the big man approaches Gumong and tells him that perhaps he has such a sad fate. After all, he chose to go to the other world despite being given many chances to survive. The big guy puts his arm out in front of him, taking a stand to activate his special skill. He says that it's time to end it all already and send the young swordsman to his ancestors in the other world. The young swordsman grips his sword tighter in his hands and reminds himself once again that if he can't defeat this henchman of Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan, he will not only fail the task, but he will die. With the thought that this is not just a computer game, but real life that Haran is living at this very moment, he lunges at his opponent, grabbing his blade. The young swordsman realizes that he really wants to live. During the fight, Haran keeps repeating that if he can't overpower his opponent, he will go to the other world. This thought does not allow him to lower his hands, as all attempts to damage the big man are futile. Meanwhile, the Rocky Mountain Chairman's henchman Nuruhan is adding fuel to the fire. The big man says that a weakling like Haran can never penetrate the powerful armor of his body, and he seems to be right. Haran can't even scratch him. However, the young swordsman is not going to give up. He simply cannot afford to do so. He continues to attack his opponent time after time. However, the big guy keeps saying that Haran hits too weakly, and in response he gives him powerful blows. The young swordsman does not think of stopping. He continues to strike one after another, trying to drive the blade as deep as possible to penetrate the enemy's armor. And finally he succeeds. The big man falls to the ground. The young swordsman looks at his defeated opponent. He succeeded in defeating him, so he won't die. However, Haran worries that such a consistent use of the special skill might reflect badly on his body. After defeating the last soldier, Gumang sees that the young swordsman also managed to accomplish his task. The young guard smiles. He believed that a strong warrior like Haran would definitely find a way to defeat his opponent. Despite the fact that the young guard has literally no life on him, he is badly beaten. He rushes to his comrade to congratulate him on his victory. Meanwhile, Haran has put his sword back in its scabbard. Gumang finds his fur hat and holds it in his hands. He tells Haran that since it's come to this, it's time for them to head back home, back to the gate territory. But the young swordsman disagrees. He says they still have business here. Gumang puts on his hat and tells Haran that he saw for himself what Nuruhan did to them. Even if they had delivered him a letter with the seal intact, he would have done the same thing. Gumang complained that Nuruhan had caused them a lot of trouble. Gumang sighs heavily in frustration. He says that he is hurt. After all, he had so much respect and admiration for this man, and he turned out to be the ultimate scoundrel. Gumang thinks that Nuruhan has gone completely insane from his illness. The young swordsman looks at his comrade, listening intently. Suddenly, they are distracted from their conversation by some movement to the side and heavy sighs. Haran and the young guard look in the direction they are coming from. It turns out that the henchman of the Rocky Mountain chairman that Haran was fighting is not dead. He lies wounded on the ground, breathing heavily, unable to rise. The young swordsman has inflicted substantial damage on him, from which recovery will not be quick. The young guard Gumang looks at the wounded big man with an angry look. He is clearly disappointed that he didn't go to the other world but stayed alive. He's caused them so much trouble, almost killing Haran, but he's still breathing. Without wasting a moment, the young guard draws closer to the henchman of the head of the Rocky Mountains and draws his sword over him. He wants to finish him off once and for all. He believes that the enemy should not be left alive. But someone's strong hand prevents the young guardian from doing what he wants and sending the big man to the other world. She intercepts the hilt of the sword, stopping Gumang halfway. He is unable to resist. The young guard is stopped by Haran. He looks at Gumang with an unwavering gaze, indicating that he will not allow him to do what he is about to do. The big man is lying on the ground. He poses no threat. Finishing off the weak is a last resort. The young guard looks at his older comrade in surprise and asks what is the matter, not understanding why he is stopping him. After all, in front of them is their enemy who tried to send them to the other world, and he would have done so if Haran hadn't defeated him. The young swordsman shakes his head from side to side, letting the young guard Gumang know that he will not allow the big man to be sent to the other world. They will not stoop to the level of Nuruhan and his gang. The young guard looks at his older comrade, genuinely not understanding his action. He does not agree with the fact that he wants to let their opponent live, even though he is no threat right now. Nevertheless, he obeys Haran. The young guard tells the young swordsman that he will let their enemy live. He moves his sword away from him and sends it back into its scabbard. Haran is pleased that his comrade was able to control his emotions. A barbarian girl runs up to the guard and the swordsman. But lastly, Gumang hurries to warn Haran. He says that he has known men who have died at the hands of their enemies, after they too had shown the same mercy as the young swordsman. Gumang moves away, leaving the battlefield. Haran and the red-haired barbarian girl stand next to the defeated enemy for a while longer. The young swordsman feels that he did the right thing. He should not be indifferent to any life. Gumang, the young swordsman, and the red-haired barbarian girl walk out of the gorge after leaving the ancient city, which is located in the Mountain of Determination. The travelers rejoice in the sun, for they have been without bright daylight for a very long time. Harna tells his companions what he has learned about the 1,000-year-old grass. Gumang cannot believe that if a seed of this plant takes root in someone from the Li tribe, that person will become a 1,000-year-old grass himself. However, Haran confirms that this is true. He says that the person who has the seed of the 1,000-year grass in him absorbs its nutrients and adopts its properties. That is why Nuruhan sought Amun. After listening to Haran, Gumang says that his story gave him goosebumps all over his body. He is amazed that the legendary city of warriors has turned out to be such a horrible place that is literally permeated with fear and terror. Gumang quickens his step, saying that they better get back soon as he doesn't like it here. He's followed by a red-haired barbarian girl with her baton slung over her shoulder. Haran, on the other hand, is in no hurry. The young swordsman stands frozen in his seat, staring after Gumang and the red-haired barbarian girl, waiting for them to pay attention to him. Apparently, he's not going anywhere. The first to notice the young swordsman is Gumang. He too stops, turns his head to him and asks why he is standing stiffly in place, though he already guesses what Haran is up to. The young swordsman looks at his comrades with a serious look and says that he cannot leave Amun in the clutches of Nuruhan and his gang. They must go after them to save the boy from these villains. Gumang is outraged at such a suggestion. He shouts at Haran and says that he has gone completely mad. He warns if they go after Nuruhan to save Aman, they will definitely fail their mission that Yuta sent them here with. Gumang continues to scream, unable to contain his emotions. He says that there is nothing the three of them can do. He adds that Haran is certainly strong, but what he is proposing is sheer folly. The young swordsman realizes the reason for his comrades' displeasure. They had just nearly lost their lives at the hands of Nuruhan's warriors, and now Haran proposes to risk his life again in an attempt to save a virtually unknown boy. Suddenly, someone's familiar voice comes from the small rocky ledge near where Haran, Gumang, and the barbarian girl are standing. He asks how long this internal squabble will last. A thief from the forest is standing on the ledge. The young guardian is already in an angry state after Haran's decision, and now this stranger has shown up. After all, he promised he wouldn't harass them anymore and would go away. The stranger looks at the young guard with displeasure and says that actually he was in this place before them, just resting off to the side. Therefore, Gumang has no right to chase him out of here or make any remarks. Suddenly, the stranger changes his face and says that he has heard about the 1,000-year-old grass. He asks if it is true that they have found this plant, because no one has seen it before now. Gumang gets even angrier. He tells the thief that it is none of his business. The stranger smiles sweetly and ingratiatingly, and asks Gumang's young guard why he's such an impolite brute, and then adds that he can help the young swordsman and his companions, as it is within his power to do so. This offer doesn't seem to have made much of an impression on the young guard. He looks at the stranger with a disgruntled look and says that he is sick of this idle chatter. The bruise on his face has grown larger, making his eye almost impossible to open. The stranger notices this and asks Gumang what's wrong with his face. He then snidely remarks that he seems to get beaten up everywhere he goes. Gumang almost throws his fists at the thief, saying that he's talking nonsense. The young swordsman meanwhile watches this stranger from the forest warily. They have crossed paths so many times, but Haran still doesn't know his name. But one thing the young man realizes is that he has appeared here for a reason. Haran watches as the stranger taunts Gumang and the latter throws his fists at him. He tries to collate the facts. Just as they started arguing, the stranger suddenly appeared, as if he was specially expecting this. Haran continues to ponder. What has the stranger come to this place for? What is it that he needs? Considering the fact that the stranger saved Haran and Gumang from the poison, he is not hostile towards them. However, the young swordsman realizes that the stranger cannot be trusted. He is very suspicious. But now, in such a difficult situation, he is the only one who can help them cope with the task at hand. Haran does not know what to do. However, the young swordsman still decides to turn to the stranger. He asks the man if he knows much about the chairman of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan. This question distracts the young guard and the stranger from their argument. The stranger looks at the swordsman without his characteristic wiggle and smirk. The thief from the forest is somewhat wary. He does answer Haran, though. He says he knows Nuruhan well enough, and then clarifies why Haran is asking that. The young swordsman politely asks the stranger to help them in their endeavor. That said, there is a look of distrust read on his face. Haran would love to have nothing to do with this shrewd thief, but there is simply no one else to expect help from. After listening to the young swordsman's request, the stranger smiles contentedly. Apparently, this is what he was counting on. With a smile on his face, the stranger calls the young swordsman, the red-haired barbarian girl, and the young guard to follow him. The action moves to the Rocky Mountains, to the rooftop of the military building where Nuruhan once sat. It was there that Aman was dragged from the cave tribe of Li. He was thrown unconscious right on the roof under the rays of the scorching sun. Aman of the Li cave tribe came to his senses and opened his eyes. The boy is frightened. He remembers what happened. Rocky Mountain Chairman Nuruhan and his soldiers have captured him and dragged him to this place. They are going to sacrifice him. Now he's in some place he's not familiar with. The only thing familiar here is the very tree with the 1,000-year-old grass growing on it. It was uprooted and moved here as well. Aman realizes that he is in the open air and not in a dungeon. Aman sits down on his knees and looks around the place. He is scared, for he is just a child who has to defend himself from this hostile world. This time he failed to save himself, and now he will be sacrificed. Aman of the cave tribe of Li looks at his hands. They are in strong shackles. That's why they left him outside without fear of him escaping. He just won't be able to break free from those iron shackles. They don't even have guards on him. Aman realizes that this is the end because there is no one to help him. He is all alone in the world. Everyone else has already gone to the other world. Aman recalls his life, his early childhood. There is sadness in his eyes. He remembers sitting by the bedside of his ailing grandmother, who was the only close person left alive. She was telling him that they had been hiding for a very long time, and now she could finally rest. Aman then realized that his beloved grandmother was about to go to the other world, but he didn't want to and couldn't let her go. He wanted to go and ask for more medicine to save her, asked her to wait for him. Then his grandmother told him that being able to go to the other world was a blessing for members of the Li tribe. She said that there is a small gate that awaits them when they go to the afterlife. Little Aman, with tears in his eyes, listened to her carefully and memorized every word she said. Grandma said that these gates allow people to forget about their past lives and move on to their next incarnation. After that, the grandmother smiled at Aman. She said that when she got to this gate, she would not open it immediately. She would wait by it for Aman, and he would then tell her about his happily lived life. From these memories, Aman of the cave tribe of Li was pulled out by someone's voice. It is the Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan, along with his counselor, who has come to the roof of the military building holding some small box. Aman of the Li cave tribe looks at Nuruhan with obvious fear. He realizes what he has come for. For Aman, this visit from the head of the Rocky Mountains will end sadly. He has nowhere to wait for help, for he is alone in the world. The Rocky Mountain chairman smiles and tells Aman that he likes the look on his face. Nuruhan enjoys being feared, and it doesn't matter to him that he strikes terror not in a brave warrior, but just a child. With that, Nuruhan, the chairman of the Rocky Mountains, holds out his hand to his counselor. The latter opens the box he is holding and holds it out to his ruler with a submissive look. In the box is some sort of round object. Nuruhan, the chairman of the Rocky Mountains, carefully takes out this round object so as not to damage it. It turns out to be a small golden grain of a legendary 1,000-year-old herb that can grant eternal life. The Rocky Mountain chairman pulls out the seed and shows it to Aman, the sole survivor of the Li cave tribe. As he does so, he smiles gloatingly. His plan is about to be realized. A few seconds later, Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan shoves a 1,000-year-old grass seed into Aman's mouth. It happens so fast that the boy doesn't even have time to realize anything. He is in a state of shock. The Rocky Mountain chairman then grabs the boy by the neck and pulls him off the ground. He expects that in this position, Aman will swallow a grain of 1,000-year-old grass faster and can give him eternal life. However, Aman from the cave tribe of Li resists in every possible way. He does not want to become a victim and merge with the dastardly Nuruhan into one. The chairman of the Rocky Mountains shouts at the boy and orders him to swallow the grain immediately. Aman has no more strength to resist as Nuruhan squeezes his throat with all his might. The Rocky Mountain chairman realizes that his plan has succeeded and smiles contentedly. Just a little more, and he will receive the gift of immortality. As soon as Aman from the cave tribe of Li swallows a seed of the 1,000-year-old grass, Nuruhan lets him go, and he falls on the roof of the military building they are on. The boy hits his head hard. After squeezing his throat and hitting his head hard, Aman feels sick. He is breathing heavily and is not very aware of what is going on around him. He tries to catch his breath, but he is not very good at it. The boy sits up all blue. The chairman of the Rocky Mountain Nuruhan looms over the boy and smiles evilly. He says that the seed of the 1,000-year-old grass is now inside Aman, which means half the job is done. All that remains is to wait for it to sprout. The chairman of the Rocky Mountains, Nuruhan, and his senior advisor walk away from the roof of the military building. They have better things to do now. Aman of the cave tribe of Li is left alone in the blazing sun. He is only slightly protected by the branches of a tree. The boy is lying on the roof, very ill. His consciousness is clouded, but he hears the evil laughter of Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan, who moves away, leaving him alone in hellish agony. He had better be sent to the other world. The action shifts to Haran and his companions. Gumang is chatting away as usual. He says that he gladly accepted this mission because he was bored working on the border. However, at the time, he had no idea how things might turn out. Hearing this, the stranger from the forest does not miss the opportunity to tease the young guard. With a serious look, he says that he can't believe that Gumang has absolutely no experience in real battles. The young guard is taken aback by this, but he really had no experience in battles until he went on this mission. He doesn't know what to say, so he takes it out on the stranger, saying that he doesn't even have that much experience himself. The stranger is silent for a few seconds, as if calculating something, and then with a clever look, says that he has experience in battles that the young guardian has never dreamed of. He has a couple or 3 battles under his belt. The young guard didn't expect to hear such an answer. He's clearly not happy with it, but he pretends not to believe the stranger, saying that the number of battles he has heard is nonsense, but deep down he envies him. The young guard catches up with Haran and tries again to persuade him to go back to Princess Yuta. He says that their mission is complete and they should not get involved further. By doing so, they are digging a hole for themselves. However, in response to his advice, he hears from the young swordsman that it was their enemies who started this, which means they now need to see it through to the end. Gumang says again that they could die without doing anything. It's better for them to go back after all. The young swordsman wanted to say whatever he thinks about this suggestion of his comrade, but the stranger silences them by shushing them. He walks over to the stone wall and watches someone through a crack. The young guard, Haran, and the red-haired barbarian girl are immediately silent. They realize that they have come close to their target, and the stranger is most likely watching through a gap in the wall for the men of the Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan. They turn out to be right. Behind the wall are several of Nuruhan's soldiers. She keeps guard and scrutinizes all the passages, looking around. Haran and the others need to be extremely careful. They must not make any sound, or they will be heard. Even though the soldiers of the Rocky Mountain chairman are checking everything carefully, they don't see that a human figure can be seen in the crevice in the rock. In the darkness, it is unnoticeable. Therefore, the soldiers pass by quietly. After Nurukan's soldiers have gone further along the corridor, a stranger appears from the crevice. He looks after the Rocky Mountain chairman's men to make sure they are definitely gone and there is no danger to them. When every last one of Nuruhan's men are hidden in the next passage, the stranger signals to the others to follow him. The young guard, Gumang, says that his scouting skills are too good for a thief. The stranger makes a disgruntled, hurt face and asks young guard Gumang how much longer he will call him a thief and brigand. The stranger then adds that he has a name after all. The young guard Gumang makes a disgruntled face, and then with a detached look, as if he is not at all interested and is asking a question purely out of politeness, asks the stranger what his name is after all. The action shifts to the gate area. The gate is now always open, and the barbarian tribe can pass through it safely. Life is boiling in the settlement. It seems that the clashes between soldiers and barbarians have stopped. At the desk in her office sits Princess Yuta. Behind her, the commander of the 7th Brigade of the former Ehaso Kingdom Battalion, who was released from the dungeon, is sitting on a chair. The commander of the Royal Guard, Commander Sun, enters the office. Warlord Sun appears with a report. He tells Princess Yuta that he has set up a separate residence for the barbarians on her orders, and has also made provisions for emergency communications with them in case of emergencies. Princess Yuta looks at the commander of the Royal Guard, Suna, and smiles. The girl thanks her loyal ally for accomplishing everything so quickly. This should benefit both the barbarians themselves and the local soldiers. Sun, the commander of the Royal Guard, says that it is not his credit, but that of the Nanran tribe, whom they once saved from destruction by delivering food to them. Sun adds that the situation in the gate area has finally been resolved. Suddenly, Princess Yuta's mood changes dramatically. Just now she was smiling cheerfully, and her eyes were shining with joy, but now she bowed her head down. Breathing heavily, she said that she was glad to hear that everything was calm in the city. The commander of the Royal Guard's son walks closer to Princess Yuta. He is clearly worried about the state of her health in the past few days. He asks Princess Yuta what happened to her and adds that she doesn't look well. Princess Yuta steps away from her desk and walks over to the open window. She says that she is fine. Her health is not in any danger. However, Colonel Sun of the Royal Guard notes the sadness in the girl's eyes. He asks again what's wrong. The Utah princess stares wistfully out the window and asks her comrade if he thinks Haran and the others are okay. This is what worries the girl. She worries for the young swordsman, the guard, and the barbarian girl. The commander of the Royal Guard's son has finally realized what's going on with Princess Yuta. Crossing his arms over his chest, he walks closer to her and tells her that there will be nothing for simply delivering a letter to the young swordsman and his assistants. Princess Yuta looks down thoughtfully, a look of concern in her gaze. The girl says she feels uneasy because she doesn't know how the Rocky Mountain chairman might react to the letter. She adds, maybe she should go to him herself. Colonel Sun of the Royal Guard understands Princess Yuta's anxiety. He says that her worries are perfectly normal. He experienced them daily while hiding from Jod and before they entered the gate area. The commander of the Royal Guard Sun fell silent. But when Princess Yuta turned towards him, he continued the conversation. Royal Guard Commander Sun told the girl that what was happening should be looked at from a different perspective. Sun looks at the map of the kingdom and says that if they manage to make an alliance with Nuruhan, Jod won't dare to suddenly attack them because they have a geographical advantage, their rear facing the Rocky Mountain Autonomous Region. They will be able to buy time. Princess Yuta doesn't quite understand what the commander of the Sun Royal Guard is trying to say with this. What do you mean buy time? Princess Yuta looks at her battle comrade seriously, demanding an explanation for his words. Warlord Sun becomes more serious. He says that they need this time so that the news that Princess Yuta is alive has time to spread throughout the kingdom. Right now, everyone believes that no one from the royal family is left. Princess Yuta still looks seriously at the commander of the Royal Guard and demands even more detailed explanations from him. Sun sees that the girl is not clear about everything, and she does not understand a lot, so he begins his story. Sun says that Jod is now able to rule the kingdom because he usurped the royal throne. However, many people were not happy with the way he took power, and so they are hostile to him. The general continues. He says if the people who once swore allegiance to the fallen King Ayul learn that his heiress is alive, they will follow her. When the time comes, she will have enough fighting power to stand against Jod. Princess Yuta looks at the commander of the Royal Guard with worry in her eyes. She realizes that she will have to reclaim the kingdom. Jod will not give it back in peace. The main thing is to get allies before the usurper comes for her. The commander of the Royal Guard Sun turns to the commander of the 7th Brigade of the former battalion of the Kingdom of Ahaso. He asks the man if he agrees with him. Since Haran was sent to Nuruhan, Ahaso has become an advisor to the princess. Ahaso's eyes are bandaged. He lost his sight from being in the dark dungeon for a long time, but he is much better now. He smiles and says that his whole plan is based on the assumption that they will be able to form an alliance with Nuruhan. Princess Yuta thinks about what he said. She moves closer to the commander of the 7th Brigade of the former Kingdom Battalion and asks him if he knows what Nuruhan is all about. After all, she herself knows next to nothing about him. Ahaso becomes more serious. He tells the princess that Nuruhan had been hiding from everyone for a long time after he learned of his incurable disease. He had only his first wife and his most devoted people by his side. Princess Yuta is excited. If Nuruhan is hiding from everyone, her letter that was sent with the young swordsman might just not reach the chairman of the Rocky Mountains. Yuta looks at Ahaso with a questioning look. The commander of the 7th Brigade of the former Kingdom Battalion says that the letter Princess Yuta sent is a mere formality. It's not that important to them whether the recipient receives it. Their goal is to find out where Nuruhan is now. The action shifts to the young swordsman and his companions. The stranger looks at Gumang with his arms crossed over his chest. He says his name is Vantasoy Yarina Zizik II, or simply Vantasoy II for short. The young guard Gumang is furious. He yells at his new acquaintance and says that he's just messing with them by giving them an assumed name. Young Guardian probably knows that such names definitely don't exist. The young Guardian wants to pounce on Vantasoy II with his fists. His teeth grit with anger and he waves his arms. However, the young swordsman takes him by the shoulder and asks Gumang to calm down immediately. When Gumang calms down a bit, Vantasoy II says that he has indeed given his middle name. He then heads further down the cave, at the end of which a light can be seen. Gumang says that he will continue to call this man a thief. Haran and the others come to a large crevice in the rock from where they can get a good look at the area. Vantasoy II says that this is where there is the most light and security. If you climb up the cliff, you can see the temple. The young swordsman realizes that Vantasoy II is telling the truth. Since Nuruhan wanted to grow the 1,000-year-old grass, he chose the sunniest place. Haran begins to climb up the cliff that Vantasoy pointed out to him. The young guard Gumang stands again with a displeased expression on his face. He asks the young swordsman if it is true that he wants to climb up the cliff. It's a silly question, since you can already tell from Haran's actions what he's going to do. The young swordsman climbs up the cliff to reach the cliff that Vantasoy II pointed out. Following him, all the others climb. The procession is completed by the young guard Gumang, who is not happy about climbing to the top. At last the young swordsman Haran, the red-haired barbarian girl, Vantasoy II, and Gumong arrive. The climb is hard, especially for the young guardian. He's breathing hard, but he can't catch his breath. The young swordsman carefully peeks out from behind the boulders. Meanwhile, Gumong again expresses his dislike for Wanasoi too. He asks him how long he will be hanging around with them. Wanasoi says he is just bored. Looking out from behind a large rock, the young swordsman sees that the place is heavily guarded. There are a great many soldiers standing. The numerical advantage clearly on the side of the Rocky Mountain chairman Nuruhan. Haran feels that it is best for them not to get involved in the fighting. The young swordsman lifts his head up and sees that the roof of the military building is the very tree for growing the 1,000-year-old grass from the Mountain of Determination. It is the sunniest place, and Aman is most likely located there. The young swordsman tells his comrades that they need to get to the roof of the military building to rescue Aman, but they need to do it without being seen by the guards. But even if they succeed, they must then figure out how to get out. As the young swordsman watches the guards, Vantasoi II's face changes dramatically. He tries his best to restrain himself from sneezing and attracting the attention of the soldiers. He clamps his mouth with the palm of his hand and sneezes there. It turns out very quietly. However, this does not save the heroes. While Vantasoi II tries not to make any loud noises, he doesn't notice how he pushes the young swordsman with his shoulder. Tho fails to keep his balance and falls. The young swordsman Haran falls out of his hiding place and finds himself right in front of the soldiers, who look at him in surprise, not understanding how a stranger could get here. It seems there will be no battle after all. I'll have to take my sword out of its sheath. One of the soldiers shouts that there is an intruder in front of them and pulls his blade out of its sheath. There is no doubt that all the guards nearby now know that the young swordsman and his allies are here. The young swordsman prepares to fight. There are only 4 of them, and it is not certain that Vantasoi II will fight him shoulder to shoulder rather than run away. Haran hardly knows him, so he can't trust him completely.